I'll be damned. I've become a live-in stud. I sat on the earth in Kong, my face twisted like I was constipated, staring at this rundown mud brick house. A thick, suffocating sense of another era slammed straight into the top of my skull. Creak. The door swung open. A pretty woman with wide hips walked in, eyeing me with sleep still clinging to her lids. Big dummy, now that you're up, get off the Kong and start the fire. Make breakfast. Oh, and we're almost out of firewood. Head up the mountain later and chop some more. Big dummy. I froze for a second, then it clicked. She was talking to me. The original owner of this body was also named Chung Yi. But at 10, a raging fever fried his brain, and the name Chung Yi slowly got replaced by Big Dummy. The whole village called him that. Hey. Seeing me spacing out, Lu Yufin clicked her tongue. I'm talking to you. Say something, would you? Headache. Gonna sleep a little more. I played dumb, then rolled over and burrowed back under the covers. Work? Not a chance in hell. What's wrong with you? Lu Yufin sauntered over and sat on the edge of the Kong, reaching out to feel my forehead. I tilted my head and dodged her hand. Don't touch me. This woman had just crawled out of some other man's bed. Who knew where those hands had been? Gross. It's not like I'm a germaphobe. Before I got transmigrated here, there wasn't a filthy thing I hadn't done. But at least take a shower first, damn. She awkwardly pulled her hand back, her face full of surprise. Big dummy, what's gotten into you today? Nothing, headache. I'll be fine after some sleep. I kept mimicking the original owner's dull, nasally drawl. Then get some rest. I'll go make breakfast. Lu Yufin swayed her hips out the door, pulling the creaky wooden door shut behind her. I pillowed my head on my hands and started seriously sorting through the original owner's memories. The guy wasn't actually a true idiot, just stubborn as a mule, one-track-minded. His mother had died before he was old enough to remember her. 3 years ago, his old man had grabbed the family's ancient hunting rifle and headed into the mountains. He never came back. No body, no trace, dead or alive. Lucky for him, the land was divided up among households back in '83, and everyone got a plot. Tending to these 10 acres, he'd never starve. But this fool had to go and fall for Lu Yufin. The moment she brought up live-in help, he happily rolled up his bedding and moved right into this house. The most infuriating part? He'd worked here for over a year, and this woman never once let him lay a finger on her. This couple really did treat him like a fool to be used. And even so, he never packed up and left. What a chump. Brother, the woman who never let you in her bed. Your big brother here will do the honors for you. I silently spoke up on the original owner's behalf. The thought had barely settled. A warm current suddenly surged up from my dantian, instantly rushing through every limb and bone. Damn, that felt good. My whole body shuddered, like I'd been struck by a jolt of electricity. In an instant, the world before my eyes turned razor-sharp. The wood grain on the roof beams, floating dust motes, every speck crystal clear. My whole body felt electrified, power surging through my veins. Holy crap, this is incredible. I let out a weird yelp and sat up, stretching hard. My joints cracked and popped all over, a whole string of them going off like firecrackers. I rolled off the Kong and circled around, giving myself a once-over. Solid. The muscle definition was faintly visible. Abs still needed a little more work. Not a huge change, but I was more than satisfied. Compared to that pot-bellied body I had in my last life, this was 10 times better, easy. This 6-foot-plus frame was something I'd only ever dreamed of. In my past life, I was barely 5'7", half a cripple. You big dummy, what are you hollering about? Lu Yufin pushed the door open. Our eyes met. Her pretty face flushed red, and she spat out a curse before hurrying back out. All I had on was a pair of boxers, and a certain spot was standing at full attention. I glanced down and nodded, satisfied. Not bad. Didn't waste this tall frame after all. Once breakfast was ready, I got dressed and headed out of the room. I ladled myself a bowl of thick, golden corn grits porridge, wolfed it down with some pickled vegetables until I was about 70% full, dropped my bowl and chopsticks on the table, and walked out, leaving the couple staring at each other. Didn't cook, didn't wash the dishes. Wang the Gimp couldn't hold it in and cursed. This little punk. What's gotten into him today? Something's off. He's got a headache. Leave him be. The new year had just passed, and a bunch of little brats were setting off firecrackers around the village, popping and crackling. The smell of sulfur drifted through the 20-30 below air. As long as that smell lingered, the holiday spirit was still around. Wearing my dog fur hat, hands tucked into my sleeves, I squatted in the little yard, staring blankly at the kids romping around outside the low wall. Transmigrated to 1985. It was mind-blowing. I still hadn't wrapped my head around it. In my past life, I was an orphan, raised in an orphanage, scraped through a junior college on work-study, totally useless, and spent half my life scrabbling at the bottom. At least I had a decent face, so there was a woman who didn't mind where I came from and married me. Not 2 years later, my head was crowned green. After that, I just checked out. Living was fine, dying was fine too, that kind of numb. You little punk, I told you to go chop firewood in the mountains, and here you are still squatting. Get moving and borrow the horse sled from the team leader's place. Wang the Gimp came hobbling out on his crutch, up and down, cursing under his breath. I didn't even lift an eyelid. Gotta keep up the act. I'd just forgotten one thing. Wang the Gimp didn't only curse him, he'd throw hands too. Sure enough, seeing me unmoved, he grabbed his crutch and slammed it down hard across my back. He didn't dare go for the head. After all, he was still counting on me to support the family. In a flash, like I had eyes on my back, I sidestepped, sprang up, and twisted at the waist. My leg came up in a whipping kick, cracking hard against his lower back. Smack! I-oh! Wang the Gimp let out a scream as he flew sideways and slammed hard into the snow. The cane flew from his hand, and I snatched it right out of the air. Gripping the cane, I stepped forward twice and swung it down toward his waist again. You son of a bitch, you dare, ow. Sprawled on the ground and scrambling to get away, Wang the Gimp hadn't even finished cursing before he caught another blow. His squealing, like a pig at slaughter, rang out across the whole yard. Stop! Stop it! Lu Yufin came rushing out at the sound. One look at the scene and her face went white. I didn't stop. The cane came down like rain. Never mind that Wang the Gimp had a bad leg. Even if he'd been in perfect shape, I figured I could take on 10 of him. And I was still holding back. Otherwise, that whip kick earlier would have put him flat on his back for half a year. Lu Yufin threw herself at me, grabbing my arm and begging. Sis, please, stop. Stop hitting him. Her grip was soft against my arm. I let myself be pulled off, half reluctant, and tossed the cane down onto him. Then turned to Lu Yufin with a wounded look. He swung first. Lu Yufin hurried over to help Wang the Gimp up. SSS, my back. You little bastard, you actually hit me. I'll kill you. Honey, calm down first. Wang the Gimp raised the cane, wanting to charge again, but Lu Yufin held him back for dear life. Truth was, he was all bluster, just trying to save a little face. A commotion this big had already drawn out all the neighbors. One by one they popped out their doors, craning their necks to catch the show. After the land was divided up among the households, the long winter left folks with a lot less work to do, and the village settled into a cozy, boring stretch of hunkering down for the cold. The second they caught wind of a good show, they came running faster than rabbits. Some of them, figuring things weren't dramatic enough, hollered to egg it on. Wang the Gimp still baring his teeth. Keep beating him. Getting hooped like that by an idiot. You even a man anymore? If it were me, I wouldn't stand for it. Not for a second. Wang the Gimp's face flushed bright red, burning with humiliation. But he couldn't win a fight, so all he could do was curse and grumble as Lu Yufin dragged him inside. Being the other man in a woman-sharing arrangement already had people talking behind his back, and now this on top of it. He had it rough. Me, I couldn't care less. When you've got nothing on the inside, what use is saving face? Out of habit, I patted my pockets, wanting a cigarette. Empty, cleaner than my face. The original owner of this body had been a workhorse who knew nothing but labor, never once tasted nicotine. But smoking was a habit of mine. The body had no craving, yet the itch was there in my mind. The excitement died down. Lu Yufin came over, a hint of reproach in her voice. You big dummy, what's gotten into you today? You never used to raise a hand to anyone. He swung first. Home. Well, don't hit anyone from now on. Hitting people is wrong. Anybody hits me, I hit them back. She looked at me, all that stubbornness on my face, and gave up. Try reasoning with an idiot, and you just end up the idiot yourself. Right? She quickly changed the subject. Fine. Go borrow the sled and head up the mountain to chop firewood. Chop firewood? Chop my ass. I shook my head like a rattle drum and spat out 2 words. Not going. Why not? She looked completely baffled. He'd always done whatever she told him to before. A live-in helper gets to sleep with you. You won't put out, I won't work. Huh. Her mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a fist. She never dreamed I'd come out with something like that. The truth was, I wasn't just thinking with my dick. After that one thought a moment ago, my body had mysteriously gotten stronger. If I actually helped the original owner fulfill this dying wish, would it level up another notch? Would I sprout a six-pack? It was mystical, beyond reason, without a shred of scientific basis. But hell, I'd already been reincarnated into another world. What science could explain that? Worth a shot. Once you've crossed over, nothing's impossible. Besides, I genuinely felt bad for the original guy and wanted to get him some justice. I had to admit, Liu Yufin was pretty easy on the eyes. No wonder the original owner had been so hung up on her. You big dummy you. You've changed, she stammered, snapping back to reality. My looks actually weren't bad, tall and strapping, but I had this dopey face that kept her from ever warming up to me. That, plus Gimpy Wong stirring the pot, was why she'd been getting a free ride off me for over a year. She grabbed onto my elbow, putting on a pitiful face. This thing, we'll talk about it later. First go get the firewood. We're almost out of kindling. It's dead winter, and if we can't fire up the stove, we'll all freeze. Another soft press against my arm. I thought it over. She had a point. No firewood meant I'd be freezing too. Out here in the bitter cold of the greater Shingon Mountains, a night without the stove going could genuinely freeze a man to death. Really? Hom. When has your sister-in-law ever lied to you? All right then, give me $1 first. My body wasn't itching for it anymore, but I needed to scrape together some cigarette money. What do you need money for? Her eyes went wide. I'd completely blown up her whole worldview today. No money, no going. Fine here. Nothing she could do. Gimpy was useless, and there was no way a woman like her could chop firewood herself. Gritting her teeth, she pulled a handkerchief-wrapped bundle of bills from her pants pocket, carefully unfolded it, and peeled off a $1 to stuff into my hand. Bumming money off a woman, and only $1 at that, my face burned with shame. I took the money, turned and headed into the storeroom, grabbed the axe, saw, and hemp rope, then walked out and made straight for the little village shop. The morning sun spilled across the snow, and the white glare reflecting back was blinding. After the land was divided up among households, a pretty young widow in the village had opened a little shop, selling odds and ends for daily use, and giving folks a place to play cards and kill time. Come winter, when the heavy snow sealed off the mountains, all the sociable types, young and old, men and women alike, loved to gather here. I pushed the door open and walked in. A thick cloud of tobacco smoke mixed with the din hit me square in the face, making even a chain smoker like me squint. Games and pie gow. The hottest spot was the middle table, where they were rolling dice. People crowded around the square table, their shouts mixing with the crisp clatter of dice hitting bowls, drowning out the laughter and cursing of a few guys swapping dirty jokes with the women in the corner. Well, if it isn't the big oaf. What are you doing here? Others can come, but I can't. Play your damn cards. You in a hurry to lose your money or what? The pretty widow pouring tea from a thermos didn't even notice me. I walked over to the display case by the wall and called out, "Hey, May, give me a pack of smokes." Jiang Mei, the pretty widow, wasn't old, 23, 24, tall and full-figured. When she bent over to pour water, her hips tilted up and the fabric stretched into a curve. Add in the fact that she was a widow living alone, and that tension bumped up another notch. I couldn't help sneaking a couple extra glances. What do you need cigarettes for? Doesn't Cripple Wong's smoke hand-rolled? Jiang Mei finished pouring the tea and turned around, reaching up to brush the loose strands of hair off her forehead, revealing a fair, pretty face. Skin that pale, out here in the middle of nowhere. That was a rare sight. There for me. Huh, since when did you pick that up? So many questions. I couldn't be bothered to answer, so I just handed over the money. What can $1 get me? Jiang Mei blinked and took the money. Ingchuan's 40 cents, and the priciest, peony, is only 60. Which do you want? The buying power of money these days was even stronger than I'd thought. Peony. And throw in a lighter. She shot me a look. Don't sell lighters. Those things run over $1. Nobody buys them. Only got matches, 2 cents a box. That work. Damn, that's steep. Decades from now, a lighter's still only $1. Give me a box of matches then. She opened the display case, pulled out a pack of peony and a box of matches, then handed them over along with 40 cents in change. Never mind, the matches are on me. Thanks. I pocketed the stuff and turned to leave. Some middle-aged guy with too much time on his hands hollered at me. Hey, big oaf. You bought smokes. Don't your uncle get one? Want one by your own. I gave him a glance and strode off. Losing face, the guy spat on the ground. Puffed. A dumb bastard who married into someone else's home, acting all high and mighty. The woman next to him snapped back, getting worked up over an idiot. Aren't you embarrassed? I was already out the door, but my ears were sharp. I heard every word. Annoying, but there was nothing I could do. I couldn't exactly go back and start a fight. As I walked, I expertly tore open the pack, pulled out a cigarette, and stuck it between my lips, then struck a match. KSSSD, the flame leapt up. Lit it, took a hard drag. Cough, 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 oh damn. The smoke poured down my throat like a foreign object lodged in there, and my body instinctively rejected it. I coughed so hard my eyes watered. The whole scene dragged me back to the clumsy mess of my first time learning to smoke in my past life. After I'd caught my breath, for a good while, I wiped away my tears and took small drags. One cigarette down, and my head started spinning again. My whole body felt light as a feather, like I was floating on clouds. I leaned against the mud wall to catch my breath, cursing under my breath. The Greater Shingon Mountains are vast and sparsely populated. An ordinary village has only a few dozen households. Ones with over 100 are rare. Wudo Village had about 60 households. Following the original owner's memories, I made my way to one of the only 2 brick houses in the village and knocked on a door, the home of the team leader, Zhao Weigua. Back in '83, when the land was divided among households, the production team's 20-some head of livestock weren't enough to go around. The team office drew lots to decide who got what, all down to luck. I didn't draw one. Neither did Liu Yufin's family. Yet somehow, the team leader's family drew a strong young pack horse, his older brother's family got a big bull, and even the few households close to him each came away with something. If you told me there was nothing shady about it, I wouldn't believe you if my life depended on it. But us common folk at the bottom couldn't fight the powers that be. We just had to accept it. Maybe it was out of pity for the original owner, but the team leader treated him decently. He was the only one in the village willing to lend him livestock. The courtyard wall was still the same 5-foot-high mud brick wall. Stand outside, and you could see the whole yard clear as day. Before long, the door opened, and out came a middle-aged woman, the team leader's wife, Luo Hong. What's up, Auntie Luo? I was hoping to borrow your pack horse to head into the mountains and chop some firewood. I kept my expression blank and my voice low, holding on to the original owner's dim-witted persona. Sure, come on in. The horse just got fed. Auntie Luo opened the gate with a smile, then turned to lead the sturdy horse out of the stable, thoughtfully hitching it up to a sled. Stay safe out there in the mountains. Will do. I said goodbye to Auntie Luo and led the horse toward the east end of the village. Passing by the original owner's little courtyard, I couldn't help but take a couple of extra glances. The low, run-down mud brick house had sat empty for so long that it gave off an air of desolation. The yard, though, was spacious. Front and back together came to about 2 acres, which was above average for the village. Once I settled that business with Liu Yufin and fulfilled the original owner's last wish, I'd move back here. Being a live-in son-in-law, that was just too degrading. I've got my pride, too. Beyond the village lay the fields, blanketed in snow, a vast expanse of white. There were no roads, yet roads were everywhere. I just led the horse straight toward the forest. The snow was frozen solid, leaving only shallow prints underfoot. The going was easy, but the bone-chilling cold of 20 or 30 below zero made my very bones ache. My cotton coat was patch upon patch, the padding long since matted flat, offering next to no warmth. All I could do was quicken my pace and generate a little heat by moving. After crossing the frozen river and walking another half hour or so, I plunged deep into the endless snowy woods. The forest was eerily silent, save for the occasional strange cry of a bird that made me shrink my neck and break out in goosebumps all over. Well, I'd already come this far. Might as well press on. The Greater Shingon Mountains elevation isn't The terrain was gentle and high, with no cliffs or steep drops, so the horse sled moved through the woods with ease. Chopping firewood was something the original owner had done his whole life. Following his memories, I quickly found a stand of oak trees. If you want to talk about what wood burns best, oak is definitely near the top of the list. Born to be firewood, oak is dense, burns long, and produces little smoke and ash, perfect for a fire. I didn't have a chainsaw, and felling trees by hand was exhausting and dangerous, so I just wandered through the oak grove looking for fallen or broken limbs. Whenever I found one, I'd swing my axe to cut it into the right length and stack it onto the sled. Before long, a massive oak that had toppled over, roots and all, caught my eye in the distance. It was as thick as a barrel. My heart leaped. I led the horse forward. Hauling the whole thing back was a pipe dream. It had to weigh at least 10 plus tons. This horse could pull 2,000 pounds at most, and with the hilly terrain, you'd have to cut that in half again. I just wanted to chop off some branches. Enough to burn was good enough. As I got close to the roots, I spotted a bowl-sized hole in the snowbank. The rim was fringed with white frost, completely different from the snow around it. Curiosity got the better of me, and I leaned in for a look. That one glance made my hair stand on end. I turned the horse around and walked away, treading as lightly as I could. Forget the firewood. Once I'd gotten a good distance away, I pulled off my mittens and lit a cigarette, but my feet didn't dare stop moving. That glance. There was a big, furry creature crouched inside the hole. Pitch black. I couldn't make it out clearly, but I knew what it was, a hibernating bear. The apex predator of the forest. If I'd actually woken it up, we'd have split things 70-30, 3 minutes for me, and it'd be 70% full. I wished I had an extra leg to run faster. By the time I walked out of the oak grove, my heart was still pounding, so hard I could hear it. If I hadn't taken that second look and had just swung my axe into the tree, I'd have definitely startled that black beast awake. I couldn't bear to think about what would have happened next. On the way back, I picked up some fallen branches here and there, enough to burn for a few days. This forest might run short of everything else, but never firewood. Beneath my feet lay the largest stretch of virgin forest in the entire country. You big oaf! How come you brought back so little wood? Lu Yufeng glared at the sorry little pile of gnarled sticks on the sled, steaming mad. After all, she'd slipped me a whole yuan just to get me out the door. I didn't even bother to look up. In a few quick moves, I tossed the wood and tools onto the ground, took the horse, and headed out the gate amid her nagging. There and back, it was already near noon. But winters here have short days. Sunrise at 8 in the morning, sunset around 4 in the afternoon. Only 7 or 8 hours in a day. Most people skipped lunch and ate just 2 meals a day. After returning the horse to Auntie Luo, I asked, "Auntie Luo, is Uncle Zhao home?" "He's inside. You need something from him." "Yeah." Now that the round trip was over and the fear had worn off, my mind started working again. These days, a bear could. Beatable, sellable, and worth a fortune. A bear's whole body is treasure, especially the gallbladder, a precious medicinal ingredient. Fortune favors the bold. I decided to grab the captain and go hunt that bear. Why him? Because he's got a gun. The production brigade may have been half disbanded, but the headquarters still kept firearms and ammunition, specifically for dealing with the wild animals that came down from the mountains every year to ravage the crops. The worst offenders were the wild boar packs. A single night could leave 100 acres torn up. Out here, each person farmed 10 acres. But the winters ran so long that we only got one planting a year. Lots of land, little yield. If the mountain beasts trampled through even once, a whole year's work went down the drain. Aunt Luo led me into the inner room, and a wave of warmth hit my face. Zhao Weiguo sat cross-legged on the Kong, rolling a cigarette. "Dumb. Chengyi, you need something from me?" I pulled out a cigarette and handed it over. "Uncle Zhao, there's something I need to trouble you with." "Huh? Look at you, big dummy. You've learned to offer smokes now." Zhao Weiguo took it with wide eyes, then watched as I smoothly struck a match and brought the flame up to his lips. "Whoa there! What's gotten into you?" he yelped, quickly clamping the cigarette in his mouth and lighting it. Only then did I light my own. Seeing the baffled look on his face, I gave a wry smile. "Uncle Zhao, do me a favor and stop treating me like an idiot, all right?" I'd been playing dumb so long I couldn't even talk straight anymore, and it had been eating at me. "Starting today, come what may." Zhao Weiguo looked me up and down. You little rascal, you're cured? Something clicked into place. Aunt Luo, standing off to the side, couldn't help herself either. Yi, are you really better? Uncle Zhao, Aunt Luo, I really am better. I woke up this morning and everything was fine. My head's crystal clear. Given how the old me had always acted the fool, if I claimed I'd never been sick, nobody would believe me anyway. The couple clicked their tongues in amazement. No longer playing dumb, my whole bearing had changed. The dull, slow-witted air was gone, and my eyes were sharp and clear. Zhao Weiguo, ever the skeptic, cut straight to the point. Then quit being a live-in laborer and move back to your own place. How about it? Yeah, that's right, Aunt Luo chimed in. Now that you're well, go home. Give it a while, and I'll find you a pretty girl, and you can shut your door and live a proper life. Something knotted up in my chest. Go home. I wanted to, believe me. Uncle, Auntie, well, I'll head back in a little while. But I still had to settle that one wish for the original owner of this body. This illness wasn't fully cured yet. Disappointment flickered in their eyes, but they didn't press it. They'd already tried countless times. Zhao Weiguo sighed. Me and your dad, never mind. Kick off your shoes, get up on the Kong, and tell me what this is really about. I climbed onto the Kong and spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The whole story of running into the bear's den up in the mountains. Uncle Zhao, are we doing this? He slapped the Kong table. Doing it? Damn right we're doing it. You're basically handing me money. Kid, you think I'd turn it away? Off to the side. Aunt Luo, still weaving. Aunt Luo, in her wool sweater, set down her work and frowned. You two ain't professional hunters. How about we get Uncle Yang to come along? Raiding a bear den, now that's his specialty. Zhao Weiguo and I exchanged a look. He lowered his voice. What do you think, Chengyi? One more man means one more cut of the money. Money, shmoney. Aunt Luo cut in before I could speak. Your life's what matters most. Ain't that right, little Yi? Meeting her sharp glare, I caved instantly. Aunt Luo's got a point. At her urging, Zhao Weiguo climbed off the Kong and geared up. Army overcoat, dog fur hat, mittens, scarf, felt boots, the whole 9 yards. In this bone-chilling cold, staying alive came down to that outfit. On the way to Old Man Yang's place, I couldn't help myself. Uncle Zhao, we've each got a rifle. One shot to drop that bear, and we're done. Why do we need him? You don't know Jack, kid. Zhao Weiguo shot me a look. Raiding a bear den ain't just about dropping it. Gutting, skinning, harvesting the gallbladder. You know how to do any of that? 'Cause I sure don't. I rolled my eyes. What a great excuse. The next day, before dawn, I rolled off the Kong and got busy in the front room. I rinsed the little bit of rice we had, cooked up a pot of thick white porridge, and boiled 2 eggs. This was how a good life was supposed to be, wasn't it? I was in the middle of eating when Lu Yufan came out of the east room with a padded jacket draped over her shoulders. Why are you up so early? She stopped mid-sentence. When she saw the white porridge in my bowl and the half-eaten egg in my hand, her eyes just about popped out of her head. Good Lord, you keep spending like this and we'll never get by. I said nothing, but my eyes wandered over her. Long johns hugged her full figure, and beneath the fabric, something was faintly visible. This woman wasn't wearing anything underneath. I swallowed involuntarily. A body in its early 20s, the hormones were downright frightening. Lu Yufan, who'd been fuming, got flustered under my stare and crossed her arms over her chest to cover up. Big dummy, what are you gawking at? Keep it up and I'll gouge your eyes out. I wore the look of a man past caring. So what if I'm looking? Before she could respond, I raised my voice again. I've been the extra man in this household a whole year now. Fine, you won't let me sleep with you, but I can't even look? Move your hands, they're in the way. Embarrassed and furious, her tanned face flushed a deep red. But what shocked her even more was the spirit in me right now. Not a trace left of the dopey fool I used to be. Big dummy, you're not slow anymore. Disappointed, are you? I couldn't be bothered to explain. I wolfed down the rest in a couple of bites, set my chopsticks down, wiped my mouth, stood up, walked over to her, and swung my hand. Smack. Ah, she yelped, clutching her backside. Nice and firm. How about you come to my room tonight? Having had my fun teasing her, I turned and left. I still had real business to take care of. No time to waste on her. Behind me, she leaned weakly against the wall, catching her breath. After a long moment, she murmured, That big oaf. He's gone bad. Through the vast snowy forest, 3 men, 1 horse, and 2 dogs made their way. I carried a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Zhao Weigua had drilled the instructions into me 3 times over, and the most important one was this: never point the muzzle at a person. Old Man Yang glanced at me, cigarette dangling from my lips, rifle in hand, then turned to Zhao Weigua, who was leading the horse. Weigua, this big oaf, he's really not slow anymore. We'd lived in the same village for a good 10 years, and he'd gotten used to how dim-witted I used to be. Now, seeing this smug, roguish look on my face, he couldn't quite square it no matter how he looked. He was lean and wiry, dark-skinned, with deep creases lining his face. He looked 60 or 70, but he was actually just past 50. You bet, Zhao Weigua said. This kid's slicker than a greased monkey now. I piped up right away. Hey, I'm standing right here. What's with talking trash about me to my face? So you want us to do it behind your back instead? You'd better just do it to my face. I turned to Old Man Yang. Grandpa Yang, how exactly do we clear out a bear den? Give me the rundown first. Old Man Yang loved playing the teacher. The moment hunting came up, he lit right up. Once he got going, there was no stopping him. He talked the whole way to the oak grove without pausing for breath. I hung on every word. When we spotted that thick fallen tree, I raised my hand and pointed. The bear den's right under those roots. Old Man Yang nodded and told Zhao Weigua to tie the horse up farther off, so the gunshots wouldn't spook it. I crouched low, treading as softly as I could. Old Man Yang smirked. What are you doing, sneaking around like a thief? Walk normal. A hibernating bear's half comatose. Nothing short of a real racket'll wake it. Seeing him stroll along without a care, I straightened up too, chin high and chest out. But suddenly his 2 Oricon hunting dogs reacted, hackles rising, teeth bared, low growls in their throats. They were warning us. Danger. Old Man Yang bent down and rubbed both dogs' heads, and they settled immediately. Huh, smart animals. I watched with envy. In my past life, I'd raised a big golden retriever. It got sick later, and no amount of money could save it. After that, cramped city living meant I never dared get another. But now, out here in this roomy little country yard, that itch to raise a dog stirred back to life. As we drew near the den, Old Man Yang and Zhao Weigua bent down one after the other to peer inside. I took a look too, but it was pitch black in there. I could only just make out a tuft of fur. The 3 of us backed off about 20 paces and worked the bolts, chambering rounds. Old Man Yang pulled a string of firecrackers from his canvas satchel and shoved it at me. Go on, light it and toss it in the den. I took it reluctantly. This job of flushing out the bear really did have my name on it. First time holding a gun, so my aim was anybody's guess. I'd figured we could just put a bullet in the bear while it was still out cold. But Old Man Yang said it wasn't that simple. A bear has a big body and a small head, and when it dens up, it backs and rump first, so its behind is facing outside. If you kill it inside the den, a beast that size is impossible to drag out. It gets stuck, and then you're back to digging. More importantly, once a bear dies, its body reabsorbs the bile. By the time you haul it out, the gallbladder's already empty. And the gallbladder is the most valuable thing on a bear. It comes in grades, too. If you want top quality bile, you've got to make the bear angry first. Rage produces bile. That's why no hunter will strike while it's sleeping. Clutching the firecrackers, I stepped back up to the den's mouth, my heart pounding hard. Even with 2 rifles already loaded and aimed from a distance, and another slung across my back, I couldn't keep my heartbeat down. This thing wasn't some animal locked up in a zoo. It's not the 10,000 times that get you. It's the one. I steadied myself, glanced back at the 2 men kneeling in the snow, ready to fire, then pulled off my mitten and drew out a match. It took 3 strikes to light. My hands were shaking. With trembling fingers, I lit the fuse and flung it into the den. Crack, crack, crack. The explosions went off one after another inside the den. I scrambled backward, yanked the Type 56 carbine off my back, and dropped to one knee beside Zhao Weigua, raising the rifle and taking aim. Roar! The black bear's furious roar came pouring out of the den mouth along with the gunpowder smoke. The sound sent a shiver straight through me. Damn, someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Woof, woof, woof. The 2 hounds barked wildly, but without Old Yang's command, they didn't dare charge a single step. The next instant, The snow piled at the den's mouth collapsed with a crash, and a massive bear paw thrust out of the smoke first. "That's no black bear. It's a brown bear," Old Yang cried out. "A brown bear. A black bear tops out around 500 pounds. A brown bear is twice that, over 1,000. They're not in the same league. Black bears are actually on the brown bear's menu." The moment I heard brown bear, my asshole clenched. But there was no time to think. That pitch-black head was already pushing out of the den. Roar! It snarled in fury, a mouthful of fangs bared, cold and terrifying. I lined up the sights, 3 points in a row, the bead locked dead on its head. My finger resting on the trigger trembled slightly, but I forced myself not to pull it. We'd agreed Old Yang would fire the first shot. The brown bear roared as it squeezed out of the den, broad-shouldered and thick-backed, its dark brown coat matted into clumps, a ring of grayish-white across its chest, its eyes full of savagery. It shook its bulky body, throwing off frozen earth and leftover snow. Old Yang still hadn't fired. I was cursing inside. Had the old man frozen up in fear? I couldn't help but shoot him a glance. He held that old Type 38 rifle, expressionless, his hands as steady as a rock. The next moment, the brown bear reared up on its hind legs. Nearly 3 meters tall, its body was like a moving hill bearing down on us. Roar! Bang! The muffled crack of the shot rang out. A burst of blood bloomed on the brown bear's head. It's massive. The body slammed into the snow with a thunderous crash, kicking up a spray of powder. The gunshot was the signal. Both dogs bolted forward at once. "That's it." I turned to look at Old Man Yang. "Grandpa Yang, do I still need to shoot?" Zhao Weigua hadn't fired a shot. Neither had I. 1,000-pound beast, dropped by a single bullet from him. In that moment, I finally grasped the true weight of the cold rifle in my hands. All living things are equal. No matter how big, how fierce, how vicious. Faced with this one shot, they all meet the same end. Before I could snap out of it, the two men were already up and walking over. "Uncle Yang, you're a legend." Zhao Weigua laid it on thick. Luck, just luck." Old Man Yang played it humble, but the grin on his face was pure pride. The two hounds circled the still twitching bear carcass, barking wildly. Zhao Weigua stepped up, leveled his Type 56 at the bear's head, ready to put in a finishing shot just to be safe. "Uncle Zhao, don't shoot," I called out, stopping him. "What's the matter?" Zhao Weigua looked at me, puzzled. "You told me to do it. I still haven't fired a shot. So much fuss. Hurry up, then." I jogged over, planting myself 5 meters from the brown bear, both hands steadying the rifle. Old Man Yang quickly called the two dogs back, worried I might misfire and hit them. Bang! The shot exploded through the icy mountains and snowy forest, echoing off in every direction. I let out a long breath, so satisfying. Finally, I'd gotten to be part of it. Me, Cheng Yi, could now count myself among men who'd hunted a bear. A brown bear, no less. Crimson blood mixed with pale, mushy brains spread across the ground. The bear stopped twitching entirely. Only then did Old Man Yang step forward to inspect it. 2 bullet holes in that massive skull. The entry wounds looked normal enough, just the size of a finger. But when I circled around to the back of its head, I lost my cool. Holy crap, that much power? Both bullets had punched clean through the entire skull. The hole from Yang's Type 38 was fairly tidy, the exit only slightly bigger than the entry. But my Type 56 was something else. The exit wound was the size of a fist. "Uncle Zhao, how'd that happen?" Old Man Yang pulled the knife from his belt, getting ready to gut the bear, and casually tossed a longer blade over to Zhao Weigua. "You two chop off the 4 paws." Zhao Weigua caught the knife and, while getting to work, explained the difference between the 2 shots. The Type 38 fired 6.5 millimeters rounds, stable trajectory, straight through, small holes on both sides. What folks call small in, small out. The Type 56 used 7.62 millimeters. The bullet spun at high speed, and once it drilled into flesh, it churned out a massive cavity. Devastating stopping power. A chill ran down my spine as I listened. If that had hit a person, Old Man Yang gutted the animal with practiced ease, and with one hand pulled the gallbladder out of the abdominal cavity, a pear-shaped sac bigger than my fist. He tied it off with a knot, wiped the blood clean with a handful of snow, and held it high above his head, facing the sunlight. Haha, solid and round. It's a bronze gallbladder. his weathered old face crinkled up like a chrysanthemum. He carefully tucked away the bear gallbladder before pulling out some steaming entrails and tossing them to the two dogs. The dogs had been waiting impatiently and immediately started chowing down, chomping away like crazy. We had to skin the bear fast before it froze stiff. I ended up being the most idle one, crouching off to the side watching, lending a hand now and then. Once the work was mostly done, we brought over the horse sled. We stripped the bones and cut the meat, dividing the bear into several big chunks and piling them all onto the sled. Old Man Yang casually hung the intestines the dogs hadn't finished on a tree branch. That's the rule out here in the mountains. When you bag big game, you can't keep it all to yourself. You've got to leave a portion as an offering to the mountain god. What does it mean to be a professional? This is what it means. Rock-solid hunting skills and reverence to boot. This fat bear weighed 1,000 gene. After removing the entrails and hide, I figured there was still 700 or 800 gene of meat left. The horse struggled a bit on the rolling mountain trail, so every now and then I had to give it a pull forward or hold it back. Luckily, we soon headed downhill and things got easier, though on the steep parts one actually had to help it brake. Along the way, Old Man Yang muttered about it several times. Running into a brown bear on the outer edge of this vast snowy forest made no sense at all. For me to stumble onto this bear den was like my ancestors' graves were smoking with good fortune. Once we cleared the woods, I glanced down at the Type 56 carbine in my hands and remembered there were still 9 rounds left in the magazine. If I didn't empty it, wouldn't I be wasting the chance? Uncle Zhao, Grandpa Yang, you two go on ahead. I'll fire off a few shots and catch up. You and your endless nonsense. The two of them left, and I plunged back into the woods. Bang bang. The 9 rounds were gone in no time, and I still wasn't satisfied. When I caught up with them, I put on a shameless grin. Uncle Zhao, how about you let me have a go with that rifle of yours? Go play with your own leg. Get out of here. You got it. Just as we were nearing the village, Old Man Yang suddenly stopped us. It's still early. Don't head straight into the village. We don't want anyone spotting us. There's no replacement for experience. He really thought of everything. Making money quietly is the way to go. Neither of us hesitated to agree. We picked out the fattest ribs and the thick slabs of fat, packed up over 100 gene, and had Zhao Weigua carry it back first to be split 3 ways. Rendered down into bear grease, the fat had all kinds of uses. Fried pancakes and stir-fried dishes tasted better with it than with soybean or lard. It was pure, packed with calories, and eating it kept the cold out. Rubbed on your face, it cured chapped skin and frostbite. It wouldn't freeze even in the coldest weather, and it maintained firearms better than professional gun oil. In any case, Old Man Yang praised it to the skies. Old Man Yang and I skirted around the village and got onto the highway, heading toward town. Wudo village was only 5 or 6 li from Songling town, so we got there in a little over half an hour. Next to the town's train station was a small alley, and at the end of it stood an abandoned warehouse. In the dead of night, around 3 or 4 in the morning, this place turned into a black market. Empty by day, but the people running it were around. They normally bought all kinds of mountain goods too. Just relying on the 2 or 3 mound nightly stall fee, there was no way they'd get rich. Money. These days, the country was shifting from a planned economy to a market economy, and attitudes were split right down the middle. The bold and quick-witted were already out on the streets, hawking their goods in broad daylight. The timid ones only dared come to the black market. After all, profiteering wasn't yet a thing of the past, and some folks, selling sensitive stuff or goods that came from who knows where, had nowhere to go but here. The warehouse door stood open. 2 punk-looking young guys sat just inside, an iron stove glowing red-hot in front of them. One of them fed wood into it, and when he spotted old Yang, he even called out a warm greeting. Hey, Grandpa Yang, what did you bring back from the mountains today? The bear meat on the sled was covered with dry hay. They couldn't see it. Where's your boss, Wang? Tell him to come out and take a look at the goods. He's inside watching TV. I'll go get him. That boss Wang was a fat guy, well over 200 pounds, with soft, pale skin. In these lean times, being able to keep yourself that plump and pale said something all on its own. Otherwise, how could he run a black market so smoothly? Don't think the authorities didn't know this place existed. Anybody else tried pulling this off, and the local patrol squad would have shut them down the same day. It was just like those high-end clubs in prime downtown spots in later years. Either you had connections backing you, or you'd greased the right palms long ago. The guys in uniform knew better than anyone what went on inside. Old Yang went back and forth haggling with Fat Wong, while I barely said a word the whole time. Weighed altogether, bones and meat, it came to 589 caddies. Fat Wong would go no higher than 2.8 a caddy, which worked out to 1,649.2 yuan. Pork without ration coupons went for about 2 yuan. Bear meat, being rarer, was only 80 cents more. I couldn't tell if that was a good deal or not. According to Old Yang, bear meat had a strong gamey smell and was heating to the body, not as tasty as plain pork. It only fetched a higher price because it was a novelty, the kind of thing officials and bosses bought to treat guests and hand out as gifts to keep up appearances. Ordinary folks barely ate meat a handful of times a year. Who'd want to pay more for bear meat? Besides, 2.8 was just the buying price. God knows how many times over they'd mark it up for retail. Bear paws, 500 apiece for the front paws, 350 for the back, 1,700 for all four. This was a top-tier delicacy, and I thought it was insanely cheap. Premium bear gallbladder only went for 1,300. Bear hide was even cheaper, 380. I kept feeling like I was getting shortchanged, but I didn't know a thing, so I couldn't just spout off based on gut feeling. Old Yang was a veteran hunter with plenty of experience. If he accepted the price, I had even less reason to nitpick. Hunting 1,000 catty brown bear, and it didn't even bring in 10,000. By the time we left the warehouse, Old Yang's satchel held just 5,030 yuan. Grandpa Yang, isn't that price a little low? He drove the sled while I sat beside him, asking casually. Haul it to the county seat, and you could get more, but that's a good 30-some li away. So, Grandpa Yang, when was the last time you bagged a bear? 3 years, Pa. None of your damn business. A slap landed on the back of my head, cursing and grumbling. The sun was almost down when the two of us hurried back to Zhao Weigua's place, where a big iron pot was already stewing bear meat. Auntie Luo was beaming ear to ear. Uncle Yang, Xiaoya, come on in and warm up. Take a seat on the Kong. The meat's done, so have yourselves a good drink. Sure thing. I didn't stand on ceremony one bit and followed Old Yang inside. Nothing lifts your spirits like good fortune, and Zhao Weigua was all smiles too, waving us over to take off our shoes and get up on the Kong. The three of us sat around the Kong table while Auntie Zhao bustled in with a big red thermos to pour water. This was treatment I'd never gotten before. I went to offer a cigarette, but one glance at the pack showed just two left. Zhao Weigua pulled out one of his hand-rolled smokes. No filter, packed a nasty punch, but it'd do. Old Yang laid the 5,030 yuan out on the Kong table. Back in these days, the biggest bill was the 10 yuan Great Unity note, so 5,000 some stacked up looked thicker than 50 grand would in later years. Weigua, let's split it by the rules we agreed on yesterday. You do the math, 5,030 total, how much does each of us get? In Old Yang's eyes, I was a half-illiterate who couldn't even make it through grade school, useless when it came to numbers. Zhao Weigua probably figured the same, and right away he started counting on his fingers. Drop the loose change. 1 shares 718. By Grandpa Yang's rules, whoever supplies the tip gets an extra share. So 3 shares. That's 2,154. You two each get 2 shares, 1,436. The leftover 4 yuan goes to buying bean cake for the horse. It about worked itself to death today. I rattled it all off in one breath, and even shot the two of them a raised eyebrow. These were the rules Old Yang had set based on hunting party custom. Taking part in the hunt counted as 1 share, the gun as 1 share, and supplying the tip as 1 share. That gave me 3 shares and them 2 apiece, 7 shares total. So I came out 718 ahead of each of them. I'd honestly figured a 3-way even split would have been fine, but Old Yang insisted, probably because he didn't want to take advantage of a simpleton. You can actually work that out, kid? Old Yang and Zhao Weigua both looked skeptical. Hey, don't believe me? Run the numbers yourselves. I gave a little smirk. Say what you want, I was a college grad. Drop me in this era, and I was a top-tier scholar, hands down. Zhao Weigua flat out didn't buy it and did the math himself. And sure enough, it came out to the same figure. Not satisfied, he ran it again. Same result, and only then did he give me a thumbs up. You've finally wised up, kid. Even got arithmetic figured out. I rolled my eyes. Praise like that just sounded like an insult to me. With the money divided, Auntie Luo brought out a big basin of pickled cabbage stewed with bear meat, and the whole room filled with the smell. Chopped scallions and rendered fat floated on top. One look and your mouth started watering. My saliva was going crazy. The body's original owner hadn't touched meat in far too long and was starved for grease. Then again, everybody's belly was short on oil these days, so nobody had room to laugh at anybody else. You all dig in. There's 2 more dishes coming. Wagwa, pour the drinks. What are you standing around for? Before long, out came a plate of wood-ear mushrooms fried with free-range eggs and a plate of shredded potato stir-fry. Any other time, wood-ear fried with eggs count as a real treat around here. It's the dead of winter, bitter cold, and the hens are miserable, so they're barely laying. Bear meat does have a gamey smell, but dipped in soybean paste it's not half bad. And they'd saved me the fattiest cut. It burst with juice the moment it hit my mouth, rich but never greasy. My chopsticks were flying, my body soaking it up like cracked farmland finally getting rain, drinking it in greedily. I'd barely gotten a few bites down when Zhao Weigua's kids came back, his 18-year-old daughter Zhao Wenjing and his 15-year-old son Zhao Wenjun. Neither had eaten yet. They said their polite hellos, and Zhao Wenjing went to the outer room for a bowl and chopsticks, then climbed up onto the Kong to sit. Zhao Weigua took a sip of his liquor. Weren't you two having a great time at your grandma's? How come you're back after just 2 days? Little brother wanted to stay, but I wanted to come home. With a stranger around, Zhao Wenjing turned a little shy, her voice soft and sweet, without a trace of that thick country twang. Every now and then she'd sneak a glance at me, clearly curious. How'd that big oaf change so much? Her staring got me a little self-conscious. I swallowed the wood-ear mushroom in my mouth and cleared my throat. Ahem. Wenjing, if you've got something to ask, just ask. Staring at me all day won't get you any answers. Oh, I wasn't. Caught off guard, she instinctively denied it, then flushed red and dropped her head to nibble on her white flower bun. Seeing his daughter so flustered, Zhao Weigua immediately went into protective dad mode and shot me a glare. The way you've changed, who wouldn't be thrown off? I curled my lip. Figures, another daughter-obsessed dad. No sense picking a fight I can't win, so I'd just steer clear. Not worth another word. In this whole wide world, eating comes first, and good food is not to be wasted. I kept digging in, full of food and drink. I looked up to find the moon already hanging high. The original owner of this body never touched a drop, but that lush Zhao Weigua forced a couple shots down me. My steps were a little unsteady as I climbed off the Kong, but it was only a couple shots. With my build, not enough to keep me from walking. As I was leaving, Auntie Luo suddenly called me over, pulled me aside, and lowered her voice. Xiaoya, you're making money now. You're still going to keep pulling the double harness for that cripple Wang's family? You never think about your own future. Auntie Luo, I'll be leaving that household before long. Then what? What are you still waiting for? It's hard to say. Don't worry, the second it's settled, I'll go straight back to my own home. Well, if you're planning to leave, you'd better hide the money you got today. Don't let them find out. That snapped me back to reality. I quickly pulled the 2,000 plus out of my pocket, kept 154 for myself, and handed over the remaining 2,000. Auntie Luo, could I trouble you to hold on to this for me? She took it without hesitation. Sure, Auntie'll keep it safe for you. Come get it whenever you need it. Thank you, Auntie. Pulling the double harness comes with its own rules. Every cent you earn goes to the family, and all you get to keep is a little pocket change from selling cigarettes. And if you ever do part ways, the harness man has to leave with nothing but the clothes on his back, maybe a bit of travel money at most, but forget about any share of the property. Even the son you had with the woman. A woman's got to take her original husband's surname too. That's just how stifling it is. The best case scenario is the original husband kicks the bucket, so the new man can finally be made official and live a normal life. That's why Auntie Luo gave me the heads up. Women think things through down to the finest detail. That angle hadn't even crossed my mind. If the other party found out about a chunk of money that big, not handing it over wouldn't sit right by the rules. But to hand it over, unless I used, that woman won't put out, as a bargaining chip. Well, that'd mean burning the bridge and going our separate ways, and getting a woman into bed would be pushed off even further into the never-never. Better to leave well enough alone. I pocketed the 154 bucks and headed out. Out of smokes, I made my way to the little corner store. From way off, I could see the lights still on, and as I got closer, I could hear the ruckus inside. Folks sure were hooked on their card games. I pushed the door open. Under the dim yellow light, it was still hazy with smoke, just 2 tables going. The pretty widow, Jiang Mei, wasn't busy. She was sitting by the counter cracking sunflower seeds. When she saw me, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "Big guy, what are you doing here so late?" "Buying smokes." "Yep, a pack of peonies, and a box of matches too." I fished out $1. She stood up to take the money, even more surprised. "You actually learned to smoke? That Lu Yufin's willing to buy you cigarettes? And good ones at that." A string of questions, and I didn't know which to answer first, so I just went with 2 words. "Yep, that's right." Jiang Mei shot me a look full of charm, sticking out her rear as she grabbed my stuff. This woman had hooks in her eyes. I couldn't help sneaking a few glances, way too round. The second she stood up, I whipped my gaze away and put on my best pious, upstanding act. "Here you go." "Thanks, Sis Mei." I took the stuff and turned to leave. I'd barely stepped out when she actually followed me, just coming out for some air. Under the moonlight, she opened one hand and stretched it out toward me. "What's this about?" I just took her hand and held it, soft. The next moment, she smacked my paw away. "A cigarette. I'm asking you for a smoke." "Hey, you should have said so. I thought you wanted to make some noise for love with me." "Make noise for love? What's that supposed to mean?" Never mind." I broke open the pack and handed her one. "Sis Mei, you sell cigarettes yourself. Have you got the nerve to bum one off me? I can't bear to smoke ones this nice." "Huh. Big guy, since when do you talk so smooth?" Only after taking the cigarette did it dawn on her. I struck a match and lit it for her. Smooth or not, it is what it is now. Well, the big guy really isn't so dumb anymore. Plenty of women smoked these days. Nobody looked at them sideways, let alone slapped a bad woman label on them. The way I saw it, a woman who smoked had a certain flavor to her, something sexier, provided she was good-looking, that is. A woman who didn't make the cut in the looks department could never pull it off no matter what. Jiang Mei just happened to be pretty, and right now she had a cigarette in hand too. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her over whether I was dumb or not. Staring at her, I laid on the flattery. "Sis Mei, you look real pretty when you smoke." She laughed, one corner of her mouth curling up, and gave my shoulder a light pat. "Aren't you a sweet talker? How about you quit this whole shared husband arrangement and marry me instead? Come live with me, how's that sound?" "Sister Mei, I didn't get much schooling. Don't you go tricking me now." "Huh, I'm just messing with you. You don't mind that I'm a widow? You don't mind that I'm somebody's kept man, and I won't mind that you're a widow." Now he was even setting conditions. Jiang Mei was momentarily at a loss for words. The 2 of us leaned against the wall and finished a cigarette, then headed back to our own homes. In this deadly cold, you couldn't stay outside for long. It was already March, but at night the temperature could still drop below -30. Even a belly full of bear meat couldn't keep you warm. When I got back to Lu Yufin's place, the courtyard gate was already locked, so I just climbed over the wall. This 5-foot wall really only kept out honest folks. Forget 5 feet, even 10 feet. I could have cleared it easy if I wanted in. The door to the outer room wasn't bolted, so at least she still had a little conscience. Once I stepped into the west room, the warmth hit me. Getting through winter in the Northeast came down to the heated brick bed and the firewall. Fire up the stove, and the room could climb past 20 degrees. By morning, it'd still be holding around 10. I just stripped down and climbed onto the Kong when Lu Yufin came swaying in on that big backside of hers, knocking as she pushed the door open. "Where'd you run off? Why were you back so late? You eat yet?" Out of habit, she started to nag me, but the second she got a look at my face, now stripped of its dopey, slow-witted look, her tone shifted. More concern than scolding now. Since she was talking to me nicely, I naturally didn't feel like being difficult either. "Ate over at the team leader's place. That's why I'm a little late." "You big dummy, you really got better?" "Yep. Isn't it obvious?" Under the dim yellow light, her eyes darkened. She looked like she wanted to say something but held back, then finally couldn't stop herself. "Dummy. Chingyi, are you planning on leaving this family?" There were 20 acres of land here. Once winter passed, spring planting had to start in May. No matter how thin you spread the seed over that much ground, one woman couldn't manage it alone. Fall short. and she wouldn't even be able to pay this year's taxes. Depends on my mood. Good mood, I'll stick around. Bad mood. Well, no telling what'll happen then. I said it with a grin. Only a fool would leave. Me, a guy who'd crossed over from another time, spend my whole life as some woman's kept man? I couldn't stand the shame of it. And farming was even more out of the question. In the decades ahead, doing damn near anything would beat digging in the dirt. You could get rich selling tea eggs, but who ever heard of anyone striking it rich by honestly working the land? Why haven't you left yet then? Or, how about you come up on the Kong, and we finish what we didn't get to before? That little tease made Lu Yufin's face flush bright red, and she scrambled out of the room in a fluster. She went back to the east room with her mind heavy. Lam Wang wasn't asleep either. Well, he really not slow anymore. Nope. He even asked me to come up on his Kong. Honey, do you think I should? Shut it. I don't agree to that. I couldn't sleep that night. Bear meat runs hot in the body, and lying on the Kong, I was burning up all over. My mind kept drifting. One minute, she's Lu Yufin. The next, she's the pretty widow. There were still fleas in the blanket, biting me every now and then, stinging and itchy all at once. These days, fleas and lice ran rampant in the countryside. Girls got nits in their hair and had to comb them out over and over with a fine-toothed comb. These little pests, long extinct in my time, were still tormenting people here. I don't even know how I managed to fall asleep. With the vigor of a 20-year-old, I woke up needing to change my shorts. Once I cleaned myself up, I hauled the blanket and the Kong mattress out into the yard all at once. In this bitter cold, every kind of bug would freeze to death. When Lu Yufin saw it, she went into my room and sprinkled a circle of DDT powder, saying it was the best thing for killing fleas. Breakfast was cornbread buns with millet porridge, so thin and watery you could see your reflection in it. Even though I'd eaten bear meat the day before, my stomach was still starved for grease. Wang the cripple kept staring at me all through the meal. I shot him a fierce glare, and he immediately dropped his head and shoveled down his food. His heart had probably sunk to rock bottom. The big dumb oaf was no longer the big dumb oaf he could push around at will. The good days were over for him. Kick me out, and there'd be no one to do the work around the house. Don't kick me out, and I'd keep having my eye on his wife. The whole reason he'd brought me in to share the load in the first place was because I was slow-witted and easy to manipulate. And his gamble had paid off. His wife stayed untouched, and he got a hard-working, uncomplaining laborer for free. But now, did he really have to sacrifice his wife over this? I suddenly spoke up. Wang the cripple, are you sitting there wondering whether to kick me out? His face twisted with conflict, but he said nothing. My eyes narrowed. You've worked me for free for over a year now. I've got that on the books. You dare turn your back on me, and neither of us is going to have it easy. I'd even resorted to threats, because I was genuinely afraid he'd go down swinging, taking us both down with him. Once a man leaves this roof, the odds of getting to sleep with Lu Yufin shoot way up. Wang the cripple was gnashing his teeth in hatred, but he couldn't take me in a fight. All he could do was force out a smile. Come on now. We're all family here. Chingyi, isn't that right? Heh, family. 3 days flew by. I kept to myself, staying in and only getting off the Kong when I felt good and rested. I went into town for a haircut, hit the bathhouse and scrubbed off the grime. Felt 5 pounds lighter afterward. When I craved meat, I'd head over to Zhao Weigu's place to eat. That 30 or 40 pounds of bear meat and lard were all stored at his house, so it'd be a waste not to go. That day, the sun was already high when I'd just climbed off the Kong, and there was a knock at the door. I'd been locking my door from the inside these past few nights. Who's to say Wang the cripple wouldn't snap one day and slit my throat in my sleep? After all, I'd done plenty of flirting with his wife right under his nose. I opened the door slowly and let her in. What is it? Chingyi, we're really out of firewood at home. Could you go up the mountain and chop some? Lu Yufin looked at me with pleading eyes, a note of entreaty in her voice. She'd brought this up several times, and each time I'd pretended not to hear. Seeing her all timid like that, I pulled her into my arms. She squirmed a little, then buried her face in my chest. I lowered my head and whispered in her ear. So when are you going to wash up nice and come to my bed? He still won't allow it. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's whine. I dropped that dopey, slow-witted act by now, and I looked a whole lot sharper for it. As for coming to my bed, she wasn't so put off by the idea anymore. Hey, Everybody judges by looks. But Gimpy Wong wouldn't budge for anything. He stuck around the house all day, watching her like a hawk, never leaving her an inch of room. So the whole thing was stuck. I couldn't exactly tie Gimpy Wong up and drag her to bed by force. The idea had its thrill, but forcing a woman against her will, that's not something I could do. These were the days of the strike hard crackdown, when every case got handled fast and harsh. I had no interest in landing myself in the middle of that. Besides, I'm a guy who crossed over into this world. Mooning over some married woman all day? That's beneath me. Half the time I felt like just throwing in the towel and quitting the whole business. But that change in my body had been real. Strength, speed, reflexes, all of it kicked up a notch. I hadn't put it to the test, but I figured I could take down 3 grown men easy now. Having lived 2 lives, I knew this better than anyone. Everything outside yourself is illusion. The body is what matters. A strong, healthy body is worth more than anything. And since this job kept me in shape, how could I bring myself to give it up? If he doesn't agree, I can't chop a single stick of that firewood. Ching-yi, I'm begging you. I'll go talk to him again. She lifted her head, her eyes rimmed red, and a single tear rolled down and dampened the loose strands of hair against her cheek. That's the one thing I just can't stand. Annoyed, I said, Fine, 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 I'll go. You women, are you all made of water or something? Grumbling and cursing, I gave her big backside a hard smack. Call it collecting a little interest up front, since I couldn't be expected to work for nothing. She let out a startled yelp, but I was already out the door. The whole time, Gimpy Wong had been hiding by the doorway of the east room, spying. Lu Yufin hadn't shut the door when she came into my room, so every bit of that closeness between us fell right into his eyes. He saw that smack. He heard that crisp, ringing sound too. It hurt worse than a slap to his own face. The hand gripping his crutch bulged with veins. He nearly crushed it. He clenched his teeth hard and just barely held himself back from charging out. Once the two of us split apart, he sat back down on the edge of the Kong without a word, and with trembling hands lit an unfiltered hand-rolled cigarette. When Lu Yufin came back into the room and saw his face as black as the bottom of a pot, her heart sank. She asked carefully, "Husband, did you see just now?" He stared her down. "You want to climb into that worthless bastard's bed, don't you?" Silence. Lu Yufin was 22 this year. She'd married in at 19. The first couple of months had been just fine. Then one day, Gimpy Wong vanished for 5 whole days, and when he came back, he was like this. His pelvis had been badly injured. Not only did it leave him lame, but that side of things was completely finished too. From then on, she'd lived almost like a widow with a living husband. He said he'd gone with some others to the timber yard. They stole timber, and she got hit by a log that came rolling down. He told her to keep quiet about it. Tell everyone she'd just taken a fall. And that other business, she absolutely couldn't bring it up, or where would he hide his face as a man? She kept her mouth shut. Even I didn't know old Cripple Wong couldn't get it up. Old Cripple Wong shot to his feet, his crutch pounding against the floor, his face twisted with rage as he screamed at her. "Say something. You've got the hots for that dumbass, don't you? Can't wait to hop into bed with him." I didn't. She backed away in terror until her back hit the mud wall, with nowhere left to go. These past few days, old Cripple Wong had kept telling himself he was useless anyway, so let her sleep with the other man. That was just how the helping hand arrangement worked. You do a man's labor, you bed his wife. Fair and square. But when it actually came down to it, he realized he just couldn't accept it. Not many men could. He limped into the storeroom, bolted the door behind him, grabbed a small hoe, and started digging at the rammed earth in the corner. Before long, he'd unearthed a long cloth sack. He untied it. Inside was a rifle, wrapped tight in plastic. "You think you're tough? Tougher than a gun." I headed straight for Zhao Weiguo's place to borrow a horse. Not just the horse. I badgered him relentlessly to lend me a gun too. The lesson from my first trip up the mountain to cut firewood was still fresh. Without a gun in hand, I got jittery. Even old man Yang said I had a knack for trouble. If I could run into a bear's den on the outer edge of the mountains, what couldn't I run into? What if my luck really turned and I crossed paths with a Siberian tiger or a leopard? Then what? Sure, I'm sturdier than most folks now, but no matter how strong I am, I'm no Wu Song, and an axe in hand wouldn't cut it either. Only with truth in hand can all beings be equal, and a gun is that truth. No matter how strong you are, it all comes down to a bullet or two. After I wore him down with enough pestering, Zhao Weiguo took me to the brigade headquarters and lent me a Mosin Nagant with 10 rounds. Once he'd finished explaining it, I wasn't happy. Uncle Zhao, you're too stingy. This old clunker where you've got to work the bolt by hand after every shot. You've got the nerve to lend that out. Now you're getting picky? Go borrow one from somebody else. Then. No, no, no. Uncle, don't take it back. I'll take it. I'll take it. I said goodbye to Zhao Weiguo, slung the Shulianzu over my shoulder, and led the horse away. This rifle has a rotating bolt you pull back, fires full power rounds, is reliable and rugged, and shoots accurately. Back in the day, the Soviets carried it all the way from Siberia to Berlin. Its crisp report earned it the nickname Shulianzu, the water pearl gun. I'd ride the sled for a stretch, then climb off and walk a stretch. Not because I wanted the exercise, it was purely because of the cold. To keep from flashing any wealth, I'd held off on buying new clothes, so walking was the only way to stay warm. One man and one horse pushed into the woods, and everything went dead silent. Now and then snow rustled down from the branches, every sound reaching my ears. I used to hate noise. I even wore earplugs to sleep. But the stillness in this snowy forest was quiet like another world. Good thing the horse. The white mist puffing from his mouth, his heavy panting. Only that put my mind at ease. At the oak grove, I found that thick fallen trunk. Tied up the horse, grabbed the axe, and got to work. Dull thuds echoed through the woods, with chips flying with shards of ice. One length after another, cut just right, stacked neatly on the sled. I'm in good shape. Worked a long while before I even broke a sweat. I stopped right away, plopped down on the trunk, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it in one smooth motion. In weather like this, sweating is the most dangerous thing. Sweat soaks your underclothes, freezes in minutes, and your body temperature plummets. Don't deal with it fast, and it'll kill you. The sled was piled more than half full with firewood. I didn't dare load more, afraid the horse couldn't pull it. Took out the hemp rope, bound it down, secured it, and headed back. Leading the horse past that tree stump, I took a couple extra glances. The hole was still the same hole, but the bear was gone. Chopping wood and running into a bear. Do I have the makings of a lumberjack legend? Was that bear one or bear two? When's the other one coming for revenge? With a gun in hand, running into a bear is actually a good thing, pretty much like money delivered to your door. I let my mind wander as I walked. No phone, no internet, bored out of my skull. Bang! A sudden gunshot. I flinched uncontrollably, my neck shrinking in. Son of a woof! Before the curse was finished, a dog barked. Then came a man's strange yell, a woman's cry for help. Bang! Another gunshot. The barking turned into a shrill, agonized howl. Quite the commotion. I hesitated for a second, then quickly tied the horse to a tree, grabbed my repeater, and ran toward the sound. Without breaking stride, clack, I racked the bolt and chambered around. I ran up a gentle slope. Below was a small valley. One look at the situation and my heart clenched. I quickly ducked behind a big tree, poking out half my head. After my body was enhanced, my eyes and ears had gotten a lot sharper. I could see clearly, hear precisely. And precisely because I saw clearly, I immediately regretted wading into this mess. At the bottom of the valley, two groups faced off. Lying in the snow were a wild boar and a hunting dog, blood spread all over the ground. On one side, 3 men, old hunters, clearly, each holding a gun. On the other side, a young man and woman. The man was leveling a Type 56 semi-auto. The girl was obviously not from any village. A fur cap couldn't hide her pretty face, a black down parka, jeans paired with tall leather boots. These days a down jacket was a rare item that required ration coupons. Without connections you couldn't buy one at all. I remembered old Yang's words. The worst thing you can do hunting in the mountains is bring a woman, especially a beautiful one, because that's when trouble happens most. Deep in the wilderness, the evil in human nature comes out with nothing holding it back. Never thought that just a few days later, I'd run smack into a living example. Listening to the two groups talk, I got the gist. Both had been tracking this boar and met on a narrow path. The 3 hunters, who had the upper hand, now wanted not just the pig, and they wanted the girl too. The lead hunter was losing patience. He snarled a threat. Listen, kid. You've got 1 rifle. There's 3 of us. Be smart about it. Leave the girl, get lost, and I'll let you walk out of here alive. I rolled my eyes. Only an idiot would buy that. They were already about to commit a crime. You think they'd leave a witness alive? The young man didn't say a word, but the girl hiding behind him started crying and begging first. Please, just let us go. My family's rich. I'll give you whatever you want. Just let me go home. Huh. We'll take the money and the girl. The three of them burst into filthy laughter. Kid, you don't get moving. We'll have our way with you too. You'll really let us go? The young man stared them down, his brow furrowed into a knot. Us drifters live by our honor. A promise is a promise. The leader thumped his chest. Go on back and tell her folks to bring the ransom. And then I watched something I couldn't believe. The young man actually fell for it. He backed away slowly and made a promise to the girl. Inger, I'll go get your parents to come save you. Don't be scared. Hijo, don't go. Don't leave me here. I'm scared. The girl screamed and cried, clutching at him, refusing to let go. But the three hunters closed in at once and pinned her down. A girl like her didn't stand a chance of breaking free. That's it. These two are both dead. I groaned inwardly, but there was nothing I could do. All I had was a bolt-action rifle that couldn't even fire in bursts, up against three Type 56 semi-autos. Even if I'd had a Type 56 myself, I wouldn't have dared to just start shooting. This was killing people, not slaughtering chickens. Besides, they were still holding the girl. One stray bullet and a rescue turns into a murder. I pressed myself lower to the ground, holding my breath, not daring to watch, afraid that the next second I'd see that retreating young man take a bullet to the head. If he dared to raise his rifle and fight back, I might have had a chance to slip in and take advantage of the chaos. Otherwise, sticking my neck out with a single bolt-action rifle was just suicide. I couldn't even protect myself. How the hell was I supposed to save anyone? But the bloodbath I'd braced for never came. Over the girl's hysterical sobbing, the young man named Hijo really did keep backing farther and farther away. Then he suddenly spun around and bolted. The three hunters didn't react at all. They just watched him run. One of them casually pulled out a length of rope to tie up the girl, while another actually had the leisure to start gutting the wild boar. What the hell? They really were that honorable. They really weren't worried that Hijo would go back and call the cops? My brow tightened. The next moment, I crouched low and backed away, circled around, and took off in the direction the young man had fled. Good thing it was winter. The snow held footprints. I found his tracks quickly and just followed the trail. In summer, trying to find one person in these woods would have been like searching for a needle in a haystack. 10 minutes or so later, I spotted him in the distance. He was leaning against a big tree, bent over with his hands on his knees, panting so hard his breath came out in clouds of white. Hey man, my teasing voice exploded right next to his ear. He flinched and whipped around. Inches away was my smug, punchable face, grinning at him. He let out a weird yelp and instinctively swung his gun up to fire. Bang! HSSSS. Everything blurred. A sharp pain shot through his gut, his stomach churning like a storm. He sucked in a cold breath and doubled over into a ball. In one motion, I ripped the gun out of his hands. I'm done for. That was the thought flashing through his head. Smack! My palm, big as a fan, came down on him. He went flying sideways and crashed into the snow. His left cheek was visibly swelling red, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. While he was still dazed, I frisked him fast and pulled a sheathed blade from his pocket, a good 8 inches long. I left the cigarettes and cash alone, just gripped that beautiful-looking knife in my hand. Now that he was stripped of every weapon, he was about to start howling, but I was quicker, jamming the sheath straight into his mouth. Ugh, MMPH. Don't scream, buddy. Want to tip off those 3 friends of yours? Not a chance in hell. Once he finished gagging, I'd already drawn the blade and laid it flat across his throat. Make another sound, and I'll slit your throat. Make sure you never make a sound again. The cold edge pressed against his neck. He finally settled down. His face crumpled and his voice shook. Bro, I don't know what you're talking about. We don't even know each other. Maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding. Playing dumb, huh? I pressed down a little harder. The blade cut a thin line into his neck, and beads of blood welled up instantly. I quickly eased off. This blade was too sharp. If I really nicked the artery, not even God could save him. I didn't want to kill anyone, but he didn't know that. First a beating, then a knife at his throat. He'd never dealt with anything like this. The pain in his neck gave him a real taste of death. I'll talk. I'll talk. He panicked. They're taking Su Inger to a hidden crevice in the rocks. Bro, I was forced into this. I didn't want any part of it. I breathed out. Just as I thought. When something's this off, there's always a catch. Out here in this vast snowy forest, once someone's got bad intentions, no way they'd let just one person get away. And spare me the honor among thieves talk. When it comes to life and death, nobody honors a code with total strangers. Smack. I gave him another slap. Cut the crap. What are they planning to do with the girl? Shake down her parents for 500 grand in ransom. 500 grand. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. 500 grand these days was an astronomical figure. Can her family come up with that? Absolutely. Her family runs a furniture factory in the county, ships goods down south, has a few hundred people working for them. Once the money's in hand, what's your cut? 100 grand. Fortune favors the bold. What a bold gamble indeed. What's your relationship with her? College classmates. I've been trying to get with her. I gave him a hard slap across the face. You're into her, and this is how you treat her? SSSS. Come on, man, it was the third guy who forced me into it. He told me to bring her up the mountain, and the rest they'd handle. Huh, something happens to that girl, and you really think you'll walk away clean? He went quiet. He didn't need to say it. I could already guess. Once he got back, he'd put on a whole song and dance in front of the girl's parents, groveling and begging forgiveness. How he never should have taken her up the mountain hunting, how he failed to protect her, how he'd let everyone down. At fault, but no crime committed, wiping his own hands spotless. If he hadn't run into me, maybe he'd actually have had a shot, but a pathetically slim one. Unless those parents skipped calling the cops and just paid up. Was that likely? I didn't know their personalities, so I couldn't say. I frowned, weighing my options. Haul this son of a bitch straight to the police station, or grab a gun first and go save her. File a report, wait for people to head up the mountain. By the time the officers arrived, that girl would probably have been violated by those 3 animals 8 times over. They were already in the business of hanging offenses. What did one more charge matter to them? I picked him up like a chicken and carried him back to the hitching post, untied the hemp rope from my firewood bundle, and showed off a little rope work, wrapping him up like a mummy and tossing him into the snow. He struggled during the process, but my fists, big as clay pots, weren't just for show. A few more punches, and he fell in line. For scum like this, I don't bother with human rights. To make the horse run faster, I dumped all the firewood I'd worked so hard to chop, scattering it across the ground, then threw the mummy onto the sled, untied the reins, jumped on, cracked the whip, and rushed to get back to the village to call the police. In the end, I chose to play it safe. I didn't lose my head and go charging in with a gun. No matter how strong you are, you can't shrug off a bullet. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. Besides, it was kidnapping for ransom. The girl's life wasn't in immediate danger. As for whether those 3 beasts would violate her, I muttered, trying to comfort myself. Maybe all 3 of them are gay. The sled had run 30 or 40 meters when suddenly the emotion boiled over, and I burst out cursing. Screw your ancestors. Whoa! I reined in the horse, tied it up again, turned around, and gave the mummy a punch, making him wail nonstop. Quit wriggling. You fall off and freeze to death in the snow. That's not my problem. Dropping that threat, I slung both rifles over my back and took off in a streak toward the valley. I'd lost it again. Emotion had overpowered reason. My head was full of images of that girl being violated, and there was no way I could stay calm. I had a Mosin Nagant and a Type 56 carbine, fully loaded, a grown man like me, and I wasn't even going to try? That just didn't sit right. The instant I turned and started running back, that familiar warm current came over me again. Along with a tingling, electric numbness, my whole body went warm and cozy, like being bathed in a spring breeze. My spirit. A jolt shot through me, and my feet quickened on their own. What a surprise. Take out one guy, and I get a bonus like this. Is this what they call good things coming to good people? The warm current came fast and faded just as fast. I could feel my body grow a notch stronger, just not as dramatically as the first time. Was I building up some kind of tolerance? Or was it that the first time went from 0 to 1, and this second time the baseline had changed, so the effect naturally felt different? I couldn't figure it out, so I just stopped trying. It was one of those mysterious, unexplainable things, same as why I got transported here in the first place. Who the hell knows? Down in the valley, the big boar's carcass was still there, one hind leg carved off. The wolfhound's body was gone. They must have taken it with them. I gave it a quick glance, then followed their tracks. A few minutes later, I froze. The tracks were gone. For people vanishing into thin air? Not a chance in hell I'd believe that. I crouched down for a closer look and then had to laugh. The tracks had been swept smooth with a branch, faint marks still lingering on the snow's surface. Give it another half a day, let the cold wind kick up a spray of snow, and these traces would fill right in. Nothing left to see. They'd even made a sharp 90-degree turn. Crafty bastards. Too bad my eyes are sharp. Following those faint clues, I pressed on in pursuit. Deep in the large forest, at the foot of a sheltered slope, a natural crevice in the rock lay hidden. A campfire burned inside. Two men huddled around it for warmth, their eyes drifting now and then toward the corner. In that corner, Sue Inger lay curled up in a pile of dry grass, hands and feet bound, her body shaking uncontrollably. Her pretty face was white as paper, tear streaks not yet dry, an angry red handprint swelling on her left cheek. Her eyes were full of terror, but she bit down hard on her lip, not daring to cry out. Crying out would earn her a beating. One of the men, now warmed up, stood and rubbed his hands together, staring at her with a lecherous grin. "Cold, are you, sweetheart? Come here, big brother will warm you right up." "I'm not cold, stay away from me." "You don't get a say." The more frantically she begged, the more it excited him. He hunched forward and inched closer. The other one by the fire watched, thoroughly entertained. Deal was, you strip her down, but I get to go first. "You son of a bitch, lucky break for a punk like you. Heard this girl's still a virgin. Haha, not my fault you lost the bet." "Fuck." Spitting out that single word, the man lunged like a rabid dog on its prey, throwing his arms around her, hands roaming everywhere. She screamed, wept, pleaded. None of it worked. If anything, it only made the animal laugh harder. Hands and feet bound, she still fought with everything she had. But that little strength was nothing against a grown man. The zipper of her down jacket was yanked open, and then her padded cotton shirt. I ran on in pursuit, and as I ran, I began to faintly hear the shrill sound of crying. A familiar voice. It was Sue Inger. My chest went tense. I hit the gas hard. The Type 56 carbine in my hands was already off safe, a round chambered. I was really about to shoot a man dead. From the moment I'd started closing in, I'd been bracing myself for this. But my heart was still pounding like it wanted to burst out of my chest. Adrenaline flooded my whole body. My muscles were trembling. Following the sound, I quickly spotted the mouth of a crack in the rock. But I was off to the side and couldn't see what was inside. The crying and screaming were gut-wrenching. I didn't stop. I crouched low and circled around to directly in front of the opening. A moment later, I lay behind some brush 40 or 50 paces from the mouth of the cave, and finally saw clearly what was going on inside. I breathed a little easier. It hadn't happened yet. I'd made it in time. Where's the third guy? There were only 2 men in the cave. I frowned. No time to worry about that. The arrow was already on the string. There was no holding back now. To get a cleaner shot, I crept quietly over to another clump of brush. A little over 30 paces. I raised the rifle, took aim. Front sight, rear sight, target, all in a line. Inside the crack, the rope on her hands had been untied so they could strip her. Maybe afraid she'd freeze, they'd stopped once they got to her long underwear top and moved on to pulling off her pants. She seemed to have run out of strength. Her struggling and crying had gone weak and feeble. She clung desperately to that hand, tears streaming down her face, her eyes full of pleading. "Please, don't do this." The man wasn't moved. With a ripping sound, her pants were yanked down. The last spark of light in her eyes went out. It was like her soul had been drained away, leaving nothing but an empty shell lying in the pile of grass. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Bang! Bang! In her ashen gray world, a bright red flower of blood suddenly bloomed. A hot spray hit her face. The stench of blood filled her nose. The man kneeling beside her slowly toppled over, never making a sound from start to finish. The one by the fire crashed hard to the ground, clutching his blood-spurting shoulder, a horse wail tearing out of his throat. Bang! Blood surged from his chest again, and the wailing cut off abruptly. The whole world went silent in an instant. Only the crackle of the campfire remained. The next moment, hurried footsteps came closer. A tall figure blocked the mouth of the cave, cutting off most of the light. And then she heard a flippant line she'd never forget for the rest of her life. "Cute little flowers on your panties." Even after I said it, my eyes hadn't left her, not a bad hand at all. Once I'd confirmed the danger was gone, that tightly drawn string went slack, and my whole body suddenly gave out. The aftermath of an adrenaline crash. On unsteady feet, I walked over, plopped down beside her, and pulled out a cigarette to light up. She looked scared stiff, her brain still crashed, staring straight at me. Her jeans, fleece pants, and thermals had all been pulled down to her knees. Only a pair of bikini briefs left. "Ain't your butt cold, girl?" That snapped her out of it. She struggled to sit up. Her hand went limp and she flopped back down. I reached out, not to help her up, but to pull her pants up for her. "Lift your butt, or I can't get these on." Su Inger. Lee. Her pants were barely up before she was on all fours, throwing up violently. Understandable. Two blood-soaked corpses, one with its head blown off. My own stomach was churning at the sight. I was just forcing it down. The stench was too much. I got up fast, stomped out the campfire, and headed outside the cave for a smoke. The moment she staggered out of the cave mouth, that warm current washed over me again, spreading through my whole body. It felt good. The physical exhaustion, that faint sickness after killing, all of it got flushed away in an instant. I was back to full health, good as new. You okay?" she asked softly, seeing me spaced out. I exhaled a lungful of stale air and grinned. "I'm fine. Let's go." We'd walked a while, and my mood was good enough that I started humming a little tune. Su Inger, both rifles slung over her back, trailed behind me, listening quietly. "You want me to carry you? You're way too slow." I stopped and turned to look at the sorry state of her, then crouched down without waiting for an answer. "I quit stalling. Hurry up." "Oh." She climbed onto my back, all shy and hesitant. A softness pressed into my back as I hooked my hands under those long legs of hers and stood up easily, striding forward. Too bad she was bundled up so thick. That heavy, soft feeling was faint. If only it were summer. At first her body was stiff, but the ride on my back seemed to put her at ease. She slowly relaxed, resting her head on my shoulder, a hint of red creeping across her pretty face. "By the way, I tied up you three, and one of them got away." "Where'd he go?" "He asked me for my home phone number." We chatted on and off along the way, mostly me asking and her answering. Before long, I'd pieced together the whole story from start to finish. Pretty much matched my guess, with a few details off. A classic case of clueless but loves to play. A cushy life had never given her a taste of the real world's cruelty. She barely even liked that classmate named Hijo, yet she'd been bold enough to follow him out into this frozen wilderness to hunt, only to run smack into a 300-pound boar. Textbook rookie's luck. When I told her Hijo was in on it, she didn't seem too surprised. Looked like she'd already considered the possibility. Made me think a little better of her, not a total idiot after all. The boar down in the valley had drawn 2 red foxes to feed on it. The second I showed up, the little things bolted. The boar, missing one hind leg, still lay there. Too much of a waste to leave behind. "Get down and walk on your own." I set her down, walked over, gripped the one remaining hind leg, and dragged the carcass across the snow, leaving a long trench behind me. Carrying one. The girl walked for miles like it was nothing, and dragging a wild boar didn't faze her one bit. That's just how a strong body rolls. She already knew I was strong, otherwise I couldn't have carried her this far. But watching me haul a boar 3 times her weight while my feet still flew, my face never flushing, my breath never quickening, that still stunned her. "This is insane." She froze for a second, then jogged to catch up. Spotting the horse sled from a distance, my stomach clenched. Hijo, bound up like a mummy, was gone from the sled. The reins tied to the tree had come undone. Thank God the horse hadn't gone far. It had only dragged the sled 20 or 30 meters. Right now it had pawed out a big pit in the snow and was munching on the dead grass and moss beneath. This horse could dig through snow to find food? Amazed, I patted my chest. I'd let my guard down. There was no way he could have untied those ropes. I had full confidence in my handiwork. But he could wriggle, he could hop, and his mouth could bite. He must have worked the reins loose with his teeth. Good thing he didn't get lost, or Zhao Weiguo would have chewed me out something fierce back home. Close call. I strode over, bent down, grabbed a hind leg in each hand, and gave a hard heave. Bam! The frozen solid boar slammed onto the sled, the boards rattling from the impact. I patted the back of the grazing horse. It snorted, its way of answering. Su Inger looked around and, not seeing the guy, knit her brow. He got away? I retied the horse and smirked. Relax, he can't get far. That's the one nice thing about this snowy forest. Run all you want, you'll always leave tracks. I'd already spotted the marks where he'd hopped off. Bound up like that, there was no way he could cover his trail. I'll go bring him back. You wait here. I'm scared. I want to come with you. Fine by me. The tracks looked like a zombie had been bouncing through. Every so often there'd be a big smear in the snow. Had to be where he'd wiped out and wriggled his way back up. Hopping around wrapped like a mummy, with no balance at all. Of course he'd keep falling. A few steps in, I saw him lying in the snow, wriggling. The moment he saw the two of us, he seemed to give up entirely and just went limp. I actually caught a flicker of something in his eyes, relief. What the hell? Was he afraid I wouldn't come after him? That he'd never hop his way out of this snowy forest and would freeze to death? Su Inger jogged over and glared down at him. Why would you do this to me? Su Inger, I chased you for 2 whole years, and you went behind my back to meet another guy at a matchmaking date. I couldn't be bothered with all this melodramatic old baggage. I walked up, grabbed his ankle, and dragged him off, just like hauling the boar. He was still howling. Su Inger, you're nothing but a slut. What I can't have, I'd rather destroy Ak. I'll kick you to death. Her pretty face flushed crimson with rage. She jumped up and stomped her foot down on his stomach. I never AGR. You should be the one dating him. Who I go on blind dates with is my business. None of yours to worry about. After chewing him out, she ignored the wailing mummy and instead ran over to my side. She stole a glance at my profile before timidly speaking up. That blind date, my mom dragged me to it. I wasn't interested, and we never talked again after that. I was totally baffled. Why the hell are you explaining your blind dates to me? The rest of the trip back to the village went off without a hitch, and we made it to Zhao Weiguo's place smoothly. It was Auntie Luo who opened the courtyard gate again. There was a wild boar and a mummy on the sled, plus a disheveled young woman now at my side, followed by a whole crowd of gawking villagers, young and old, pointing, whispering, all of them stirring the pot. Auntie Luo's eyes nearly popped out of her head. It took her a good while to squeeze out a single sentence. What in the world is this? Then she whipped her head toward the house and shouted, Get out here. Honey, something big's happened. Zhao Weiguo hadn't shown his face yet, but his son and daughter came scrambling out first. Something big was going down, and there was no way they'd miss the show. By the time Zhao Weiguo finally dragged himself out, I'd already given Auntie Luo the gist of the whole story. The sun was almost setting when an army green police car pushed through the crowd and stopped in front of Zhao Weiguo's house. The car doors opened, and out came 3 officers in olive green cotton coats and cotton hats with big ear flaps. Zhao Weiguo jogged up from a distance, pulled out cigarettes, and handed them over. Chief Chow, what brings you out here in person? Thank you. Thank you. Everyone's in the courtyard. The 3 took the cigarettes. The slightly shorter Chief Chow spoke as he walked. 2 people are dead now. How could I not come take a look? Which one of you is the comrade who did the rescuing? Auntie Luo shoved me forward. Cheng Yi, hurry up and tell Chief Chow. The short Chief Chow tilted his head up and stared at me, looking me over from head to toe. Big guy, what's your name? You're the one who killed both kidnappers. I met his gaze, neither humble nor arrogant. Cheng Yi. Yes, I killed them. From the moment they stepped out of that car, I caught a certain scent, the scent of power. Power is a good thing. Too bad I didn't have any. No matter how tough I was, I could never be tougher than that massive machine that is the state. So all I could do was answer honestly, say whatever they asked, and lay out the entire affair from start to finish. The mummy was untied, only to be fitted with a pair of silver bracelets instead. Su Inger and He Zhou were both taken away, leaving behind an officer named Li to keep me company. By rights, they should have taken me along to give my statement too. But I still had to lead the way into the mountains that very night to bring back those 2 bodies. We didn't dare wait until morning. There were plenty of wild animals in the mountains. By the next day, those 2 corpses would probably be chewed down to nothing but bone fragments. Zhao Weiguo rounded up 5 militiamen, each armed with a semi-automatic rifle. He even wore down old Yang with relentless pestering until he agreed to come. He came out, leading 2 dogs, and headed into the mountains with us. At night, the forest was 10 times more treacherous than by day. The predators mostly came out to hunt after dark, but every man had his truth clutched in his hands. Even a Siberian tiger would think twice before making a move. The real danger was visibility. One wrong step, and you'd be hopelessly lost in the woods. That's exactly why we had to bring old Yang along. The man knew these mountains like the back of his hand. Tonight, I wasn't the only one paying the price. Zhao Weiguo's horse suffered right along with me. It had just been fed when it got dragged up the mountain. After all this commotion, word that I'd recovered from my simple-mindedness spread through the whole village. Cheng Yi wasn't slow anymore. Turned out he had real skills. He could take down vicious kidnappers and even rescued a beautiful young woman. The villagers couldn't believe their eyes. Wang the cripple didn't come out to join the crowd, but news of what I'd done reached his ears all the same. It stirred up a mess of emotions in him. The more capable I became, the worse it was for him. On top of that, I'd killed a man, and that scared him. He'd dug up his old rifle today, hoping to spook me into behaving myself, to stop me from openly flirting with his wife right under his nose. In his own home, he was starting to feel more and more like a piece of furniture. But now he'd changed his mind. A man who'd killed and stared death in the face. How easy could he really be to intimidate? That left him with only 2 options: drive me out or put a bullet in me. There was no middle ground. He understood it clearly. The moment he dared pull that gun on me, I'd surely find a way to get back at him down the road. That homemade rifle hidden behind the con cabinet would suddenly be worthless. Wang the cripple looked at his broad-shouldered, sturdy wife and tested the waters. Yufan, that kid's really something now. There's no way he's going to stay put and work for us. How about we just call it quits, you and me? But spring's only a couple months off. What about the field work? We could ask the folks in the village to lend a hand, couldn't we? Who isn't busy? Everyone's got their own land they can barely keep up with. Who's got time to spare for us? Lu Yufan knew exactly what he was really after. He was afraid I'd end up in her bed. And that lit a fire in her chest, too. It was the same logic as the family's land. His leg was crippled, and he couldn't farm it himself, but he wouldn't let anyone else farm it either. If he really drove me off, all the field work would fall on her shoulders alone, and her thin arms and legs could never handle that kind of heavy labor. Besides, she was a woman with normal needs. How could she not have her own longings? Now that I'd perked up, I was a lot easier on the eyes, too. Just when life was starting to look promising again, how could she bear to send me away and go back to living like a widow with a husband still breathing? What she didn't know was this. My plan was to sleep with her once, pull up my pants, and walk away, each of us going our separate ways. Wang the cripple let out a sigh, picked up the cheap white liquor on the Kong table, tipped his head back, and took a hard swig, the burn twisting his whole face into a knot. Then, all at once, his eyes lit up. By the way, didn't you say that kid dragged a big wild boar back? That belongs to our family. Come on, let's go over to the captain's place and haul that pig back. I'm not going. Lu Yufan shook her head without a second thought. Cheng Yi will come back and get it himself. If the 2 of us go begging for it now, it'll look pathetic. Slap. Wang the cripple slammed his chopsticks down. He lives in our house, eats our food. Whatever he brings in as a live-in helper belongs to us. That's just how it is. Anyone who dares to wag their tongue about it, I'll rip their mouth off. Are you going or not? If you won't, I'll go get my big brother. Not going. Lu Yufan's stance was iron hard. Fine, fine, fine. Wang the cripple jabbed a finger at her, saying fine 3 times, then struggled off the Kong, got himself dressed, and stormed out the door. He slammed the old wooden door so hard it thundered. No real skills to speak of, but no shortage of temper. Zhao Weiguo had gone into the mountains too, leaving only Aunt Luo and the 2 kids at home. When Wang the cripple showed up demanding the pig, Aunt Luo couldn't find a reason to stop him. Being a live-in helper for his family was an unspoken rule in the village, and nobody could argue with it. If she really tried to block it, it'd look like she was the one coveting the pig. All Aunt Luo could do was watch as the 2 Wang brothers dragged the wild boar out of the snowbank. When Wang the cripple noticed the boar was missing a hind leg, he whipped around and glared at Aunt Luo. Why is it missing a leg? Aunt Luo was no pushover. She shot him a vicious look. How the hell would I know? Got the guts, go ask Chung Yi. Now haul it off and quit making trouble here. Wang the cripple shrank back, not daring to say another word, and hurried his big brother to grab the sled and turn around and leave. Once the courtyard gate was shut again, Aunt Luo spat on the ground. What's so great about that Lu Yufan? Having to take on a live-in helper? Our group reached the rock crevice with flashlights. The two bodies were still there, and several weasels were crouched on their faces, gnawing away. Seeing so many people coming, they squeaked and scattered in a panic. In the Northeast, folks call these little creatures yellow immortals, giving them an air of mystery. The old-timers say they hold grudges. When you see one, you shoo it, you don't hit it. So nobody messes with them, and neither did we. We just chased them off, that's all. I swept the flashlight over for a glance, and my scalp instantly went numb. The noses on both bodies had been gnawed clean off, holes chewed into their cheeks, exposing the teeth underneath. The eyeballs had been hollowed out too, leaving the sockets pitch black and empty. I immediately turned away, not daring to look anymore. It was too horrifying. The moment I thought about how I'd killed these two men with my own hands, a chill shot up from the soles of my feet straight to the crown of my head, and my body shuddered on its own. After the officer finished examining the scene and jotted it down in his notebook, he gave Zhao Weiguo a nod. Zhao Weiguo called the militiamen over to lift the bodies onto the sled. Old Man Young wasn't about to do that kind of work. Flashlight in hand, he walked out of the cave mouth and stood shoulder to shoulder with me, cheerfully piping up. So you're scared now, huh, kid? How come you weren't scared when you were killing them earlier? Scared? Not bad shooting, though. 3 shots, not a single miss. Those two never even got the chance to fight back. Then he gave me a thumbs up. Ruthless, you're a real man. For a moment, I couldn't tell if he was mocking me or praising me. Maybe both. I made a bitter face. What was I supposed to do back then? They were in the middle of assaulting her. There was no time to think. I could only pull the trigger. Besides, they were both armed. I couldn't afford to give them a chance to shoot back. Bullets don't have eyes. Old Young didn't argue. He patted my shoulder. You did all right. That's how a real man ought to handle it. I didn't expect the old man to have a comforting side, and it actually worked. I felt a little better. Still, 2 lives had ended by my own hand. Saying it didn't weigh on me would be a lie. But then he tossed out another line. Too bad you're the kind who shares a woman with another man. You'll never amount to anything. What kind of talk was that? I rolled my eyes. So I share a woman. What's it to you? Grandpa Young, what do you mean by that? 2 men living off 1 woman? Nothing good ever comes of it. Since ancient times, affairs have led to bloodshed. You'd better watch yourself, kid. Crude words, but not without sense. I could tell this was just another way of telling me not to get into that arrangement. Yet after saving Su Inger tonight, my determination to sleep with Lu Yufan only grew firmer. Because, the moment the deed was done, that warm current really came flooding in. I used to think this elusive warm current was tied to the original owner's wishes. Now it seemed I'd had it all wrong. Saving that girl tonight had nothing to do with the original owner, yet the warm current showed up all the same. So what was its logic exactly? I nearly scratched my scalp raw, but I still couldn't figure out the pattern. One thing was fulfilling the original owner's wish, sleeping with a woman. The other was saving a life. Totally unrelated. If I had to name a common thread, both involved women, and both were decisions I'd made on impulse. Nothing else connected them. Couldn't figure it out, so I stopped trying. They loaded the bodies onto the sledge, and Zhao Weiguo waved us over. Let's go home. The wind cut like a knife as our whole group headed back to the village in a long procession. Others could go home and sleep, but not me. After all, I was the one who'd done the killing. Even if it was to save someone, I still had to go to the police station to give a statement. Once again, Zhao Weiguo drove the sledge, delivering us and the bodies to the station. By the time we arrived, it was past 1 in the morning. The station was lit up bright. With something this big going down, and 1 kidnapper still on the loose, nobody was getting any sleep. I was taken straight into the interrogation room. A policewoman in her 30s named Wu handled the questioning, while Officer Li, who'd gone up the mountain with us, took the notes. Once the questioning was done, the policewoman's expression suddenly changed. She snapped sharply. According to you, only one of the robbers was committing the assault at the time. The other guy didn't lay a hand on anyone. Why'd you kill him too? And your first shot already left the man critically wounded, so why fire a second round? Bang! She slammed the table. Chun-Yi, this is premeditated murder. I'm a murderer now? The turnaround came so fast my brain just crashed. I sat there stunned for a good while. My face darkened. Swallowing my anger, I explained, Officer Wu, I already told you. There was a gun lying right next to him. All he had to do was reach out. My first shot only hit his left shoulder. He was fully capable of grabbing that gun and firing back. Was I supposed to wait until he actually aimed it at me before I could return fire? The more I talked, the more surreal it felt. This was the classic no good deed goes unpunished farce. Officer Wu wasn't budging. That he'd fight back is pure speculation on your part. The fact is, he made no move to retaliate. I actually laughed out of frustration. Huh. So by your logic, Officer Wu, that kidnapper just wouldn't have grabbed the gun and shot back. Watch your attitude. It's not my logic. I'm only stating facts. And the fact is, you shot dead an unarmed man who was sitting by a campfire, keeping warm. I went completely numb. Did I have some beef with this woman? Or was that kidnapper her relative? This man Officer Wu keeps talking about had just kidnapped a young woman and was sitting there grinning while his buddy assaulted her. I slapped the table. You tell me, is that a normal human being? His crimes are for a judge to decide. You're just an ordinary citizen. You have no right to take another person's life. Me? In my past life, I'd seen too much ugliness in the world, so I always lived by my three nevers. Never donate money, never donate blood, never stick my nose in other people's business. Then I transmigrated, got a sturdy new body, and let it all go to my head. I thought I was some chosen one and completely forgot my three nevers. This policewoman was teaching me a solid lesson. Sometimes having justice on your side doesn't mean the system will be on your side. I'll wait for the judge's ruling. I dropped that line and said nothing more. I'd said everything I needed to. Do whatever the hell you want. In my past life, I'd binged plenty of legal videos. At worst, this was excessive self-defense. If she could actually pin premeditated murder on me, I'd eat crap standing on my head. The two of them left, leaving me alone in the interrogation room. Before she walked out, that woman gifted me another pair of silver bracelets. Nothing I could do but wear them. My stronger-than-average physique was useless right now. I wasn't strong enough to ignore the state's law enforcement machine. They represented justice. Resistance was a crime. 2 lifetimes, and this was the first time I'd been treated like this. Sitting in the chair with the cuffs on, worn out from the whole day, drowsiness crept over me. Screw it. Time to sleep. At that very moment, Sue Inger was lying on a soft, plush bed, spacing out. A woman who looked a lot like her sat by the bed, her eyes red-rimmed, holding her hand and speaking softly. Get some sleep, sweetheart. Your dad says we'll go together tomorrow to thank the man who saved your life. Sue Inger stared up at the ceiling and murmured, Mom, can I buy him some new clothes first tomorrow? His clothes were covered in patches, and they were so thin. He must be freezing. The woman paused, then asked carefully, This young man, what's he like? Is he tall? Is he handsome? Oh, he's handsome. Really handsome. And tall too. A whole head taller than me. And he's got this strong, powerful build, incredibly strong. Sue Inger's eyes suddenly lit up as she chattered on nonstop. The woman pressed a hand to her forehead. She almost cut in a few times, but never did. In her mind, she was calculating. I'll see this young man tomorrow before deciding anything. The two of them had had quite a scare that day, too. First, they'd gotten the call from the kidnappers, who demanded $500,000 in ransom and threw out a brutal threat. Call the cops, and the girl dies. For their daughter's safety, the old couple went back and forth and didn't dare call the police for the time being. But they couldn't scrape together $500,000 on short notice, and they were frantically borrowing money everywhere when they got a call from the town police station. Their daughter had been rescued by a country boy, and they were told to come pick her up. At the time, they'd wanted to drop to their knees and kowtow to that young man. But now, seeing that their daughter had actually fallen for him, things got complicated. The gap in their family backgrounds was obvious. Countless thoughts raced through the woman's mind. She'd even played out a whole melodramatic runaway scenario in her head. She quickly soothed her daughter with a few more words, got up, and hurried back to her own room, then frantically shook awake the man who was snoring like thunder. Early morning, bright sunshine. But the interrogation room had no windows, and the iron door was shut tight. Not a sliver of light could get in. There was only a dim yellow lamp on the ceiling. I was leaning back in my chair, sound asleep. Click. The heavy iron door swung open, and light came flooding in. I woke with a start and, still bleary-eyed, watched two people file in. I knew them both. One was the short director Chow, the other was the woman who'd cuffed me the night before. An unnamed anger simmered in my chest. I gave them no friendly look, just met their eyes coldly. Director Chow's gaze landed on the cuffs on my wrists, and he visibly froze for a second, then his face darkened. Little Wu, who put these cuffs on him? How can you treat a hero like this? The female officer surnamed Wu hadn't expected such a strong reaction. She stammered, Director Chow, I cuffed him. I believed he was a suspect in an intentional homicide, so I don't care what you believe. We go by the law. Go take them off now. Director Chow waved her off, cutting her short, then plopped down across from me and gave me an apologetic smile. Rank pulls weight. However unwilling Officer Wu was, she had no choice but to step forward and remove the cuffs. Through the whole thing, I didn't make a sound. Huh, now I get it. Whether or not they slap the cuffs on you depends entirely on how somebody decides to spin it. Here I am, a grown man, and I didn't have the slightest room to fight back. Sorry you had to spend the night like that. Don't take it to heart. It's my fault for not keeping my people in line. The King of Hell is easy to deal with. It's his little demons that are a pain. Chief Chow was being awfully polite. So polite, I didn't even know how to respond. If he expected me to believe that his own men cuffed me without him, the station chief, knowing a thing about it, well, I wasn't buying it. Or maybe he hadn't been working late last night. Chief Chow, can I hit the bathroom first? Of course, go ahead. By the time I got back, Chief Chow was still there, but that guy named Wu was nowhere to be seen. Something on your mind, Chief Chow? I asked point blank once I sat down. There is, actually, a small matter. This case is a big one, and the higher-ups are paying close attention. Truth is, Officer Wu wasn't entirely wrong. The second kidnapper you shot, that's genuinely a gray area. Premeditated murder definitely wouldn't stick, but excessive self-defense, that's still a possibility. He got it all out in one breath, and when I didn't respond, he continued. So here's what I'm thinking. To make sure that gray area doesn't exist at all, I'll get you listed as a neighborhood watch member here at the station. You don't have to worry about anything else. I'll make sure you're in the clear. It hit me right away. If I was a neighborhood watch member, then shooting the kidnappers and rescuing the hostages yesterday, all that credit would go to the police station. Well, I'll be damned. Cuffed me all night just for this. Putting on a whole song and dance routine over here? You should have just said so. I'd have gone along with it from the start. Chief Chow, I only joined the neighborhood watch today. Is there still time for that? Chief Chow's eyes went wide, righteous as could be. Nonsense. You clearly joined last month. Well, how about that? So that's how it's done. Learn something new every day. I blinked, then asked the question I cared about most. So if I'm in the neighborhood watch, do I have to show up for work every day from now on? You're part-time, no need to come in daily. We'll let you know when something comes up. The subsidy's 15 yuan a month. Down the road you can apply to go full-time. That's 48 yuan a month. No, part-time's just fine. Work? Work my ass. Even if they offered me an official government position, I'd have to think twice about it. Then again, for folks from the Northeast, the craving for a government job is carved into their bones. But hey, I'm a time traveler, after all. And a time traveler's gotta have some backbone. No way I'd bow down for a few measly bucks. Filled out the forms, signed the neighborhood watch member responsibility agreement too. As for the date, I put down last month. Before I left, Chief Chow gave my shoulder a heartfelt pat. Now, our neighborhood watch isn't an official government post. There's no iron rice bowl here, so discipline has to be tight. Don't take so much as a needle or thread from the people, and don't ever throw the first punch. You hear me? You got it. Clutching a badge stamped with Public Security Neighborhood Watch, I walked out of the police station, the red armband still on my sleeve. The northeastern morning was cold enough to sting your face. One gust of wind, and the tips of my ears ached. Bare poplar branches jutted out along the roadside, and a layer of white frost coated the ground. There was only one breakfast joint at the intersection, a small storefront with a thick, padded cotton door curtain. I pushed the curtain aside and a wave of white steam hit me, carrying the smell of cornmeal, warm enough to make me shiver. Inside, A heated brick wall kept the place toasty, the air mixed with a faint whiff of coal smoke. A few wooden tables and benches were packed with early rising workers, cart drivers, and old men out for a stroll, every one of them talking loud and easy. I found a seat off to the side. The owner came over hauling a big enamel kettle, his voice booming. "What'll it be? We've got cracked corn porridge, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, sugar cakes, chive pockets, you name it. One bowl of tofu pudding, 2 fried dough sticks, and a sugar cake." I had cash in my pocket, and somehow I'd landed a job paying $15 a month, so breakfast had to be a little indulgent. A big bowl of tofu pudding came out, the sauce salty and savory, drizzled with chili oil, the tofu so tender it jiggled. The fried dough sticks were crisp and golden, hot to the touch. The sugar cake was crunchy outside and soft inside, sweet with every bite. I wolfed it all down and was only half full, so I added a bowl of cracked corn porridge. Stuffed and satisfied, I paid 45 cents. Dirt cheap. I pushed through the cotton curtain and dove back into the cold wind. Warm from the meal, I didn't feel the chill as much. I reached into my pocket for an after-meal smoke. Empty. That's when I remembered I'd tossed the pack last night. Cursing under my breath, I headed down the street toward the general store. The general store had a solid, sturdy front, its glass display windows wiped half clear, giving off that dependable old-times feel. A wooden sign with peeling paint hung on the door frame. The 3 red characters, for general store, long faded. I pushed the door open and a bell jingled. There was no heat inside, just an iron stove burning in the corner, giving off a faint warmth, still better than outside. Solid wood shelves were stacked neat, layer by layer. Enamel basins, iron thermoses, loose bars of soap, matches, cigarettes, candy, needles, and thread. Wires were strung overhead, hung with a few stacks of yellowed craft paper. Behind the counter stood a clerk in a blue clothwork uniform, head down, fiddling with an abacus. He glanced up at me and made no move to say hello. That air of superiority, thick enough you could cut it with a knife. On the wall was a line of faded characters. No cursing, beating, or insulting customers. Being a consumer in this era was pretty damn frustrating. I walked up to the grocery counter and gave it a once-over. "Comrade, 2 packs of peony." The clerk nodded, pulled the cigarettes out of the glass case, and slapped them down on the counter. Out of the general store, I lit up a cigarette, then ducked into the bathhouse for a good scrub, figured I'd wash off some bad luck. After all, I'd been locked up all night. There wasn't much to see around town, so I ambled my way back toward the village. Halfway, an hour later, I trudged through the snow into the village, and the first thing I saw was a real spectacle jamming up the entrance by the old locust tree, a black Toyota Crown, so shiny it hurt your eyes. Thick iron snow chains were wrapped around the tires, ice shards clinging to the links, the wheels caked with mud and snow. A few early rising villagers had gathered around, gawking and chattering. "That's some fancy car, classier than the commune's Jeep. Whose important guest is this?" I was still puzzling over it when the driver's side window rolled down and a head poked out, calling to an old auntie. "Ma'am, how do I get to Chunye's place?" Well, they were looking for me. A setup like this? No need to guess. It had to be Sue Inger's family. I felt a little glow of satisfaction. Knowing how to show gratitude, that's a good thing. My whole day of running around, plus a night in the slammer, hadn't gone to waste after all. The onlookers turned to stare at me in unison, and someone hollered, "Chungyi, get over here. They're looking for you." The next moment, the back door opened, and a tall girl stepped out with a graceful ease. Who else could it be but Sue Inger? Today she wore a bright orange-red mandarin collar-padded floral jacket, cut to fit perfectly, with a thin white fur trim around the collar. Below that, a pair of dark blue straight-leg trousers made her legs look slim and long, and on her feet were a pair of polished brown leather boots. She jogged up to me, her eyes bright, opened her mouth, then forgot what she wanted to say and just stood there, dumbstruck. I broke the silence, asking the obvious. "So, what brings you here?" That was like opening a floodgate. Her words came pouring out, all eager to show off what she'd done. "My mom and dad brought me here to thank you. I went out first thing this morning and bought you a whole set of clothes. Try them on in a bit and see if they fit." I didn't answer. My gaze went past her and landed on the middle-aged couple behind her. The man was handsome and well put together, wearing a deer fur coat, clearly a city man. The woman behind him wore a dark gray wool coat of crisp, high-quality fabric, with a wine-red pure wool scarf wrapped around her neck, leaving only her fair, dignified face showing. Beneath it she wore a turtleneck sweater, with a hint of delicate lace peeking out. The man strode forward, grabbed my hand, and shook it hard, his tone urgent and heartfelt. "Thank goodness for you yesterday, young man. Otherwise my daughter." Thank you, thank you." Since they were being so gracious, I couldn't be rude in return. "Sir, no need to thank me. I just happened to be there. As a successor to the socialist cause, how could I stand by and do nothing when someone's in danger? Isn't that the way it should be?" The woman looked me up and down, seeing that I was tall and strapping, with decent looks, not striking at first glance, but the more you looked, the more it grew on you. It was just my outfit that she really couldn't approve of. She tugged at Su Inger. "Quick, bow to your rescuer." Su Inger froze. "Bow to me?" Her two pretty eyes, gazing at me all pitiful-like. That cracked me up. I grinned and waved the woman off. "Sis, no need. No need. Don't let your little sister bow to me like that. I can't handle it." The middle-aged man? Su Inger. The father and daughter stared at me wide-eyed, then whipped their heads toward the woman in unison. How on earth did he figure she was the older sister? The woman froze for a second, then a smile slowly spread across her face, the corners of her mouth curling up like crazy, impossible to hold back. "Oh my, I'm not Inger's sister. I'm her mother. You silly kid, are your eyes going bad on you?" Her words carried a hint of scolding, but her tone was soft as butter, even with a touch of girlish charm. She lightly patted her wool coat, instinctively straightened her back, and a gentle, graceful air settled over her features. I immediately pulled out my Oscar-worthy acting, my face all shock and disbelief. "Ah. Oh, sorry, Auntie, you're just so young. Anyone would take you two for sisters. Don't believe me? Ask Uncle." The woman and I both looked over at the man. Seeing her own husband just standing there dumbstruck, the woman spelled it out, word by word. "Su Changhe." Su Changhe had no choice but to grit his teeth and play along. "Ah, yeah. Anybody'd think you two were sisters. That's more like it." The woman nodded, satisfied, then looked at me with a bright smile. "My daughter says your name's Changyi? My surname's Chin, so call me Annie Chin from now on. No more of that sister nonsense." "You got it, Annie Chin." We chatted a bit more, and then Auntie Chin said she'd like to stop by my place, get familiar with where I lived, so it'd be easier to visit down the road. Home. Now that stumped me. The original owner's old house had a good inch of dust piled up. Forget sitting. There probably wasn't even room to stand. Take them to Liu Yufin's place? Not a chance in hell. My mind spun, and then I thought of Zhao Weigua. His place it was. Before long, the crowd pulled up outside the gate of Zhao Weigua's yard. The trunk popped open, and Su Inger's family started hauling in bags of every size. Annie Luo and Zhao Weigua warmly played host too, waving the family over to sit on the heated Kong and mixing up some sugar water. Up in the northeast, especially in winter, the Kong is the warmest, most central spot in the house. Inviting guests up onto the Kong, that's showing them the full measure of hospitality. Once everyone was seated, Su Changhe set the bulging cowhide bag he'd been gripping the whole time onto the low table on the Kong and pushed it toward me. "Chengyi, no amount of money is worth more than my daughter's life. These 20,000 yuan are a small token from our family. You've got to accept it. I won't go on about thanking you. Uncle just wants you to know, from here on out, if there's ever anything I can help with, just make a call." 20,000 yuan. Off to the side, Zhao Weigua and Auntie Wu's eyelids twitched. These days, being a 10,000 yuan household made you a rich man. He'd just handed over the equivalent of 2 such households in one shot. No doubt about it, the man wasn't stingy. I hefted the cowhide bag in my hand. Heavy as anything. I pushed it right back. "Uncle, Aunt Sheen, I'll be so bold as to accept this pile of stuff you brought, but I can't take the money. I saved Su Inger, and it wasn't for money." Before I could finish, Su Inger got anxious on my behalf first. "Chengyi, just take it. With this money you could build a whole house, so stop." She wanted to talk me out of being a stand-in son-in-law, but one look from her mom shut her down. This stand-in son-in-law arrangement of mine, It came up earlier when they offered to swing by my place, and I gave them the rough rundown of my situation. They didn't hold it against me, so I brought them over to Zhao Weigu's house. Otherwise, it'd be too weird. Who takes guests to somebody else's home? When she heard I was a stand-in son-in-law, the light in Su Ying'er's eyes dimmed a notch or two, plain as day. An old hand like me could hardly miss that little flicker of feeling. But that whole, "you saved my life, so I'll pledge myself to you" routine, I've always scoffed at it. Who's to say it's not just a 3-minute crush? Still, being liked by a pretty girl felt pretty good. Hey, we're all human. Everybody's got a little vanity. In the end, thanks to my insistence, I got Su Changhe to take those 20,000 back. Honestly, the moment he took it back, my heart just twisted up. A worker's monthly wage was only about 90 bucks. 20 grand would take until who knows when to save up. With that settled, Aunt Luo went off to the outer room to rustle up some food. In a northeast winter, even if the family skips lunch on its own, there's no way you send a guest home on an empty stomach. The one impressive thing the house had to offer was bear meat. But one meat dish wasn't enough, and Aunt Luo couldn't bring herself to kill the laying hen. Gritting her teeth, she set her sights on that big white goose over in the corner of the storeroom. The brother and sister pair, Zhao Wenjing and Zhao Wenjun, went to the outer room to lend a hand. Su Ying'er found it boring listening to 3 grown men shoot the breeze, so she dragged her seed-cracking mom along to help out too. As we chatted, I steered the conversation toward cars. This was something I cared about. In my past life, I didn't do great, but I at least had a car to get around in. I'd gotten used to hopping in and out of one. Now, without a car, my world felt cramped and hemmed in. So Su Changhe filled me in on the current market. The Toyota Crown was top of the line. A new one ran about 150 grand, and it was in high demand in the Northeast. But counterintuitively, the lower-spec Volkswagen Santana was actually more expensive than the Crown. A single one cost around 200 grand. When I pressed him on it, he explained, different channels. The Crown came in as a pure import, mostly through parallel imports and barter trade, low tax rates, loose foreign exchange terms. On the international market, it was already $3,000 or $4,000 cheaper than the Santana to begin with. The Santana, meanwhile, had been positioned as a high-end official vehicle, a symbol of status. With limited quotas and everybody paying markups, waiting in line, and pulling strings, the price naturally shot up. I listened and clicked my tongue in amazement. So expensive didn't necessarily mean the good stuff cost more. Sometimes it was the scarcity and the name that came at a premium. Bellies full and thirst quenched. The whole Su Changhe clan drove off. I changed into the brand new outfit Su Ying'er bought me from head to toe. The only thing missing was a pair of underwear. Then I led the horse back up the mountain to haul the firewood I dropped halfway yesterday back to Lu Yufin's place. Lu Yufin watched the firewood she'd been fretting over for days finally come home and let out a long breath of relief. This one sled load of wood was enough to get through the last 2 months of winter. Chengyi, that outfit, did that girl you saved yesterday buy it for you? You bet she did. She stacked the wood, her eyes drifting toward me despite herself. This head-to-toe, brand-new getup really did turn heads. A shearling coat, wool-padded pants, military leather boots. Lu Yufin had only just been to the state-run department store in the county before the new year, so she could size it up at a glance. This outfit was worth at least several hundred, easy. That shearling coat alone had to be close to 200. Clothes make the man. Decked out in these high-end goods, my whole vibe shot straight up. The way Lu Yufin looked at me practically dripped. But something gnawed at her. These clothes had been bought by another woman. Oh right, that wild boar. How much did Wang the Gimp sell it for? I asked casually, arms full of wood. Auntie Luo had told me about this at noon, and it disgusted me to no end. It wasn't about the money, something I'd busted my back to bring home, snatched up by another man, and him acting like he had every right to it. That taste was worse than swallowing 8 flies. This extra husband gig really isn't something just anyone can pull off. Well, Chengyi, it was around 200 pounds, I think, 9 cents a pound. He just mentioned it in passing, never gave me the money, so I don't rightly know how much he got for it. No worries, I'll go ask him myself. I couldn't swallow this one quietly. Even if that money got tossed out or burned, it'd be better than sitting in that bastard's pocket. Lu Yufin's eyes suddenly went red. Chengyi, you're not planning to stay in this house anymore. What are you going on about? I heard you two took down a bear a while back, and you didn't even tell me. The tears spilled over, and she quickly turned around, her back to me, shoulders trembling. Which big mouth let it slip? This village really had no secrets. The gossip network of all the aunties put spies to shame. Now I was really getting roasted over the fire. An extra husband who earns money and doesn't bring it home is as good as having a wandering heart. My brow knotted up tight. I glanced around, didn't see Wong the Gimp, so I threw an arm around her shoulder, leaned close to her ear, and murmured, "I'm not lying to you. It's true I've been thinking about moving back to my own old place. The reason I haven't left is because I still can't let go of you." It wasn't exactly a lie. I really hadn't left because of this woman. It was just to finish the mission, nothing to do with feelings. Then would you stay for me? Look at me here, strong and healthy as I am. How could I keep on? A warm bed to sleep in, don't you think that's fair? The moment I opened my mouth, I steered the conversation right where I wanted it. I had the upper hand here. She wanted the horse to run, but wouldn't feed it any grass. I'm not stupid. At that, Lu Yufin fell silent, wiped away her tears, and went back to work. When you get down to it, they started this whole thing. Me getting even was fair game. Argue it any way you want. I had the moral high ground. After I finished with the firewood, I strutted right into the east room. Wang the Gimp was sitting by the Kong table, chewing on fried peanuts and sipping his liquor, looking like he didn't have a care in the world. Those peanuts, that liquor, chances are he'd bought them with my money. I was seeing red. Drink up, you son of a bitch. I stepped up and gave him a hard slap across the face. That's my wild boar, and you had the nerve to sell it behind my back? If I don't beat the crap out of you today, consider yourself lucky. Ow, you're just a kept man. That boar should've. Ow, ow, stop hitting, hiss. The room filled with howls of pain. This time Lu Yufin didn't come in to break it up. She just stood dumbstruck in the outer room, lost in her own thoughts. It wasn't until I came out and stuffed a fistful of cash into her hand that I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Keep this quiet. Save it for yourself. Stop being so dumb and handing every last cent to that bastard." I didn't count how much. I just frisked Wang the Gimp from head to toe, figured it was around 200, and gave her half. Once I'd handed over the money, I headed out the door. Things had gotten to this point, and I wasn't planning on staying in this house. Every single day was nothing but grief. I honestly worried that one day I'd lose control and send Wang the Gimp to meet his maker. As for still not having slept with Lu Yufin, I'd made my peace with that too. We'd cross that bridge later. Fooling around a little wasn't out of the question either. After all, she owed the original owner of this body anyway, so there was no guilt on my conscience. Come to think of it, this woman had a rough lot too. Married off from far away, and just 2 months in, her husband ends up crippled. Land in a mess like that, and anyone would have it hard. I hadn't even made it out of the courtyard gate when Wang the Gimp's savage roar exploded behind me. "Freeze right there, you little bastard, or I'll put a bullet in you." A gun? My footsteps stopped dead. I slowly turned around, and my pupils shrank sharp. A pitch-black gun barrel was pointed straight at me. My blood felt like it froze in an instant, and I could barely catch my breath. So this was how close death could get to me. Wang the Gimp spat a thick wad of phlegm on the ground. "Pa, come on, you little bastard. Just try laying another hand on me." My throat bobbed as I swallowed hard. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd see the day someone held a gun on me. My eyes locked helplessly on that black barrel, terrified it would spit fire the next second. "Wang, put the gun down first. Let's talk this out. We can work anything out. I'll give you your money back, all right?" There was no way I was dumb enough to provoke him now. My tone was soft enough to drip. Water. Seeing me in such a sorry state, he burst into a savage laugh. Lu Yufin was scared stiff too. Once she got her nerves back, she rushed to plead. "Honey, don't do anything stupid. Shut your mouth, you slut. You're on his side now. My leg's crippled, but I ain't blind." She wanted to say more, but I quickly shot her a look to stop her. He'd already made up his mind, convinced his wife was standing with me. Whatever she said now, he'd take as her defending me. What man wants to watch his own wife take another man's side? The more she pleaded, the angrier he'd get. As the shock wore off, my heart settled a little, and I kept trying to reason with him. "Wang the Gimp, we're not at the point of a fight to the death, you and me. Whatever you want, just say it. We can work it out." "What I want?" He sneered, hobbling closer on his crutch. I want you dead. You ready to die? One hand on the crutch, the other holding the gun. The muzzle never left me. Like I said, we're really not at that point. You put a bullet in me, and you'll be eating a bullet too. So why bother? This is a crackdown, in case you forgot. Right then my patience was unusually good. Wong the Gimp seemed to be really enjoying how low I was groveling. His face twisted with a manic look. A cripple like me trading for a whole healthy man. No matter how you figure it, I come out ahead. 5 or 6 steps away, Wong the Gimp stopped. If only you were still that same idiot as before. We could have lived and let live. Idiot my ass. I couldn't be bothered to argue that with him. Wong the Gimp, what's the deal with keeping that gun pointed at me? Whatever you want, spit it out, we can talk. Heard you and old Young hunted down a bear, split a nice chunk of money? Yep. Well, ain't you something, you kept man. You made money and you don't figure you oughta hand it over? I oughta. I nodded, obedient as could be. The yard outside was already packed with people. Some clung to the mud wall, craning their necks. Some had climbed up on the woodpile. Old and young, all crammed together. Wong the Gimp, let's talk this out nice and easy. That thing goes off, it ain't no joke. Take some advice. Put the gun away. Something happens, and you'll be the one who pays. No grudge is worth pulling a gun over. Wong the Gimp hollered out to the crowd. You all be the judge. This good-for-nothing makes money out there and won't bring it home. Ain't that on him? That's the truth of it. A kept man's whole job is making money for the master of the house. Backed by the crowd, Wong the Gimp cocked an eyebrow and gave me a grin. Hear that? Everybody says I should get it. So, are you handing it over or not? I'll hand it over. All of it, it's yours. I didn't even think twice. Compared to my life, that little bit of money wasn't worth a damn. I had to admit, the Gimp had some brains. Robbing at gunpoint is robbery, but pressing me for money with reason on his side, that made it respectable. But reason preached at the point of a gun. Is that still reason? I was actually hoping he'd play it this way. I pulled out. I reached into my pocket to hand over the money. Don't move. Stay right there, he barked. I heard you took more than $2,000. This measly bit. You think you can fool me? The other 2,000's with Annie Luo. Want me to go get it? No. I'll have Yufin fetch it. Speak of the devil. Wong, you crippled bastard. Have you lost your goddamn mind? Zhao Weiguo's roar came blasting from a distance, waving a gun around. You trying to drag the whole team down with you? Put it down. Honestly, the moment he demanded money, my fear vanished. I'd give him the cash, then call the cops. Handing over money earned as a hired hand might be local custom, but the law doesn't recognize it. Forcing someone at gunpoint for money? That's armed robbery, plain and simple, enough to land him behind bars. Lu Yufin trotted over and opened the courtyard gate. Zhao Weiguo strode right up to Wong. I told you to put it down. Wong stiffened his neck. No way. That little punk swung first today, and he's hiding money on the side. Before he could finish, Zhao Weiguo snatched the gun from his hand and kicked him flat on his back. Io, you piece of shit. Back when I was handling guns, you hadn't even dropped out of your daddy's pants yet. Zhao Weiguo cursed as he deftly cracked open the breech and ejected a round. Just when the old man was about to send Wong straight to prison, Zhao Weiguo had to butt in and ruin the whole thing. A beating and a few curses. What the hell good does that do? I'd keep this tab open for now. I didn't raise a hand, didn't spit out any threats. In front of everyone, I led my horse over to the woodpile and, one log at a time, loaded the freshly stacked firewood back onto the sled. Lu Yufin panicked, her voice trembling. "Si Xingyi, what are you doing?" "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll only take half. You won't freeze." I'd originally planned to fix up the old house first, then split things with her. Now I'd just leave. Getting far away from rotten people and rotten business beats everything else. You're really leaving? Yep. You saw it yourself, sister-in-law. Wong pointed a gun at me. I'm afraid I'll catch a bullet in my sleep. That's right. You should have done this a long time ago, Zhao Weiguo chimed in. I couldn't be bothered to answer him. Ruining my plans. Nothing but a shit stirrer. Chengyi, you could actually. Lu Yufin started, then swallowed her words. She understood too. There was no room left to turn back. Get out. Hurry up and get out. Wong struggled to his feet. That firewood belongs to my family. Don't you dare take a single log. You son of a bitch. I sneered and turned back. You don't even have your gun anymore, and you're still yapping? Meeting my eyes, he swallowed hard and didn't dare make another sound. Once the wood was loaded, I went back into the west room and packed up the bedding, the Kong mat, and my clothes to take with me. Lu Yufin silently helped me gather everything. As I was leaving, I leaned close to her ear and murmured, "Sister-in-law, you're welcome anytime too. Come stay at my place. Or better yet, just divorce him. I'll take care of you from now on." With that, I gave her a slap on that big round butt of hers. Didn't get to sleep with her, so I might as well collect a little interest up front. I led the horse back to my own place. I fished out the key I hadn't used in ages, pushed open the cracked wooden door, and the packed snow gave a creaking groan as I sank in up to my ankles. The yard had gone to ruin over the past 2 years. The dead grass along the base of the wall was frozen stiff, and half-foot-long icicles hung from the eaves, crystal clear and bone-chilling. Breathing out clouds of white, I pushed open the door to the house. Mildew, dust, years of damp all mixed with the cold and rushed out at me, so choking it made me cough. Inside wasn't much warmer than out. The plaster was peeling in patches, exposing the yellowed straw and mud beneath. The paper on the windows was rotted clean through, and wind poured in through the black wooden lattice. Thick frost coated the glass, prickly to the touch. The greater Shingon Mountains winter had frozen this house solid, right down to the core. Dead frozen. Frozen to death. It looked exactly like those haunted house movies from my past life. All it needed were a few creepy dolls. Never mind all that for now. First things first, get the stove going. I searched the ash-covered storeroom top to bottom and couldn't find so much as an axe to split firewood. I dashed over to the little convenience store to find Jiang Mei, the pretty widow, to borrow an axe. And while I was at it, I bought some salt, soy sauce, and MSG. Cash and goods squared away, Jiang Mei clicked her tongue in amazement. "You've really been stirring things up these past few days. In this little shop of mine, I hear people talking about you every single day. My ears have gone numb from it. Can't help it. Famous folks attract gossip. You really willing to give up that Lu Yufin woman? Back in the day, she just had to crook a finger, and you came scrambling right up to her door. Sis May, as long as you don't bring up the past, we can still be friends." Yeah, like anybody's dying to. She shot me a sidelong look, positively dripping with charm, the kind of allure a young girl like Su Inger just doesn't have. We chatted a couple more minutes, then I hauled my stuff back home. Plenty of work left to do. Split the wood, fire up the stove, sweep the Kong. The earthen Kong took up nearly half the room. The reed mat on it had rotted into shreds, the surface caked with thick dust, frozen hard. Cobwebs draped with gray fluff hung in the corners, drifting down with the slightest movement. No warmth of a hearth, no sign of life. So quiet all I could hear was the north wind howling outside the window, like someone weeping. Pretty eerie. I built up a pile of fire in the middle of the room, warmed things up, added a little life to the place. Then I papered the windows, swept the Kong, plugged the gaps. Free of the whole live-in arrangement, the days rolled on one by one. I withdrew the 2,000 yuan I'd left with Annie Luo and made trips to the supply co-op for days on end, stocking up on tools and daily necessities, buying myself several new outfits, head to toe, to rotate through. I mean, I got transmigrated here. Who's still gonna wear patched-up clothes? Can't afford that kind of embarrassment. Swapped out the quilts too, for 2 brand new ones. After all that running around, the 2,000 was nearly gone, only 500 and change left, which got me thinking about that 20 grand I'd turned down, and I could have kicked myself. But there's no pill for regret, so all I could do was give myself a big smack. I really need to figure out how to make some money. That $15 a month from my part-time gig on the neighborhood watch wasn't even enough to cover a stick of gum. I'd never run a business in my past life, but in these years of extreme scarcity, you could sell literally anything. It was almost impossible to lose money. The only thing I couldn't wrap my head around was what exactly to do. With just 500 left in my pocket, my options were limited. One night, coming back from mooching a meal at Zhao Weigua's place, I stripped down in 3 quick moves until I was standing there in nothing but a pair of blue boxers. I walked over to the brightest spot along the wall and looked down at this young body of mine. Broad shoulders, back solid and firm. The muscles on my arms weren't bulky, but they had that hard, rugged strength that only comes from years of training. My abs were starting to show, too. I ran my hand over my midsection, rock hard, all lean muscle, not an ounce of flab. The 2 waves of warm energy I'd gotten from saving Su Inger last time had completely transformed my body, tougher, but leaner overall. Just the way I liked it. I'd been too big and clunky before. Honestly, I wouldn't mind dropping even more weight. Early the next morning, old Yang started hollering at the top of his lungs outside the courtyard wall. Jolted awake, I threw on my clothes, cursing under my breath, and went out. Grandpa Yang, you've got a rifle slung over your shoulder and your dog with you. What's going on? He rubbed his hands together, breath fogging white in the cold. Just got back from the mountains. Open up, quick, I'm freezing my ass off. Let's talk inside. Once we were in the back room, I poured him a cup of hot water. So what's this all about? You're not here to borrow money, are you? I've only got 500 and change left. I can lend you 500 tops. Borrow money, my ass. You think a mountain hunter like me is short on cash? I'm here to bring you money, damn it. Bring me money? The second those words left his mouth, 100 different scam schemes started flashing through my head. Was this old man getting roped into some pyramid scheme? I'd seen way too many cons in my past life. Just hearing, bring you money, set off every alarm bell in my body. I made a face like I was constipated. Grandpa Yang, you're not gonna. Never mind, just tell me first. How exactly are you bringing me money? What's with that look? He snapped. Here I am, out of the goodness of my heart, trying to help you make some money. And you're not even happy about it? No, of course I am. Go ahead. Now I was curious. I wanted to hear what kind of con artists were running these days. Whatever the scheme was, as long as I didn't hand over any cash, I'd win. A few minutes later, I realized I'd misjudged him. Here's what happened. He'd headed into the mountains at the crack of dawn. He hadn't gone far when his 2 hunting dogs caught the scent of some road deer tracks. He followed them, and less than a mile in, he stumbled onto a much bigger, messier, more impressive set of tracks. A huge herd of wild boar, maybe 30 head or so. Without hesitation, he changed course and went after the boar instead. Boar meat isn't worth as much as roe deer, but it makes up for it in size and quantity. More importantly, these things are a farmer's mortal enemy. You plant your crops, and they come charging down the mountain in packs to tear everything up. Impossible to guard against. He was a stubborn brute too. See a man and it'd charge right at you. First the boar, second the bear, third the tiger. That ranking doesn't mean wild boars are fiercer than bears or tigers. It means they do the most damage to a farmer's crops. So folks around here never went easy on wild boars. If they could take down a pair, they'd never settle for just one. Old man Yang had the same mindset. He had land too. Finally, in a sheltered mountain hollow, he lay in the snow on the upwind side and counted them carefully. 37 of them, all told. That many wild boars, and with just his single bolt-action rifle, he couldn't drop more than a few. And going in alone was dangerous. Just imagine what it feels like to have a whole herd of wild boars charging straight at you. If he couldn't finish them all, he'd have to let more than half get away. Come spring planting season, those beasts would come down from the mountains and wreck the seedlings all over again. So he came back to round up some help, aiming to wipe them all out in one go. He'd already told Zhao Weiguo to find a few more militiamen who were good shots. He brought me along to repay the favor from that bear hunt last time. Otherwise, who would have thought of me? A green kid who'd barely ever held a gun? I'd been fretting over being short on cash, and this was nothing short of a godsend. I fished a pack of peony cigarettes out of my pocket and pressed it into his hand, laying on the flattery thick. Grandpa Yang, you're like a second father to me. From now on, you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. You tell me to chase a dog, I'll never chase a chicken. He took the cigarettes with a doting, auntie-like smile, but as I kept rambling more and more ridiculously, he slapped me on the shoulder. Knock it off, quit yapping. I told Weiguo to wait for you outside the village. Get going now. Grandpa Yang, do I not get a gun? Without a gun, you were just an extra hand, there to do the grunt work and lend a hand. Of course he knew exactly what I was scheming. He said irritably, you little punk, I had Weiguo bring a gun for you. Now go, you got it. Grandpa Yang, this great kindness of yours. Get the hell out of here. Zhao Weiguo had found 3 sturdy militiamen. The oldest one was the militia captain, Hong Tao. When they spotted me, they all looked me up and down. Hong Tao clicked his tongue in amazement. Big dummy. Well, you're not so dumb anymore. How'd you suddenly get better? Let's hear it. He knew I'd gotten better, and still called me big dummy. I cursed him in my head, but kept it polite out loud. Uncle Hong, I don't really know myself. I just suddenly got the hang of things, like I'd broken through some mystical energy channels. I passed cigarettes around, and Zhao Weigua tossed me a Type 56 semi-automatic. Take it. Don't point the muzzle at anyone. Got it. 6 men, 6 guns, 2 dogs, and 1 horse. We crunched through the snow and pushed into the mountain forest. The cold wind cut at your face like a knife. I pulled my hat brim down low and tugged my scarf up high, leaving only my eyes exposed. The 2 Orican hounds weren't the least bit bothered by the cold, romping through the snow. These were native hunting dogs bred over hundreds of years by the nomadic hunting tribes, cold-resistant, sharp-nosed, bold, and loyal, born with an exceptional. To keep them warm with a double coat. The Mongolian horse Zhao Weigua led was the same, double-coated, cold-resistant, able to paw through snow to find food. You could turn it loose in the wild and it wouldn't starve. I had no interest in a farm horse, but those hunting dogs made my eyes light up. I squeezed in next to old Yang. Grandpa Yang, where'd you get these dogs? Help me get a couple too, would you? He gave me a puzzled look. You looking to make a living patrolling the mountains? Just want to keep M for fun. I put on my thickest skin. Take M hunting up the mountain now, and then, no harm in that. Hunting dogs need training. You don't know squat. You'd just ruin M. Then you help me find someone who knows how to train M. You really want to buy? Yep. He frowned and mulled it over. You know Forest Farm number 17? Nope. He rolled his eyes. You damn fool. Hey, no need to get personal. Through the vast, snowy forest, our little group ambled deeper in, shooting the breeze. One way or another, the talk always circled back to the loose women in the village, especially that pretty widow who ran the little shop. She came up more than anyone, cementing her status as the dream girl of every man in the village. Zhao Weigua, walking out front with his rifle slung over his shoulder, hunched his neck. This cold cuts right down to the bone. 2 more hours of this, and even your piss'll freeze into a stick. Behind him, Zhuzi let out a snicker, flashing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Captain Zhao, what we need right now is a warm bed, and a woman bringing over a bowl of hot water. Now that'd be the life. That widow Jiang from the little shop. Last time I caught a look, her behind was round and full, ripe as a mountain fruit. Knock it off. Hong Tao spat, not breaking stride. She's kept to herself all these years as a widow, never a whisper of gossip about her. Since when's it your business to fantasize? If we're talking looks, that gal who works at the co-op is easier on the eyes. Clean clothes, soft-spoken. Soft-spoken don't put food on the table. Old Yang chimed in, his voice muffled, a ring of frost around his collar. For married life, you want a sturdy one. Can work, can run a household. Those delicate little things are all show and no use. Zhao Weigua looked back with a grin. Out here in the ice and snow, and your heads are still full of women. Watch out a black bear doesn't come charging out and scare the souls right out of you. Scared of what? We've got Grandpa Yang. Zhuzi couldn't care less. Besides, talking about it ain't a crime. Once we bag these boars and cash in, I'm gonna get a matchmaker to find me someone no matter what. If I don't marry soon, my ma's gonna be at my door cursing me out every single day. The group chattered and laughed, their coarse jokes mixing with the wind and snow, drifting far off across the empty forest. The snow-covered path stretched on with no end in sight. Only the endless chatter, along with the crunch of footsteps in the snow, carried on deeper into the dense woods. We ducked into the pine forest, not far now from the hollow where the wild boars holed up. After a stretch more, Old Yang signaled for me to tie up the horse. We'd arrived. The wild boars, at dawn and dusk. They're active at night and spend most of the day holed up sleeping in snow pits. The closer we got, the lighter our steps became. We even held our breath. Old Man Yang led us around to the downwind side, and we crept up a gentle slope in a crouch. Inside a hollow ringed by pines, the wind died down to half its strength. More than 30 wild boars were huddled together, their heavy snorts rising and falling. Most were curled up on the pine needles and leftover snow, body pressed against body, their yellowish-brown coats scattering needles all over the ground. Some had their legs tucked in and their heads buried between their forelegs, snoring in a low, rolling rumble like distant thunder. At the edge of the group, A few big boars hadn't fallen into a dead sleep. Every so often one would stand up and circle a couple of times, rooting its hard snout through the snow, sniffing for any human scent. Very wary. One of them was a full size bigger than the rest, nearly 2 meters long, with shoulders and back as broad and thick as a millstone, its muscles taut. Its coat was caked with pine resin and mud, thick and rough. This was what they call a boar's armor plating. Year after year, the boar rubs itself against pine trees to coat itself in resin, then rolls in the dirt and sand. Layer by layer, it air dries and hardens, wrapping the animal in armor as tough as iron. It wards off mosquitoes and bugs and protects against the bites of predators. Even the buckshot from a homemade gun can barely punch through it. But against a rifle bullet, no amount of armor would do it any good. Its 4 short legs were as thick as a grown man's forearm, and its hooves were worn black and shiny. 2 big balls hung beneath its rear, impossible to miss. And it was precisely because of those 2 balls that its meat carried a rank, gamey odor and never fetched a good price. Old Man Yang gave a signal, and everyone retreated without a sound until he quietly called a halt. Then we hunkered down in a circle in the snow and listened as he laid out the plan. Nothing's changed. Surround 3 sides and leave 1 open. Zhuzi, loop around to the rear. Chengyi, hold this spot. I'll circle to the opposite side. Weigua, you 3 set up an ambush at the gap and don't fire until I've driven the herd in. If the drive fails and the herd scatters, then just improvise. Bag as many as you can. His expression was grave as his eyes swept over each of us. Nobody charges ahead alone, and nobody goes running off wild. Pick out a good climbing tree ahead of time. If a boar really does come at you, get up it. Climbing a tree is the best way to escape a wild boar. We've only got 2 legs. We can't outrun something with 4. Safety first. Get a clear look before you pull the trigger. Don't shoot one of your own. After a few more minutes of instructions, everyone quietly spread out, probably figuring I was still wet behind the ears and couldn't be trusted with anything important. Old Man Yang gave me the easiest job. I was happy to take it easy. Cradling my Type 56, I worked the bolt to chamber around and quietly crawled back up the gentle slope. I found a crook-necked tree with low branches, easy to climb. In this frozen land, the trunks were sheathed in ice, rime, and white frost, slicker than a skating rink. Without low branches to grab onto, even a monkey would be left scratching its head. I lay in the snow beneath the tree, where I could see the boars in the hollow clearly and still had an escape route. Rifle raised. Take aim. Wait for Old Man Yang's first shot. The woods were eerily quiet. Except for the boars rustling around, there wasn't another sound, not even a bird chirping. It was the dead silence you get right before a big battle. The minutes crawled by. My heart pounded harder and harder. Damn it, I really was getting nervous. I wanted a cigarette bad, but Old Man Yang had laid down the rule. Nobody smokes until the job's done. A boar's nose is way too sharp. Figuring it was about time, I pulled off my mittens, leaving just the thin fleece gloves underneath. This stuff kept my hands warm but still nimble, didn't get in the way of the trigger, and kept my bare skin off the freezing cold barrel. Grip a gun barehanded out here, and in less than 10 minutes your fingers would get frostbite. 20, 30 below zero. Staying warm was all about your gear, no exceptions for anyone. Even with a body that had been enhanced 3 times over by the warm current, it was the same for me. Good thing I was decked out head to toe in brand new, heavy-duty clothes. Lying belly down in the snow, I could still take it. My muzzle stayed locked on the nearest sow, maybe 300 pounds. The second that first shot rang out, I'd squeeze the trigger. That 600-pound armored boar. Old Man Yang said to hold off on that one. This whole herd was run by him and 1 sow. Kill the leader first, and the herd scatters, and then the whole plan goes to hell. The armored boar was left for Zhao Weigua and the others covering the gap. Old Man Yang had also told me boar herds are matriarchal. The males rarely run with the group. They only come around during mating season. The rest of the time they roam the woods alone, eat their fill, and move on, never sticking around to raise the young. Total deadbeats. Why is there still no sign? That old man's dragging his feet. I grumbled to myself. In the waiting, time crept by, grinding at my nerves. Bang! The gunshot cracked out of nowhere. One of the boars, dead asleep, Had its head burst open in a spray of blood, it would never wake up again in this life. The herd went off like a bomb. Without hesitation, I squeezed the trigger, shot after shot. From 3 directions, the gunfire blurred into one continuous roar. Bang, bang, bang. Woof, woof. The 2 hunting dogs barked like crazy, but they didn't charge in. They just herded around the edges. Old Man Yang didn't dare let the dogs loose. Bullets don't have eyes, and a 7.62 round landing anywhere on a dog would leave it dead or crippled. The armored boar didn't waver for a second. Its thick hooves clawed hard at the packed snow, and it wheeled around, bolting toward the one direction with no gunfire. Its hooves pounded the snow with muffled thuds. A big sow, for 100 pounds and change, tossed her head with a grunt and was the first to fall in behind the boar. Her massive body kicked up a whole sky's worth of snow spray. The panicked boars had suddenly found their anchor, and they fell in line all at once. Snow flew, their heavy breathing merging into one sound. Frantic but not chaotic, all of them charging in the same direction, leaving nothing behind but dense hoofprints all pointing the same way. Only 5 or 6 were left with no clue what to do, scattering every which way. Bang, bang, bang. One running along the outside suddenly seized up, like it had been slammed by a sledgehammer. A short, piercing squeal, then its front legs. A soft thud. It crashed down hard, skidding a long way across the snow, twitched a few times, and went still. Blood bloomed across a wide patch of snow, a shock of red that was almost sickening to look at. The rest of the herd kept up their desperate charge. I lay flat, took aim, squeezed the trigger. Another one dropped out of the pack, rolled several times through the snow, hit the ground with a dull thump, and never got up again. 2 dark shapes came tearing straight out of the snow mist, as if they'd lost their bearings, barreling right toward me. One big, one small. The big one was a sow, better than 200 pounds. The small one, maybe 100, a half-grown piglet born last year. Its stripes had just faded, its coat a solid tawny brown, the black bristles not yet fully grown in. Folks in the mountains call these yellow hairs. Next to a little spotted pig, its meat is the best there is, the least gamey. I wasn't the least bit rattled. I braced the rifle steady, the front sight locked between the sow's eyes, and gently squeezed. 40, 50 paces. Crack. Damn it. Missed clean. The pig didn't so much as flinch. Again. Crack. The bullet punched through the side of its neck, blood misting into the air. The huge body swayed twice, then slammed into the snow with a whump, legs jerking. Behind it, the yellow hair charged on without losing a step, coming at me like something possessed. I stayed calm, turned the barrel a fraction, and squeezed again. A sharp report. The bullet caught it square in the chest. It let out an agonized squeal, toppled sideways, and slid a long way, kicking up a spray of snow. 10 rounds, magazine empty. The herd had already run out of reach. I couldn't catch them. But sooner or later they'd make for the gap. I got up and sprinted along the edge of the hollow, never breaking stride, working the bolt. The last empty casing pinged out, and the chamber was dry. In one motion, I pulled out a stripper clip, 10 brass rounds lined up neat and gleaming on the steel guide. I set the clip to the mouth of the magazine, pressed my thumb on the base of the top round, pushed down and forward. The cartridges slid down the rails with a crisp run of metallic clicks. Loaded full, I flicked my wrist to toss the empty clip, thumbed the receiver shut, hauled the bolt back, and rammed it home. Sich Kachuk. Chambered. If I do say so myself, the whole thing looked damn cool. Shame there wasn't a girl around to see it. The armored boar led the herd, heads down, charging hard, plunging straight into that gap that looked unguarded. They thought it was a way out. They didn't know it was a death trap set long before. The moment the herd poured in, a dense burst of gunfire erupted. The boar had just started to wheel around when its shoulder jolted, blood spraying out through the coarse, stiff bristles. It let out a roar, staggered forward, and pitched down, jamming itself dead at the very front. The pigs behind it fell into a panic. Guns ahead, no way back, packed and slamming into one another in a tangled mass. The 3 men held their rifles steady, pouring round after round into the herd. The boars went down one after another, necks, chests, and flanks bursting into red mist, heavy bodies crashing into the snow in a steady string of muffled thuds. Blood ran down through the hollows in the snow, freezing almost at once into dark red streaks in the dozens below zero cold. Some pigs got lucky and made it through unharmed, and some. Suddenly it wheeled around and bolted back. But the three of us had already closed in. The circle tightened, cutting off their escape. The Type 56 has an effective range of over 400 meters. From 100-some meters out, I kept squeezing the trigger as I advanced. Long distance, plenty of tree trunks in the way, my aim was naturally off. I emptied 10 rounds and only dropped 2 of them. I slammed in another mag. Then the gunfire stopped. There wasn't a boar left in sight. The hunt was done. Old Young always said a complete hunt breaks down into 3 steps. Find the game, kill the game, bring the game back. And when you've got the truth in your hands, killing the game is actually the easiest part. Which is harder, finding it or hauling it back, depends on the situation. With small game, finding it is the hardest. But on a drive hunt like this one, the toughest part is hauling it back. Before you can haul it back, though, you've got to gut it and bleed it, or the carcass goes rank. 20, 30 below zero might look cold, but the pig's body is still full of warm blood. If you don't gut it fast, the organs stay bundled up inside, and before long they warm up and start to rot. The meat goes off right along with them, and no amount of freezing will bring it back. Nobody took a breather. Each of us lit a cigarette, pulled out our knives, and got to gutting and bleeding them right there on the spot. Zhao Weigua tied the horse up somewhere he could keep an eye on it, then pitched in two. Old Yang stuck his rear end up in the air, dug out a pig's heart and liver and tossed them to the 2 dogs, all while giving me a lesson. Wild boars got thick fat, plenty of grease. The second the organs turn, that stink seeps right into the meat, ruins a perfectly good pig. Blood and gunk pool up in the cavity and won't drain clean, so the meat gets stringy and gamey. Once it freezes solid, it's an even bigger mess to deal with. Open it up now, let the cold wind pour in, and the cavity freezes through in an instant. That's how you keep the meat fresh, and how you get a good price for it. Gripping the blade I'd scavenged off that mummified corpse last time, I sliced open one boar's belly with ease. Steaming guts spilled all over the ground, and a thick, rank stench shot straight up my nose. I frowned, left the innards for now, and stood up to move on to the next one. I did the same all down the line, cut every belly open first. The gutting itself could wait a while. Just like Old Yang said, split the belly open first so the cold air gets in and the cavity won't turn foul. That kept us busy for hours. One-handed, I grabbed the hind leg of a 300-pound boar and dragged it out of the mountain hollow easy as anything, then tossed it onto the pile. With that, all the game was gathered up. The frozen stiff boar carcasses were stacked into a little hill. The others around the campfire all just stared at me, like something had bloomed on my face. Cheng Yi, with strength like that, back in the old days you'd have been a great warrior. You sure opened our eyes today. Anybody else would be huffing and puffing dragging something that heavy through the snow. You don't even break a sweat, it's uncanny. Well, I'll be damned, you're strong as an ox. I plopped down by the fire and gave a little chuckle. Easy now, keep it modest. Zhao Weigua handed me a cigarette. I took it. I pulled a burning branch from the fire, lit it, and swept it around in a circle. The men were all worn out, but their faces were lit up with joy. Gutting the kills was filthy, exhausting work, yet the payoff was undeniably huge. This one run had bagged 31 head. We'd barely covered any ground and were already coming home fully loaded. The hunting itself had been a blast. Minus the guts, figuring an average of 200 pounds a head, that came to over 6,000 pounds. But hauling this stuff back home? That was going to be anything but easy. After we dropped the whole pack of boars, Zhao Weigua sent the militia captain, Jiang Tao, back to the village on a horse-drawn sled to borrow more. With just the handful of us, there was no way in hell we were dragging these hogs back. The remaining 5 of us huddled around the fire to keep warm, shooting the breeze while we waited for Jiang Tao. The sun sank little by little, and just as it grazed the mountain peaks, Jiang Tao finally showed up with 8 villagers and 8 sleds. Horse sleds, ox sleds, donkey sleds, a real mixed bag. Then came another round of hard labor, hoisting the boars onto the sleds one by one. Once again, my strength left everyone stunned. A 2-300-pound hog, and I'd sling it onto the sled with one heave. Anybody else would have needed 2 or 3 guys straining and grunting to lift it together. What the hell did you eat to grow like this, kid? How come nobody ever heard about you having this kind of brute strength before? Old Yang grumbled, unable to help himself as he chucked two pig stomachs onto a sled. Pushing 60, nobody made him do the heavy lifting. He just sorted through the organs off to the side. Wild game carries a lot of parasites, so a good chunk of the innards got tossed, and he only kept a few select pieces. Pig stomach was the good stuff, flavorful and easy on the gut. The bigger, the more prized. Besides, he had 2 dogs at home, so hauling it back would make perfect feed. I bent down, scooped up the last one, tensed my core, and swung it up onto the sled in midair. The wooden boards creaked, then thudded solidly into place. Zhao Weiguo watched and kept nodding, taking a drag on his cigarette. That's it. Every last one accounted for. Sky's about to go pitch black, and the wind up here bites hard. Stick around any longer, and we'll freeze straight through. One burly guy wiped the sweat off his forehead and laughed. Chung Yi here really is an ox. We're about to fall apart, and he's acting like it's nothing. I brushed the snow and blood off my hands and cursed with a grin. Quit ragging on me. Let's wrap this up quick and celebrate proper back in the village. Zhao Weiguo swept his big hand through the air and raised his voice. Everybody on the sleds. Drive steady. These mountain trails are slick, so don't tip over. Let's get back to the village while there's still light. The 8 sleds strung together into a single line, weaving through the vast, endless snowy forest. The sleds jolted along, the animals huffing out white breath, hooves crunching into the packed snow. Crunch, crunch, the sound carrying far off through the silent mountains. The 2 hunting dogs, bellies stuffed round, were too lazy to move and trotted obediently behind Old Yang. The more I looked, the more I loved it. The sun sets early in the greater Xin'an range. Before we'd even cleared the woods, the sky had gone completely dark. Luckily, Jiang Tao had come prepared and had every villager bring a flashlight before heading into the mountains. A string of lights bobbed through the trees, and moonlight spilled across the snow, blanketing everything in a bright, gleaming white. From somewhere far off came the occasional few. The cries of unknown wild birds echoed through the night, sending chills down everyone's spine. But there was safety in numbers, so nobody was too spooked. Somebody, shivering and hissing through his teeth, hunched his neck and chattered. Damn, it's freezing out here. Your breath turns to ice crystals just hanging in the air. Let's hurry back. My Kong bed's already good and toasty. The night bit harder than the day, and everyone quickened their pace without needing to be told. Lucky for me, I was decked out in brand new gear, all top quality, and with a strong constitution to boot, I could take the cold. Old Yang, what are we going to do with this many wild boars? I asked. Black market. Fat Wong. What else? He can move this many? The old man took a drag on his cigarette, blew a puff of white breath into his palm, then lowered his voice and glanced around. Fat Wong's got connections. He doesn't just buy for himself. He's tied in with the middlemen in the county and up in the province. One quick flip, and he'll take the whole lot. Zhao Weiguo edged closer. Uncle Yang's right. So we heading straight there, or waiting till tomorrow? The old man thought it over and decided to go straight. Save them the hassle of loading and unloading twice. We'll take it there directly in a bit. Jiang Tao had originally settled with the villagers for $20 a head for this run. But now that they were hauling it to town in the dead of night, the price naturally had to go up. Zhao Weiguo called him over, and after some back and forth, they decided to give each family an extra 10 pounds of boar meat, worth maybe $10 or so. The village was only 3 or 4 miles from town, so nobody was going to say no. Jiang Tao craned his neck and hollered back at the crowd. Thanks for the hard work, fellas. Uncle Weiguo and Old Yang say every family gets an extra 10 pounds of meat this trip. You can stew it up the second you get home and treat yourselves. A wave of laughing and good-natured cursing erupted from the back, all of it sounding downright pleased. Sweet. 10 pounds ain't nothing to sneeze at. Worth stumbling around in the pitch dark for. Uncle Wade was a stand-up guy. Let's drop this off and hurry home. That hot Kang's waiting. As they neared the village, they didn't go in. Instead, they took a shortcut onto the road leading to town. Once at the black market, they tracked down Fat Wong. The second he laid eyes on the row of sleds in the snow, the wild boars piled up like a small mountain. His beady little eyes lit right up. He dropped his voice, but there was an urgency in it. Holy hell, this many? You boys must have cleaned out the whole damn board den. The old man chuckled. Go on and check the goods. All fresh kills, guts scooped out clean, frozen solid. Not a thing wasted. Fat Wong didn't waste words. He tromped through the snow, circling the sleds and looking them over, his fat hands rapping on the carcasses with a hollow thud, pinching the fat here and there, his head bobbing nonstop. All right, no complaints about the quality. The old man planted himself right in front of him and got straight to the point. You can see for yourself. Most of these are sows, worth more than tusked boars. Don't even think about pulling a fast one. The flesh on Fat Wong's face twitched, and he put on a pitiful act. Io, old Yang, this is a huge quantity. Cut me a little slack on the price, would ya? Hauling it to the county's a pain, and I've got risks to shoulder too. Once the goods were unloaded, the old man drew out that dogleg knife glinting with a cold gleam, and the folks each cut off a slab of meat. On Zhao Weigua's horse-drawn sled, there were still 200-pound yellow-haired boars left. Those were set aside to be split among the 6 of us. We'd bagged this many wild boars. There was no way we'd sell them all. We had to treat our own bellies too. Fatty Wong called over 2 lean young guys to weigh everything and tally the accounts. Once the weighing was done, I went inside with Old Man Yang to settle up. Inside, an iron stove was burning, the fire roaring hot. The second you pushed the door open, a wave of heat hit your face. A whole different world from the ice and snow outside. Fatty Wong dragged over a beat-up wooden table and grabbed a thermos to pour us some tea. Uncle Yang, Brother Cheng-Yi, hurry up and count it. Get it done so you can head back to the village and warm up. Old Man Yang thumped his dog-leg knife down on the table. Its cold gleam vanished at once, took a sip of hot tea, and finally spoke. I already eyeballed the numbers on the scale. I won't haggle with you. Fatty Wong's chubby fingers went clacking across the abacus. That biggest boar, I'm counting it at the sow rate, $1.30 a pound too. Total weight's 5,266 pounds. Comes to $6,845.80. Let's round it up, 6,850. Uncle Yang, am I treating you right or what? Damn right you are. Old Man Yang grinned wide. Fatty Wong pulled open the con cabinet, took out a bundle of tied-up bills, and pushed it in front of Old Man Yang. Count it, not a penny short. Old Man Yang didn't bother counting carefully. He just tucked it straight into the cloth pouch against his chest and patted down the front of his coat. You do business straight, Fatty Wong. I trust you. Watching from the side, my mind was churning too. These days, an ordinary worker only made $100, maybe $200 a month. This one hunting trip, nearly 6,000. That'd rattle anybody. Money and goods squared away. Old Man Yang stood up and stuck the dog-leg knife back on his belt. Fatty Wong saw us out to the door with a big grin. Next time there's good work like this, keep your little brother in mind. Will do. The moment we stepped outside, the cold wind stabbed at our faces again, but every one of us was smiling. Cheerful as could be, Old Man Yang paid out the wages for the 8 folks, 160 in all. With the money in hand, everyone climbed onto the sled with a lighter step. The sled skimmed fast over the snow, moonlight and flashlight beams blending together, heading straight for the village. The 6 of us hung back on purpose to settle our own accounts. Old Man Yang provided the men and the guns, and brought the tip too, so he got 3 shares. The other 5 each got 2 shares. 13 shares total. 6,850 minus 160, then divided by 13, $514.60 a share. Over $1,000 each. With the cash held firmly in our hands, our faces broke into wide grins. This was a full year's wages for a working man. Back in the village, the 6 of us headed straight to my place. We still hadn't eaten dinner by this point, and every one of us was starving, stomachs pressed clean against our backs. It was late into the night, and nobody wanted to go home and bother their wives and kids, so my place it was. Can't blame them, seeing as I was a bachelor all on my own. Still left on the sled. Got 2 yellow-haired mutts, plenty of meat on 'em. These past few days, I'd gotten this little mud brick courtyard house all squared away, and the gear was all set. Old Man Yang came into the yard, hauled off a hind leg, and carried it into the outer room. Boiled water, scalded the hide, scraped off the hair, then went at the meat right there on the stove, chop, chop, chop. I rubbed my hands together. eyes locked on that hunk of bone-in wild boar. Cut up some potatoes and sauerkraut too. Throw it all in one big simmering pot. Beats everything else, hands down. Old man Yang shot me a glare. Quit yappin', you runt. Think you can do better? Have at it. Grandpa Yang, your knife works top-notch. You keep at it. I'll go grab the sauerkraut. Up in the northeast, there's nothing you can't stew with sauerkraut. Inside, the stove fire crackled and popped, heat rolling up, the smell of grease and meat slowly spreading through the room. Outside, the cold wind howled, snow pellets hissing against the paper windows, but inside it was warm enough to break a sweat. A few of us crowded around the stove, shooting the breeze on and off. The next day, I didn't stir awake until the sun was already high in the sky. My head was pounding. That sauerkraut and wild boar feast the night before, those booze hounds had poured plenty down my throat. Damn it. Next guy who drinks is a son of a bitch. I swore under my breath. I rubbed my throbbing head and sat up. The Kong was still warm, and the room reeked of last night's meat mixed with liquor. The second my feet hit the floor, my whole body felt like jelly. Those old bastards hadn't held back one bit, glass after glass. As sturdy as I am, even I couldn't hold up under that. Bunch of booze hounds. I cursed again. My throat was bone dry and burning. I grabbed the enamel mug, poured a cup of hot water, and gulped it down. Only then did I feel a little better. My stomach growled. There was still half a basin of sauerkraut stewed meat left in the pot, frozen solid, so I set it on the stove to heat up. Before long, the aroma filled the little courtyard again. The moment that meat smell hit the air, I suddenly thought of Old Man Yang's 2 hunting dogs, thought of the wild boars all over the mountains, and even more, thought of myself holding that Type 56 carbine, mowing down everything in sight, patrolling the mountains and hunting. Now that's a hell of a rush. Last time, when we dug out that bear den, I'd barely raised the gun before it was all over. No fun in that, no thrill at all. But this time, running down that pack of boars with my Type 56, one shot, one kill, sending the whole herd scattering. Man, that pure, satisfying rush still makes my skin tingle just thinking about it. Why don't I buy a gun, raise a couple of hunting dogs, and head up the mountains to hunt? Once that thought popped up, it was like the firewood in the stove. The more it burned, the hotter it got, impossible to tamp down. I've got the strength, my aim's not bad, and I've got a good sense of direction in the mountains. And if all else fails, there's always Old Man Yang to show me the ropes. If I really put together a full set of gear and raised a couple of dogs that could run and bite, I could head up the mountains every few days from now on. The more I thought about it, the more doable it seemed. Damn it, that settles it. I slapped my thigh hard. The headache and the hangover had mostly cleared, and I felt sharp and alive all over. A person's only got some 30-odd thousand days in this life. Might as well loosen up and enjoy it. The moment you want to do something, do it while you still can. People don't just die when they're old. Death can come at any time. Accidents always strike when you least expect it. While the conditions still allow, do the things you want to do first. Don't leave yourself with too many regrets. I knew full well that business would definitely make more money than hunting. But right now, all the trades revolve around food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and I hadn't quite figured out where to start. So I might as well patrol the mountains and hunt for now. There'd be plenty of chances to make money over the next few decades. But hunting, sooner or later, the government would crack down harder and harder. I couldn't remember exactly what year they banned it. But one thing was crystal clear to me. This wasn't something I could do for a lifetime. While the rules were still loose these few years, and there was still plenty of game in the mountains, I'd better enjoy it while it lasted. Once they really banned it down the road, it still wouldn't be too late to get serious about business. Besides, patrolling the mountains and doing business weren't mutually exclusive. I could juggle both and jump on an opportunity whenever it came. There were too many ways to get rich. In this life, I'd never be short on money, no matter what else I lacked. Take it slow, and I'd handle it with ease. Thinking and thinking, my mind drifted back to that Lu Yufan. Sleeping with her mattered even more than making money. Getting my body stronger was more real than cash. What excuse can I come up with to go see her? I picked up my bowl and shoveled the last mouthful of pickled cabbage and wild boar into my mouth, wiped my greasy lips, and slammed the coarse ceramic bowl down on the stove. Looking at the mess of wine bowls and dishes covering the table, my head started to throb again. Damn it. If I ever let people come drink at my place again, I'm a dog. After cleaning up, I buried the frozen wild boar meat from the yard into a snowdrift, clapped my hands, and headed out. The snow crunched under my feet, and the sun beat down warm on my body. Lu Yufin could wait. I headed straight for Old Man Yang's place. Hey, Cheng Yi, heard you guys bagged a big haul in the mountains yesterday. Made what other folks earn in a whole year. That true. Halfway there, a woman stopped me. She was on her way back from the market, carrying a cloth sack, her face full of curiosity. I couldn't even remember her last name, so I just mumbled vaguely, "Not that much, Auntie. I've got something to do, gotta run." With that, I dashed off. Word sure traveled fast. From a distance, I could see smoke rising from Old Man Yang's chimney, with 2 hunting dogs sprawled out at the gate. The second they saw me coming, their ears perked up and they trotted over, tails wagging, to sniff me. We'd met a few times, and they both recognized me now. I bent down and scratched their heads, fuzzy and warm. The 2 dogs nuzzled my palm gently, letting out soft whimpers from their throats. Absolutely adorable. "Grandpa Yang, you home?" I called out toward the house. "Come on in." A gruff voice answered. I pushed open the half-shut wooden door and had just stepped into the yard when the old lady came out to greet me with a beaming smile, waving me over. "Cheng Yi, come inside and warm up. That old man's parked on the Kong and won't budge." "You got it, Grandma Dang. Have you eaten yet?" "I make it for you. Just ate before I headed out." "Don't trouble yourself, Grandma Dang." I grinned and stepped inside. Old Man Yang was sitting on the edge of the Kong, the Type 38 rifle broken down into pieces, wiping each part with a clean rag dabbed in bear grease. "Grandpa Yang, cleaning your gear?" I asked, though I already knew. He shot me a sour look and didn't bother answering. It was the old lady who waved me up onto the Kong. Not that I needed the invite. I've never been the shy type, so I climbed right up anyway. I pulled out a cigarette, handed it over, and got straight to the point. That rush from hunting yesterday still hasn't worn off. I've been thinking about getting myself a rifle, raising a couple of hunting dogs, heading up into the mountains when I've got nothing else going on. Old Man Yang's hands paused. He glanced up at me and took the cigarette. "You serious, kid? Got the hunting bug already? A gun's no toy. Sure, the rules are loose these days, but you still need the right connections. Still." Then he dumped cold water on me. "Patrolling the mountains and hunting isn't something you can just do 'cause you've got a gun and a dog. Old hunters around my age, the ones I went into the mountains with back when we were young, some got hurt, some died. The rest either got scared off and settled down to farm, or, well, there's barely 2 of us left who can still go up there." He said it all in one breath. Then his eyes went cloudy and he just stared off into space. It was a long while before he came back to himself. He put the cigarette between his lips, struck a match, lit it, took a deep drag, and let out a long stream of smoke. "There's bad karma in this mountain business. Hardly any hunter dies a peaceful death. Your old man went into those mountains and look at me, not a single kid to my name after a whole lifetime. It's all payback, damn it." The topic was too heavy. I didn't know what to say. The old lady, who'd been stitching a shoe sole, wasn't having it. She shot up and jabbed a finger at Old Man Yang's nose. "You old coffin dodger, what are you dredging up all that dead and buried nonsense for?" She slammed her sewing basket down on the edge of the Kong and glared at him. "Hunting is hunting, living is living. Don't go opening your mouth about bad karma and payback every time. It's bad luck. These days, folks are dead set on having kids." This struck a nerve with the old lady, and I understood it deep down. But there was no consoling her on this. You can't preach virtue to someone whose suffering you've never walked through. Old Man Yang didn't get mad at the scolding. He just hunched down, took another drag, rolled the cigarette between his fingers, and sighed. "I'm not trying to stop him. I just worry the kid's young and hot-blooded, that he'll treat hunting like a game, dive in head first, and never make it back out. The danger's up in those mountains. A hard gun and a fierce dog won't always get you through." Then he looked up at me, the cloudiness in his eyes a little less now. "You really want to get a gun and raise dogs?" I nodded. "Yeah, I really mean it." "All right." He stubbed the cigarette butt out in the ashtray. "A gun. I can hook you up, get you something reliable." My eyes lit up. "Thanks, Grandpa Yang." "Don't thank me yet," he said. He waved his hand, his voice dropping low. "I'll find you a gun, but I've got to lay down some rules too. Don't get greedy out there in the mountains, and don't try to be a hero when things get dangerous. I listened closely and nodded hard. Don't worry, Yang. I know what I'm doing. I'd never gamble with my life. So, what about the hunting dogs? Old Yang picked up the rag again and went back to wiping down the gun, its metal barrel gleaming from the bear grease. For the dogs, we'll have to head up to Forestry Zone 17 first. My old buddy went into the mountains a while back and got his leg chomped clean through by a big boar. He can't patrol anymore. Whether he'll be willing to part with those 2 dogs of his, though, that's hard to say. It's still early. How about we go take a look right now? His hand paused. He shot me a sidelong glance, one corner of his mouth curling into a look that wasn't quite a smile. You kid, you really can't wait a single minute. Grandma Dang, sitting off to the side stitching a shoe sole, chimed in too. What's the rush? It's freezing cold out there, and the roads are slick as ice. Wait till noon when the sun's up good and strong. It won't be too late then. But I was itching to go, restless as could be. I gave a sheepish little laugh. It's fine, Grandma Dang. Go early, get back early. Puts my mind at ease. Old Yang fitted the polished bolt back onto the gun, snapping it into place with a click, then slowly climbed off the Kong and pulled on his coat. All right, let's go. I'll take you to try your luck. The dogs my old buddy trained are no slouches. Before we headed out, he dragged a roe deer's hind leg from the snow pile in the yard and carried it along. No need to ask, it was for that old buddy of his. Sorry to make you spend on my account, Yang. He was doing me a favor and bringing a gift on top of it. I laughed, embarrassed. Quit your nonsense. This is just how it is between me and him. Zhao Weiguo's horse was in for it again. I'd only borrowed it for a day yesterday, and here I was again today. Zhao Weiguo bristled at me, eyes bugging out, like his horse never needed a rest. I just kept smiling. Besides, with old Yang standing right there, I couldn't bring myself to say no. All Zhao Weiguo could do was glare daggers at me. I grumbled to myself. Think you can kill me with a look? I quickly harnessed up the sled. I grabbed the reins and hopped on. Old Yang, bundled tight in his thick padded coat, huddled behind me, using me as a windbreak. Hold on tight, Yang. With a crisp shout, the chestnut horse stepped out over the packed snow. The sled ground across the surface, following the road deep into the mountains. The farther we went, the fewer signs of people there were. White stretched across the whole landscape, and the dark, endless forest sprawled out until it made my chest feel hollow. Snow spray whipped through the air, and everything ahead was a blur of white. An abandoned logging shed leaned crookedly in the snow by the roadside, its timber rotted black, standing there alone, desolate beyond words. After more than half an hour of bumping along, we finally spotted rows of brick-and-tile houses beside the road, laid out along the slope of the mountain. Square and orderly, they carried the air of the logging camp's glory days. This was the family housing compound the Forestry Bureau had built. In the greater Shingon Mountains, the richest outfit around was the Forestry Bureau. Back in the day, the timber from here supplied the whole country. But now the government started taking environmental protection seriously, and a lot of the logging camps have switched over to selective cutting. Even though it's nothing like the boom years of felling the big trees and running the log rafts, the family quarters are still lively as ever, buzzing with that warm, homey feel. The snow had been swept into slick, gleaming paths. Frozen pears, frozen persimmons, and strings of red chili peppers hung under the eaves, and firewood was piled up like little mountains in the corners of the yards. Grown-ups hollered back and forth as they chatted. Kids chased each other around shrieking. Bike bells jangled and clanged, and dogs darted every which way through the yards. Not a trace of the deep mountain loneliness. A fellow passing by caught sight of Old Yang and called out, "Old Yang, what in this godforsaken blizzard brings you all the way out to our neck of the woods?" "Just paying a visit." Old Yang waved a hand, then pointed me the way. "Old Joe's place is that last row, way in the back." The deeper in we went, the older the houses got, and the quieter. The sled came to a stop in front of a tile-roofed house at the corner of the very last row. The gate was left ajar, and a smell of medicinal herbs mixed with chimney smoke drifted out. Before we even knocked, a low, deep woof, woof, came from inside the yard. My eyes lit right up. Old Yang climbed down from the sled and rapped on the gate. "Little Joe, you home?" There was a pause inside. Then came the sound of a cane thumping against the ground. slow and labored, painful just to hear. The door opened a crack, and an old man with graying hair and a sallow, waxy face poked his head out. His right leg was wrapped in thick layers of medicated cloth, and he was leaning entirely on his cane. The moment he saw it was old Yang, old Zhou froze for a second, then grimaced. "What are you doing dragging yourself all the way out here? Bitter cold like this. Surprised your chin didn't freeze right off." His eyes shifted over to me, looking me up and down a few times, but he didn't say a word. "Is that any way to talk to your Uncle Yang? No manners at all. You keep it up, and I'll break your other leg too." Old Yang laughed and cursed as he pushed open the gate and stepped into the yard, casually shoving the roe deer leg into Zhou's hands. "This is Chung Yi, young buck, plenty of muscle on him. Wants to try his hand at the mountain patrol business. Came to ask about those 2 dogs of yours, whether you'd be willing to part with them for him." That little bit of a smile on old Zhou's face vanished on the spot. He slowly shuffled a couple steps into the yard. Over by the woodpile in the corner, 2 big dogs, one black, one yellow, came right over and pressed themselves gently against his good leg, nuzzling their heads softly against him. Big-boned, thick-pawed, coats glossy, eyes sharp and clever. One look and you could tell they were good hunting dogs, born and bred to run the mountains. Old Zhou stroked their heads, his voice hoarse. "These dogs, I've got no mind to sell." I'd just led my horse into the yard, and when I heard that, my face crumpled up like a frozen pear. I grumbled to myself, "Well, that's a bust. Wasted trip. This horse is gonna kick me all the way home for this one. Business or no business, no harm in staying friendly." After I got the horse settled, I still pulled out a cigarette and offered it over. "Zhou, here, have a smoke, old-timer." Old Zhou took it, looking a little embarrassed. "Young fella, these 2 dogs and me, we go way back. I just can't bring myself to sell him. Sorry you came all this way for nothing." "No worries, no worries. Old Yang here heard you'd hurt your leg and wanted to check in on you, so I just tagged along." "Him? He just came to have a good laugh at my expense." As he handed old Yang a cigarette, he shot me a raised eyebrow, like he was saying, "Don't worry, just wait and see." That got my hopes up again. The bunch of us shuffled inside, and a wave of smoky heat from the Kong stove mixed with the smell of herbs hit me in the face. The Kong was hot enough to scorch your backside. Bundles of medicinal herbs were piled in the corner, and a few dried animal pelts hung on the wall. The place screamed old hunter. Old Yang flopped down on the edge of the Kong like he owned the place. "Quit dragging your feet. Everybody up on the Kong. Today the 2 of us are gonna knock back a few, no arguments." Old Zhou hobbled over to the Kong on his cane, sighed, and reached down to pet the 2 dogs that had followed him in. "It's not that I'm trying to snub you 2, but these mutts have been roughing it with me out in the mountains for years now. They're closer to me than my own son. How could I ever sell them?" I was just about to say something when the crunch of footsteps in the snow came from outside the courtyard. Old Zhou's daughter-in-law came in wrapped in a blue headscarf, carrying a big head of cabbage and a bundle of green onions. Seeing the guests, she immediately greeted us with a smile. "Oh, Uncle Yang's here? I'll get dinner started right away." Old Yang said a few polite words to wave her off, but it was no use. She turned right around and dove into the work at the stove. That's just how folks pass the winter out in the Northeast. Doesn't matter when a guest shows up, you fire up the stove and cook a meal, eat and drink your fill. Of course, you've got to be the right kind of guest, otherwise you're not even getting into the inner room, let alone getting a drink. Out in the front room, the woman first hacked the roe deer leg into big chunks and tossed it all into the big iron pot along with the pickled cabbage they'd fermented themselves. Once the firewood got going, it bubbled and simmered until it was slick with fat. When the meat was just about done, she added glass noodles, potatoes, and cabbage. This was that famous northeastern dish, iron pot big stew. In the inner room, the 2 old men drank to their memories, going from their days running log rafts down the river to a standoff with a black bear. The more they talked, the more worked up they got. I just kept rolling my eyes listening to it. Old Yang hadn't brought up the dogs once. It was like he'd completely forgotten. I even started to wonder if that raised eyebrow earlier had just been my imagination. Before long, the Zhou daughter-in-law brought the dishes to the table. There was stir-fried wildwood ear, dark and crisp, flash-fried in hot lard until the garlic aroma filled the air, salted eggs with yolks oozing oil, glistening where they were cut open, a little plate of sweet and sour pickled garlic to cut the greasiness, and frozen cabbage dipped in soybean paste for a refreshing bite. Every last one of them the perfect thing to drink to. You all start drinking. The pickled cabbage roe deer stew still needs a bit longer. She called out to us, then turned and got back to work. Old Joe filled our cups with the local moonshine, his face creasing into a wide grin. Brother Yang, young man, dig in. My daughter-in-law's cooking ain't half bad. Look at you, all pleased with yourself. Old Yang rolled his eyes, lifted his cup and took a sip, then picked up a piece of wood ear mushroom and chewed it with a loud crunch. I'm not just flattering you. This cooking could hold its own against anybody's in the whole logging camp housing quarters. Old Joe beamed at the praise. Ain't that the truth? Can't get out much with this bad leg, so a little hot food's about the only comfort I got left. I stared down at the cup of liquor in front of me, my face twisted like I was constipated. I'd just sworn off it this morning. Drink again, and I'm a dog. Old Yang shot me a sideways glance. Look at that sour face. What's the matter? Old Joe's liquor not good enough for you? Old Joe chuckled and coaxed me too. Go on, kid, drink up. It's freezing out. Warm those old bones. I gritted my teeth, chanting silently to myself. For the hunting dog. If I gotta be a dog, then a dog I'll be. I squeezed my eyes shut and slurped it down, hissing through clenched teeth at the burn. The two old men roared with laughter, then went right back to rambling about everything under the sun, without so much as half a word about the dogs. Sneaky bastards. They left me out of the chatter, but every time they raised their cups, all four eyes locked on me. They didn't let me skip a single drop. I was so anxious my heart felt like a cat was clawing at it, but I still had to force a smile. One bite of food, one sip of liquor, absolute torture. I cursed old Yang 800 times in my head. This old geezer couldn't have actually forgotten what we came for, could he? So what? I'm just here as his drinking buddy. As if old Yang had eyes in the back of his head, he shot me a glance, half deliberate, half casual, steady as anything, as if to say, cool your jets, just watch and learn from your Uncle Yang. Only after downing 2 more cups did he pick up a dripping salted egg and start talking, slow and easy, like it was just idle chit-chat. Old Joe, your leg's in that shape now. You won't be heading into the mountains anymore. Ain't those 2 good dogs just gonna go to waste? The smile faded from old Joe's face. He sighed. What can I do? They've been with me all these years. Can't just abandon him. Can't abandon him, but can you even walk him? Old Yang wasn't letting up. Cooped up in the yard all day, digging holes and clawing at the door, raising hell. Your son's off logging in the mountains, so it's all on your daughter-in-law to run the house. You don't think she's worn out? Old Joe's hand froze mid-reach for a bite of food. He said nothing. Old Yang pointed at the pile of herbs in the corner. You're taking medicine every day that don't cost money? That little camp subsidy, what's it good for? 2 dogs go through 2 basins of food a meal. It's a strain on you to keep them, and they're miserable living like this too. Old Joe took a puff on his pipe, his eyes drifting back and forth between the 2 dogs. The yellow dog nuzzled his pant leg gently. The black one had its paws up on the edge of the Kong, gazing longingly at the meat on the table. I knew both these dogs. The yellow one was a northeastern mutt, built solid as a calf, shoulder height probably over 50 centimeters, all that corded muscle wrapped in a thick, dense yellow coat. Paws big as little palm leaf fans. Wouldn't freeze walking on snow. 100-pound hunk of a dog, but with a dopey look in its eyes. The black one was the same breed as Old Yang's, an Oregon hunting hound. A size smaller, 60 or 70 pounds, but sharper, fierce. Its black coat gleamed like it had been rubbed with pine oil, a single white star on its chest, ears pricked up, a sharp muzzle, and cunning eyes with a wild streak in them. This Oregon hound's 3 years old. Old Joe patted its head, and the dog instantly dropped low. Quick with its teeth, ain't afraid to bite to kill. Chased down wild boars, dug out badgers, can run 30 miles through the snow without stopping. Obedient, and it protects its master. This one's in the bag, I thought. Then Old Joe took a swig of liquor, and his tone shifted, his face falling again. Good as it is, it's still my dog. You could talk yourself blue in the face. I wouldn't stoop to selling it. My heart, which had just lifted, dropped back into my gut with a thud. So he'd just been messing with me the whole time. While I sat there stewing, his daughter-in-law plunked a big basin of pickled cabbage stewed with roe deer meat down in the center of the Kong table. Steam shot up with a whoosh, the sour tang mixing with the smell of meat and hitting me right between the eyes. The pale white cabbage wrapped around dark red chunks of meat, wide vermicelli noodles sunk at the bottom, a layer of grease floating on top. Old Yang waved me up onto the Kong. I sat down cross-legged and quickly scooted my rear toward his side to make room, stiff and awkward like I had a thorn under my butt. Old Yang lifted an eyelid, took in the sight of me, and chuckled inside, though his face stayed dead serious. He picked up the serving chopsticks and offered food to the daughter-in-law first, then dropped a piece of meat onto each of the two old men's plates before speaking, slow and easy. Fine, you don't want to sell. Today we just drink and eat. No bringing up sour subjects. But put your hand on your heart and think about it. This yellow dog's got a 100-pound body, and every day it's stuck squatting in a yard the size of your palm. Can't dig up rabbits, can't chase down pheasants. How's that any different from being in prison? An Oregon hound is born to run the mountains. You pin it up for 3, 5 years, and you're wearing a hunting dog down into a nothing watchdog. That's not loving it. That's a sin. The daughter-in-law let out a soft sigh beside him. Dad, Uncle Yang's got a point. Your leg needs medicine every day, money's tight around here, and what those 2 dogs eat in one meal could feed our whole family. Old Joe's face went dark and light by turns, but he still wouldn't budge. You could tell, he really couldn't bear to part with it. A gentleman doesn't take what another loves. So I let it go. It's just a dog. He's not the only one who's got one. Worst case, I'd find another somewhere. I glanced at the herbs piled high in the corner, and something suddenly stirred in me. I stopped nagging about buying the dog and turned to ask the daughter-in-law beside me, all polite. Sis, I see Uncle Joe's got his leg wrapped up in medicine, and there's a whole pile of herbs here too. Are these all recipes for treating fractures? Do they work? The moment I said it, both father and son froze, not expecting me to change the subject and ask about the leg injury. The daughter-in-law sighed, her face full of worry. Work? The clinic set the bone and sent us home with all these herbs to boil into soup for steaming and washing and for dressing the wound. We've been at it for nearly a month, and it's just not getting better. Burned through plenty of money, though. Old Joe grunted glumly. Deep in the mountains, short on doctors and medicine, what else can you do? Being able to walk with a crutch is already lucky. I nearly had to cover my face. So the leg, a broken bone, and they're just making do at the local clinic. No way that's ever going to heal right. You folks never thought about going to a real hospital in the city? Old Joe's mouth twisted, his face full of helplessness. A big city hospital? Easy for you to say. Old Yang sighed and chimed in. Kid, that's rich coming from someone who doesn't have to deal with it. You have any idea how hard it is to get to the city? A whole day on a horse-drawn sled, and you still might not make it. And the trip back and forth is pure misery. The daughter-in-law's face crumpled with worry. And how much would a big hospital even cost? X-rays, medicine. It'd cost an arm and a leg, and there's no guarantee it'd even work. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. How much could a broken bone really cost? But in their eyes, going into the city for treatment was like getting skinned alive. I leaned forward and raised my voice. Uncle Joe, sister-in-law, forget everything else. Let's just talk about that leg. Fumbling around with herbs and smoke, dragging it out until it leaves you crippled for life. Now that's real suffering. Go now while it's early. Get an X-ray in the city, have the bone set and stabilized properly. It won't cost much, nowhere near as bad as you think. Old Joe stiffened his neck. Easy for you to say. With my leg broken, this household's down half a laborer. Not a cent coming in, and we'd have to spend on top of it. The money's no problem. I said it flat out. I went hunting up in the mountains yesterday and just sold off a batch of game. I've got cash to spare. Trust me, I'll foot the bill. You go into the city and get it treated right. Odds are they can get that leg working good as new, so it won't hold you back from walking or working. Heck, you might even be able to head back up the mountain. The room went dead silent. Old Joe's eyes went wide. The daughter-in-law's mouth hung open, and even Old Yang turned to stare at me, baffled. It took Old Joe a long while to recover. You're paying? We're not even kin. How could I take your money? I'm not doing it for free. The corner of my mouth curled up as my eyes drifted to the black dog by the edge of the Kong. Let's make a bet. If we go to the city, spend the money, and they still can't fix it, the whole cost is on me. But if they do fix it, you give me the black dog, and you pay me back for the treatment. How about it? You game? Old Joe blinked, still not catching on. The daughter-in-law's chopsticks froze midair. There's a bet like that? Old Yang's eyes went round, and under the table he snuck a kick at me. His look said it all. Are you out of your mind, kid? That bet's a total loss. I didn't bat an eye. I just stared at old Joe, smiling with total confidence. What's wrong, Uncle Joe, scared? You can't lose. Fix it, and at most you pay me back the medical bills. Fail to fix it, and you don't spend a dime. The dog's still yours, and I eat the whole cost. Old Joe's face flushed beet red. He slapped the edge of the Kong. I bet it is. I've seen every kind of situation in my life. You think some young punk like you can back me into a corner? But I'll say this up front. If it gets fixed, you won't have to come chasing me. I'll hand the dog over myself, and I'll pay you back every last cent. But if you can't cure it, don't you come crying to me later. I pulled out $500 right then and slapped them down on the Kong table. A deal's a deal. Here's the money. Tomorrow you find someone to go into town with you. Get the x-rays done, buy whatever medicine you need. We'll settle up after. Whatever's left over, you keep. Whatever's short, I'll cover. I paused, then jerked my chin toward the black dog by the door. That dog, I'm taking him with me first. It takes 100 days to mend broken bones, and I can't just sit around waiting 3 months. If he really can't be healed, I'll bring him back myself, apologize to you in person, and you won't owe me a single cent. The black dog seemed to understand. His ears perked up, and he took a couple of steps closer, all warm and friendly. Old Joe stared at the money, then glanced at the dog. His face went red, then pale, back and forth. The cash was already on the table, and I'd laid everything out plain as day. To keep dragging his feet now would be less than a man. All right, I'm in. He slapped his thigh hard, wincing at the pain but not caring. Take the dog now. If you cure him, I'll pay you back every cent. If you can't, bring him back whenever you want. I won't give you any grief about it. Truth be told, the old man knew exactly what he was doing. A hunter who'd spent half his life roaming the mountains, how could he not have squirreled away some private savings? It was just that the clinic doctor had made things sound so hopeless, and he was afraid of pouring good money down the drain, so he'd kept up the tough act, saying he'd just make do. Now that things had gotten to this point, with the cash sitting right there on the table, all his little calculations suddenly came clear. The next day, I woke up to noise, with a splitting headache. I opened my eyes to find the 2 old men sitting on the Kong, smoking and chatting away, spit flying everywhere, going at it like a couple of old country hicks having the time of their lives. I rubbed my throbbing head and sat up. Those few shots of moonshine last night had really packed a punch. My tongue still felt numb. These 2 old geezers had ganged up on me, a lightweight, and just kept pouring until they blacked me out. I had no memory whatsoever of how I'd ended up lying down for the second half of the night. You're up? Old Yang lifted an eyelid and chuckled. 2 shots of moonshine, and you're flat on your back. Can't hold your liquor for squat. Old Joe tapped the Kong table. Now that you're up, go wash up. My daughter-in-law's been keeping the corn porridge warm for you. I rubbed my temples, drained of energy. You 2 are ruthless, teaming up to gang up on me like that. What kind of elders act like this? Old Yang didn't look the least bit guilty. He grinned. Gang up on you? We were building up your tolerance. Besides, if we hadn't kept the drinks coming, we'd never have heard you calling out Lu Yufin's name all night, going on about wanting to sleep with her, yowling like a cat in heat. My face went bright red, from my forehead all the way down to the base of my neck. Half the drunkenness scared right out of me. No way I didn't. You watch it, or I'll sue you for slander. I was so worked up my voice cracked. If this got back to the village, how would I ever show my face again? Old Joe slapped his thigh and roared with laughter, nearly flinging his pipe across the room. Oh boy. Oh my God, it really howled. I slept like a log last night and didn't hear a thing. I thought old Yang was just pulling my leg. Not bad, kid. Young as you are, but you've got a wild streak in you. At the kitchen doorway, my daughter-in-law covered her mouth, giggling, her eyes full of teasing. Mortified, I climbed off the Kong, grabbed my padded jacket, and threw it over my shoulders. Let's eat, let's eat. After a bowl of hot porridge to shake off the last of the booze, I said my goodbyes to the Zhou couple, took the horse's lead, and headed out the courtyard gate with old Yang. Old Joe pressed the lead rope into my hand and looked me dead in the eye, saying each word slowly. A dog that follows a man into the mountains is putting his life on the line for him. Don't do him wrong. I gripped the rope tight. Don't worry. I'll fatten him right up. Only then did the tension ease from Old Joe's face. He reached out and rubbed the top of the black dog's head. Blackie, be good. The dog seemed to understand. It ducked low and nuzzled his hand, then obediently pressed itself against my leg without making a sound. Man and dog climbed onto the sled, and we waved goodbye. I gave the reins a shake, and the chestnut horse pulled the sled over the packed snow, creaking and squeaking as we made our way out of the logging camp. Blackie lay beside me. I stroked his head, and he gently nuzzled my palm. The road was long, but keep going and you'll get there. Back in the village, Old Yang got off the sled early. I went alone to Zhao Weigu's place to return the horse. At the Zhao's front gate, I first tied Blackie to a wooden post outside the yard and patted his head. Wait here. Don't run off. The dog lay down obediently, his tail sweeping softly across the snow. I led the horse into the yard and ran right into Zhao Weigua coming out. Well, look who decided to show up. I caught the edge in his tone and quickly put on an apologetic smile. Uncle Zhao, about that. A couple of dirty old geezers got me so drunk yesterday I blacked out. That's why I couldn't make it back. Then I made to slip away. Director Chow called yesterday, Zhao Weigua said, stopping me. He wants you to come down to the station today. Something's up. He's looking for me? Did he say what for? He took the reins and led the horse over to the trough. Didn't sound like anything bad. Just swing by when you get a chance. You got it. I was, after all, a part-time member of the local security patrol. When the higher-ups call, you go. Turning to leave the yard, I untied Blackie's rope and hurried home. Better get the dog settled first. I couldn't very well go trotting up to the police station leading a hunting dog. That'd draw way too much attention. Once home, I shut Blackie in the storeroom and set off for town. I'd just left the village and gotten onto the highway when someone called out behind me. Qingyi, wait up. I turned to see Jiang Mei, the pretty young widow from the general store, hurrying after me with a swing in her hips, a cloth bag in hand. Her padded jacket hugged her figure, and yet she moved across the snow without the slightest clumsiness, carrying an air of allure. What's the big hurry? Where are you off to? She caught up to me, a little out of breath, her eyes giving me a once-over. Turns out she was headed into town for the market too. So the two of us. We walked side by side. She turned her head to look at me, her lashes seeming extra long in the cold light. I heard that on these last couple trips into the mountains, you tangled with a bear, fought off a wild boar, made a good chunk of money, and rescued a girl on top of it all? How'd you suddenly get so impressive? Impressive? Nothing. Just a blind cat stumbling onto a dead mouse. My words were humble, but inside I felt a little smug. Quit being modest. Luck only counts if you've got the skills to back it up. The whole village is talking about that rescue. They offered you 20 grand, and you turned it down. She pressed her lips into a smile, clear admiration in her eyes, and gave my arm a light bump. Her voice was soft, her gaze sweeping across the side of my face before drifting lazily down to my shoulder. Yep, you big dummy. Bringing that up soured my mood. I was about to say something about how money's just a worldly thing. Suddenly Jiang Mei's foot slipped, and she tipped right into me. Instinctively, I threw out an arm and caught her by the waist, the warm softness reaching me through her padded coat. We both froze at the same moment. Part of me felt a pang of regret. We were both bundled up too thick, so I couldn't really feel much. I quickly pulled away. There were plenty of people coming and going on the road. Her eyes flashed with flustered embarrassment as she shot me a hard glare, though there wasn't any real heat in it. More like a scolding pout. Where do you think you're touching? Her voice was soft and hurried as she quickly shuffled to the side, putting distance between us. The stares from passers-by made her flush with embarrassment. She turned her face away, not daring to look at me, her fingers clutching the cloth bag tight, and muttered under her breath, "So many people on the road. You should watch yourself." I was completely baffled. She clearly slipped into me on her own, didn't she? Was this playing hard to get? But I've been around the block. I wasn't about to argue over it, so I just chuckled. Sister Jiang, so what you mean is, when nobody's around, I don't have to watch myself. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Anxious and embarrassed, she raised a hand and gave me a light punch, her voice trembling. No sense of decency. Say one more crazy thing, and I'm not talking to you anymore. Wudo village sat about 2 or 3 miles from town, and the police station was right at the town entrance. We hadn't walked long before that red flag came into view. Jiang Mei carried her cloth bag off toward the market, glancing back at me once before she left. I watched her slightly seductive figure disappear, shook my head, straightened my clothes, and strode into the station. I knocked and entered the office. The short-statured Chief Chow was hunched over his desk writing something. When he looked up and saw me, he immediately set down his pen and smiled. "Chungyi, you made it. Have a seat." My heart was pounding, but I kept a respectful face. "Chief Chow, what did you need me for?" I said, pulling over a stool and sitting down. He pushed a cup of hot tea toward me, leaned forward, and boomed. "Two main things I called you in for. First, about that rescue you pulled off in the mountains last time. The family tracked things down to the county and sent in a letter of thanks. The organization wants to publicly commend you. They've named you an outstanding activist." Huh. So this got the county's attention too. That Su Inger's family really came through. Outstanding activist? What the hell is that? Can I eat it? Can I trade it for cash? I didn't dare let it show on my face. I just gave a dumb little grin. "Chief, thank you and the leadership for thinking so highly of me. I'm just a rough, careless kind of guy. Afraid I can't live up to a title like that." Chief Chow slapped the table and burst out laughing. "Cut the crap with me. You saved somebody and didn't take a single cent. That's a textbook example right there. Outstanding activist is an honor. Down the road, whether it's joining the army, getting a factory job, or making something of yourself in the village, it's all real, solid capital. If I actually handed you money, the whole thing would go sour." The corner of my mouth twitched. Me join the army? Me work in a factory? Who are you trying to fool? My completely indifferent attitude cracked Chief Chow up. "You little punk, don't be so ungrateful. This thing's a big deal when it counts." Heh, there's no end to the pie he's painting in the sky. I reined in my expression. "Thank you, country. Thank you, party. Chief Chow, what's the second thing?" His face darkened, and his tone dropped flat and heavy. "The kidnapper who got away is named Ma Mingshan. Yesterday, the boys downstairs were canvassing and got word. That son of a bitch has been asking around about you. He might be planning to come after you, to avenge his brother. Of those two you killed, one was named Ma Minghai. That was his little brother." My asshole clenched. That bastard's got a Type 56 carbine. If he really staked me out and let off a cold shot, I wouldn't even catch a glimpse of him. A chill ran down my spine. My face kept shifting, dark and unreadable. Chief Chow smacked the table. "How about this? You go lay low for a while." I drew a breath and stared at him. "Chief Chow, you really want me to hide?" He looked at me and sighed. "That guy's dead set on revenge. You might dodge him once, but can you dodge him forever?" I ran the pros and cons through my head, then lifted my eyes. "Chief Chow, just say it straight. What does the station plan to do?" Looking into my sharp, glinting eyes, he pointed a finger at me and laughed, half cursing. "You little rascal, you've got more holes in your head than a lotus root. Fine, let's both lay it out plain. Yep, Ma Mingshan is a rabid dog right now, sniffing around everywhere. If we just sit and wait, that's waiting to die." He shoved his tea mug aside and leaned in. "The station's idea is lure the snake out of its hole." My eyelid twitched. "Use me as bait. Right?" He nodded, not mincing words. "Since he's already asking about you, chances are he'll trace you along your daily routine. You go about your business as usual, we set up hidden men, and the moment he shows his head, we take him down on the spot." Chief Chow. My face went black in an instant, and I leaned back. "Quit messing around. Use me as bait? That bastard's got a Type 56 carbine, and that thing. You think this is a joke? The Type 56 semi-auto has an effective range of 400 meters. That bastard could drop down anywhere, take one cold shot, and I wouldn't even get to yell, 'Ow,' before my skull got cracked open like a melon." I shook my head like one of those rattle drums. "Come on, kid. You're a neighborhood watch officer, aren't you? You think that $15 a month is just free money?" Slap. He smacked the table and pointed his finger right in my face. "This is an order. You will carry it out." I rolled my eyes. Who did he think he was kidding? I fished the red armband out of my pocket and tossed it on the table. "I quit. This watchman gig. Whoever wants it can have it." Chief Chow stared at that patch of bright red, and his blood pressure shot straight up. His finger was trembling. You little punk. You think this is playing house? Pick it up when you feel like it. Drop it when you don't. What else was I supposed to do? I stood up and headed for the door without a shred of hesitation. You don't cut me in on the good stuff. But when it's time for cannon fodder, you're counting on me? $15 a month, and you want me to put my life on the line? Dream on. You stop right there. Chief Chow barked. Looking at my shameless, couldn't care less attitude, he finally let out a helpless sigh and softened his tone. Chung Yi, until we take Ma Mingshan down, not a single soul in this town is going to sleep easy. You're a grown man. Can you really just sit back and do nothing? Sly old fox, I cursed under my breath. What? People can't sleep easy. It's that official cap on your head that won't sit easy, more like. An armed fugitive on the loose. And if the higher-ups start pointing fingers, you're the one who takes the fall, Chief. Chief Chow, once I take off this red armband, I'm just an ordinary citizen. Making sure folks sleep easy is you public servant's job. Don't try to pin that on me. Enough of this. I'm packing my bags and laying low down south. The second he heard south, he shot up out of his chair and blocked the doorway in a few quick steps. Once this is settled, I'll put in a request with my superiors and get you the title of Deputy Captain of the Public Security Auxiliary. No daily roll call. Won't get in the way of your work in the village. $56 a month. Holidays, you'll get a few pounds worth of meat coupons and oil coupons. From then on, wherever you go, you'll be half a government man. Who'd dare give you any trouble? Now we're getting somewhere. Finally something concrete. I rubbed my hands together. That's collecting a paycheck for a no-show job, isn't it? Okay. That caught him off guard. He shot me a hard glare and lowered his voice. What no-show job? This is called being a specially appointed deputy captain in charge of coordinating security in the forest district. Perfectly legitimate. That's why you've got to hand it to these bureaucrats. They can make even a no-show paycheck sound so righteous and noble. I gave him a thumbs up. Slick. Real slick. Chief Chow, when it comes to dressing things up with fancy titles, I don't bow to anyone, but I bow to you. So you're in? Still no. You son of a. The thing is, the other guy's packing a Type 56, Chief. Look at me, I'm empty-hand. With a gun? Does that make any sense? Chief Chow nearly choked. He pointed at me, sputtering for a long moment before finally spitting out. You little punk. So this whole time you've just been beating around the bush. I chuckled and spread my hands, righteous as could be. Now hold on. This is a dangerous job. You're sending me out without so much as a weapon. If I actually run into Ma Mingshan, I'm just handing him my head on a platter, aren't I? He rubbed his temples and sank back into his chair, groaning for a moment before speaking. Forget the Type 56. But those old relics we've confiscated, sitting in the warehouse, I'll let you pick one of those. Isn't the Type 56 an old relic too? Go screw yourself. Chief Chow cursed, stumped by my comeback. Then, stone-faced, he led me toward the storage room. The warehouse in the station's back courtyard was a squat brick building with a thick wooden door and a big iron padlock hanging off it. He hollered to the storeroom keeper, and the old man, hunched up in the gatehouse, glanced over. Seeing the chief had brought someone, he scurried out eagerly and unlocked the door. The place wasn't big. The front was piled with all kinds of supplies, which I walked right past. In the back stood 2 wooden racks, one heaped with confiscated machetes, hunting knives, triangular scrapers, and clubs, all in a jumbled mess. The other held firearms and ammunition. One rifle caught my eye immediately, gleaming and slick with oil. Not a Type 56, but way cooler than one. Chief Chow, this one. I want this one. Are you trying to get me killed? Damn it. Chief Chow snatched the rifle away and, in the same motion, kicked me square in the ass. That's a Type 81, standard issue, active service. If that ever leaked out, forget me losing my job as chief. Even the county bureau brass would go down with it. I didn't dodge on purpose and staggered from the kick, but I wasn't mad. If anything, I just grinned like an idiot. I'm not stupid. I might not know the exact models, but I can tell good from bad. That rifle? All I could do was look. Chief Chow glared and jabbed a finger, irritated, at a beat-up wooden crate at the very bottom. Quit drooling over that stuff. Go dig through that pile. That's all you get to pick from. They're all old-timers we confiscated or retired years ago. Nothing fancy. Take it or leave it. Rubbing my backside, I sidled over and pursed my lips. Inside the crate lay a few ancient contraptions, tossed every which way. Homemade shotguns that fired iron pellets, two old bolt-action rifles worn smooth with a patina, looking older than my grandfather. I rummaged around a couple of times, then my hands suddenly froze. From the very bottom, I hauled out a long piece with some effort. The body was slender, the wooden stock blackened from years of sweat and gun oil, radiating a weathered, time-worn air. I wiped the loose dust off the barrel, flicked my thumb, and worked the bolt. Click. The metal clash was still crisp, the mechanism still working well enough. A Mosin-Nagant. I raised an eyebrow. This rifle, Zhao Weigua had let me use one before. Well now, you've got a sharp eye, kid. Chief Chow shot me a glance. One look, and he launched into a long-winded introduction. That's a Mosin-Nagant. We call it the water pearl. Soviet-made. Old, sure, but it packs a punch and shoots straight. I raised the rifle, squinted one eye, and aimed toward the vent window. The gun was heavy, solid in my hands. Old rifles are tough. Something forged in the fire of war isn't picky about conditions. Out in the mountains, it'd be more reliable than anything else. Deep down, I still had my eye on that Type 81, but I knew exactly where Director Chow drew the line. Getting this water pearl out into the open was already him sticking his neck out and bending the rules. All right, this old fire poker'll do. I set the rifle down, feigning reluctance, and smacked my lips. But Director Chow, a gun alone won't cut it. You've got to hook me up with some ammo, right? I'm not asking for much, a few hundred rounds, at least. Get the hell out of here. A few hundred rounds. You think you're going to war? He got so worked up he lifted his foot again. 50 rounds, not a single one more. Use him sparingly. I found a ratty cloth sack, wrapped the rifle up, grabbed the loaded ammo, and on my way out I swiped a sheathed cookery knife off the wooden rack too. Director Chow, mind if I take an extra knife? Take it. Take it. Take the whole damn lot. He waved me off impatiently. Quit lollygagging in the storeroom and get going. Somebody sees this, and I won't be director much longer. I let out a chuckle, tucked the cookery into my belt, hoisted the cloth-wrapped Mosin-Nagant onto my shoulder, and slung the ammo pouch across my body. Just like that, I looked a whole lot more menacing. I lingered in his office a good while longer before finally walking out the police station's front door. A gust of wind hit me. I hunched my neck and quickly tugged my scarf up. On the road, I kept glancing around, scared to death of catching a stray bullet. Every sound set me on edge. 2 steps and I'd shoot a glance at the woods lining the road, ears pricked up like a wolfhound's, not missing the slightest stir. The main road was wide open and bare, not even a woodpile to duck behind. If that bastard really was hiding behind a tree, waiting to take a potshot, I'd have nowhere to run. Trailing far behind me were 3 scruffy-looking men, undercover backup the station had sent. Whether they'd be any use, though, I had no idea. Ma Mingshan, was he really so loyal and devoted that he'd insist on avenging his brother? The Type 56 semi has an effective range of 400 meters, but the average guy struggles to hit anything past 100. I'd handled one before, spot a wild boar 50 meters out, and it's about the size of a wash basin. The barrel twitches just a hair, and the bullet flies wide. I deliberately kept my steps loose and quick, even humming an off-key Arinzuan tune, playing it casual and carefree, when in truth every nerve in my body was strung tight. The highway was wide. Every so often a liberation truck loaded with logs rumbled past, its bed piled high, the timber nearly scraping the treetops along the roadside. Hand tractors puttered by too, belching black smoke. It was clearly mountain forest country. 后半句明明是山林地，似乎未写完。若您能补上完整内容，我可以继续为您翻译。The greater Xin'an Mountains sit on the frontier, yet the roads here run every which way. These roads always followed the timber, built up piece by piece from nothing, cutting through the wilderness in every direction. When you walk the road, you steer clear of those big liberation trucks hauling logs. Even a 3-year-old knows that. Some drivers tie their loads sloppy, and a few miles and the ropes come loose. Then a log thick as a bull's rim comes rolling off, crushing people, smashing cars, happens all the time. Get clipped by one of those rounds, and you drop right there, dead quicker than a bullet could manage. I hugged the shoulder of the road, keeping my distance from those rumbling giants. Some dangers don't come from the barrel of a gun, but they'll kill you just the same. Your whole life, the enemies you've got to watch for aren't only the ones out in the open. The ambush I'd braced for never came. I made it home safe and sound. I let Blackie out of the shed. The second that Orkin hunting dog came out, his ears shot up. He kicked off across the snow on all fours, tore over to the corner of the wall, lifted a leg, and took care of business. Then he bolted right back to me, shoving his head hard against my body, a low whine rumbling in his throat. I gave his head a couple of pats, went into the outer room, tossed a few chunks of split wood into the stove, grabbed the bear grease Annie Luo had given me, and turned back into the inner room. This rifle needed some maintenance. It took me a good while to figure out how to strip down the bolt. I dipped a rag in the golden, translucent bear grease and carefully wiped down the barrel, the bolt, the firing pin, all the key parts. Bear grease is thick. It keeps off rust and keeps everything running smooth. While I worked, I turned over my 3 rules from my past life. Don't donate blood, don't donate money, don't stick your nose in other people's business. After all this, those 3 rules were looking more valuable than ever. Karma's a funny thing. Sometimes there's just no arguing with it. Truth is, Director Chow didn't have to tip me off. He could have just planted his men and left it at that. But he was afraid I'd be caught off guard, with no idea what was coming, and end up gunned down by Ma Mingshan. Then things would have really blown up, the suspect still loose, and me, the hostage rescuer, dead on top of it. He could kiss his position goodbye, and everybody up and down the line would have caught hell. Zhao Weigua confiscated that sawed-off single shot of Lame Wang's, and for days now the man hasn't set foot outside his door, just holed up at home riding out the winter, getting pushed around by a half-wit, and having no way to get even. It was too humiliating. With no gun, he had no backbone left, didn't dare come near me, scared he'd get another beating. That worthless clod really got worked over. His back molars are still loose, and he can't chew anything hard. Ever since I moved out, his wife Lu Yufan has been nagging at him at home all day long, never a moment's quiet. His spine bent, all the fight gone out of his voice. Today, Lu Yufan had just stepped out to visit a neighbor when the door to their house eased open, and in walked a man, his face wrapped up in a thick scarf with only his eyes showing. The man pulled a Type 56 carbine out from under his heavy padded coat, worked the bolt with a clack, and leveled the barrel at him. Lame Wang's legs went weak, and he lunged. Tong slumped down on the edge of the Kong, the color draining from his face in an instant. So you're Wang the Gimp? You're the one who wants to kill Cheng Yi. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed right at his chest. Wang the Gimp gave a dull nod. He'd already guessed who this man was. For someone with no way out, one more body didn't make much difference. That's just how it was. The man's eyes glinted with menace. He leaned in close and muttered a few words in a low voice. Wang the Gimp nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking at grain. Only then did the man put away his gun, tighten his scarf, turn, push open the door, and vanish without a sound. Wang the Gimp collapsed back on the Kong, gasping for breath. His shirt was soaked through with cold sweat, sticking clammily to his back. Meanwhile, at my place, I finished cleaning the gun, snapped the bolt shut with a click, and gave the action a satisfied pull. The crisp metallic sound echoed through the room, carrying a reassuring, solid feeling. I leaned the rifle against the head of the Kong and stretched out, long and lazy. The stove in the outer room was roaring, and the house was toasty warm, a whole different world from the 20 or 30 below zero outside. Blackie lay sprawled by the doorsill, tail sweeping the floor every now and then, head drooping, glancing up at me from time to time. Watching him look so listless yet clingy, I couldn't help the corners of my mouth turning up. This kind of easy, carefree life was exactly what I dreamed of in my past life. Leaning against the edge of the Kong, I felt completely content. In my past life, I'd been crammed into a rented apartment in the city, working overtime, getting chewed out, tiptoeing around other people's moods, spinning like a top. Now, my own place, my own yard, a Kong burning hot enough to scald, a dog by my side, and no job to report to. As free as could be. To an outsider, my place had no TV, no bicycle, a far cry from the good life. But to me, all that stuff was just industrial junk. What I wanted was a smartphone. The internet. I took a deep breath and pushed that little obsession back down inside. People are funny that way. You only crave what you don't have. It's only once you actually have the piece right in front of you that you realize what you used to chase after maybe wasn't what you really wanted after all. The few undercover cops from the station had gone to find Zhao Weigua as soon as I got home. He arranged for them to split up and stay with a few of the neighboring households. Just as I was about to shut my eyes and doze off, a shout came from outside the courtyard gate. "Chung Yi, you home?" "Zhao Weigua." Blackie shot to his feet, ears standing straight up. I climbed off the Kong, wrapped myself in my coat, and patted his head. "Settle down, it's one of ours." Then I dashed out to bring the man in. Zhao Weigua ducked inside, trailing a cloud of cold air, frost clinging to the brim of his hat. He stomped his feet, pulled off his padded mittens and tossed them on the Kong, then sat down on the edge, rubbing his hands together. "It's damn cold out there. How you holding up? That little bastard didn't scare you too bad, did he?" "How could I not be scared? That's a Type 56 carbine. It can drop a 1,000-pound bear with one shot. And me with this scrawny little frame." I poured him a bowl of hot water, everything set on the precinct's end. He took the bowl to warm his hands and lowered his voice. "All set. Old Zhang's place on the east side, Carpenter Lee's yard on the west. I've got men planted in both. All boys from the station with sharp eyes and good aim. Your yard's covered front and back, day and night. Trust me, if a mouse so much as slips in, they'll spot it." I nodded, feeling a lot more at ease, and grabbed a handful of roasted sunflower seeds to set on the Kong table. The two of us cracked seeds and chatted. Zhao Weigua didn't stay long before heading out. I didn't sleep well that night. In my dreams, I kept sensing a shadow flickering outside the window, but every time I jolted awake, there was nothing, and Blackie didn't stir out in the yard either. The next day around noon, I used some dry straw and an old cotton jacket to make Blackie a doghouse in the corner of the storeroom. Then I swung an axe at the bottom of the wooden door and cut out a hole just the right size. That way he could come and go as he pleased and wouldn't have to hold his bladder anymore. Blackie romped around the yard, always circling the snowbank where I'd buried the meat, his nose rooting through the fluffy powder, tail wagging like crazy. Seeing how greedy he looked, I couldn't help but laugh and scold. "What's the rush? I'll dig it out and cook it for you tonight." I was crouched there teasing him when I heard a crunch of footsteps in the snow outside, dragging a little, not brisk at all. Blackie's ears twitched. He stopped wagging his tail, turned his head to stare past the yard wall, and let out a low growl from his throat. Lu Yufin's figure slowly appeared beyond the low wall. I reached out and pressed a hand on Blackie's head, hissing quietly, "Quiet." Today she was bundled in a clean blue cotton jacket. When she saw me, her steps hesitated, and her eyes flickered slightly before she spoke gently. "Chung Yi, you're home. What's up, sis?" I stood up and looked at her, surprised. I really did like calling her sis. There was a certain suggestive tug to the word. This was the first time Lu Yufin had come looking for me on her own since I'd moved out of that house. Had she finally come around? A little thrill went through me, and I hurried to open the gate, stepping aside. "It's freezing out. Come in and warm up, sis." She froze for a moment, then stepped into the little yard anyway. But halfway across, her feet stopped. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes darted around, unable to meet mine. She wrung the hem of her jacket in her hands, her voice so low it was like a mosquito's hum. "Chung Yi, I won't come in. A single man and woman alone. If anyone sees, the gossip would spread like wildfire." I stared at her and slowly raised an eyebrow. She grew even more flustered, biting her lower lip as if holding something back. After a long moment, she finally lifted her eyes. "So, today Wang the Gimp slaughtered the old laying hen at home. He insisted I come get you to eat chicken stewed with mushrooms. Said he wants to make it up to you." "What?" I let out a startled yelp and looked up at the sky. The sun hadn't risen in the west, had it? That old miser normally wanted to split a penny in two just to make it stretch, and now an old laying hen still producing eggs. The hen was practically half his life. Slaughter it? Throw a dinner? Make amends? If he had that kind of conscience, pigs would fly. Yeah, right. I don't buy it for a second. I stared straight at her, leaning in with a sly grin. "Come on, sis, what's this really about? Let's go inside and have a nice little chat." She scrambled backward, shaking her head like a rattle drum. No, I just came to call you for dinner, nothing more. I'm heading back now." With that, she spun around and left. Once she was out of the yard, She looked back over the low wall and called out again. Chung, Chungyi, don't forget to come, okay? Watching her flustered, fidgety figure disappear, the teasing look slowly faded from my face. Something was off. I grabbed a wooden stick, walked over to the low wall, and rapped out a coded signal on Old Man Zhang's place. Knock, 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 then led Blackie inside. A few minutes later, a figure came slinking in low along the back wall, wisps of kindling still clinging to his padded jacket. It was that young officer Lee, the one who'd gone up the mountain last time to collect a corpse, the least liked guy at the station, the one who got stuck with all the dirty, grunt work. I laid the whole thing out for him. His brow knotted up tight. You're saying it's a setup? A weasel wishing the chickens a happy new year. Up to no good. I sat down on the edge of the Kong and lowered my voice. That old skinflint would walk 2 miles just to hang onto a copper coin. Slaughter a hen to treat me to dinner. I dumped the whole grudge between me and Wang the Gimp on him. Officer Lee chewed on it for a while. Then his eyes lit up. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. So Wang the Gimp's teamed up with Ma Mingshan? The moment the words left his mouth, he shook his head at himself. No. If they really lured you inside and shot you, could he get away? Murder means a bullet to the head. He doesn't have the guts. I cracked a grin. Officer Lee, what if I got taken out on the way before I ever set foot inside? He slapped his thigh. That's it. You die on the road. Then Ma Mingshan makes a run for it. And it all looks like a coincidence. Once the excitement wore off, he frowned again. But why not just shoulder a gun, march to your place, and gun you down there? I've got a dog. He can't sneak up quiet. He'd be scared I'd bolt first. Fair enough, I guess. A dozen minutes later, the scruffy officer Lee climbed back over the wall and slipped away. I was the only one left in the room. I walked to the far end of the Kong, pulled out that Winchester I kept polished to a shine, its icy barrel pressing against my palm. Crossing over to this world, I never got the easy life. Instead, I ended up living on the edge of a blade, licking blood off it. As the sky darkened, I started my final check. I loaded the rounds into the magazine one by one, tucked the sidearm firmly at my waist, and yanked my padded cap down low. Then I threw on a thick army overcoat, big and roomy, just right for hiding the Mosin Nagant inside without leaving the slightest trace. The rifle packed a punch, but it was too long and too conspicuous. Slung on your back, you could spot it from a mile off. I tucked my lapels in, patted the gun against my chest, and turned toward the one lying. The black dog at the door whined softly. I muttered, guard the house. I'll bring you back some chicken bones. I yanked the door open and plunged straight into the deepening dusk, heading for the west end of the village. My place was on the east side, so I had to cut across most of the village. It wasn't full dark yet. I could still make out the path, but I didn't take the main road. A few steps in, I ducked onto a side trail, hugging the shadows of wood piles and mud walls. Who the hell knew where he was lying in wait? No way was I taking the direct route. Ears pricked high, eyes sweeping like searchlights. Every nerve pulled taut as a drawn bow. As I neared that little grove and the haystacks, my steps slowed even more. This was the only way to Lame Wang's place, no going around it. It was also where I figured Ma Mingshan was most likely to set his ambush. The haystacks were piled sky-high, throwing thick shadows across the snow. Plenty of room to hide a man. My heart pounded faster, but I kept my breathing light and slow. I pressed myself into the base of the mud wall, drew my rifle, flicked off the safety, and held it steady. The village was eerily quiet. Not a rooster crowing, not a dog barking. But beneath the surface, things were already in motion. After 2 or 3 hours of setup, more than a dozen officers, neighborhood watchmen, and militia were sweeping in from every direction, closing in on this little grove. I wasn't about to march out there like some idiot and make myself a target. Better to hold my nerve, wait for the net to draw tight, and catch the turtle in the jar. Beat anything else. Whether that little bastard Ma Mingshan was actually holed up in those trees, who knew? I held my breath, could almost hear the blood rushing through me. The half-collapsed wall swallowed me whole in shadow. Ahead, the haystack sat unnaturally still, just the wind lifting bits of debris off the top, sending them spinning down. Too quiet. Another half a pipe's worth of time dragged by. Crack. From the far side of the grove, the faintest snap of a dry branch. In that dead silence, it hit like a thunderclap. Then the yellow beams of flashlights flared up along three edges of the woods, dead leaves crunching underfoot in a great rustling wave. The net was closing. I didn't move. My eyes stayed locked on those haystacks. A few roosting birds startled up, scattering wildly into the night sky. That's when it happened. On the shadowed side of the haystack, a figure came oozing out, painfully slow. The shadow suddenly bolted upright, leveling a gun, about to fire. Bang! Thunder out of nowhere. The figure that had just popped up snapped right back down. Even I flinched, ducking my neck. Seizing the gap, the shadow tried to slip away through the blind spot. And his escape route, wouldn't you know it, led straight toward the corner where I was hiding. Bring it on. I raised the muzzle a hair, fingers settling on the trigger. In a flash, Lame Wang's ugly face jumped into my mind. Drop Ma Mingshan with one shot, and there'd be no one left to finger Lame Wang as his accomplice. This was the best chance I'd ever get to settle the score with that old skinflint. The thought flickered, and I eased off the trigger. The shadow crept low, making a beeline for the wall corner, eyes fixed only on watching his back. His flashlight beams swept right past me. He had no clue I was crouched there in the shadows. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. Now. I sprang up and swung the rifle but down hard, right into his shin. Arg! A gut-wrenching scream. His leg buckled and he pitched face first into the snow, biting the dirt, but his fingers stayed locked around that Type 56 carbine. I didn't waste a second. I threw myself on top of him, drove my knee into his spine, grabbed a fistful of his hair, and shoved his face into the snow, while my other hand wrenched the rifle upward. Strength-wise, he was no match for me. Between the pain and being pinned down, his grip slipped, and the gun was mine. Don't shoot, guys. I've got him. I screamed my lungs out, terrified one of my own people would put a round in me. Only then did he register who was holding him down. He cranked his head around, snow caked all over his face, eyes bloodshot and bulging. Cheng-Yi, you son of a bitch, you ambushed me. This isn't over. Ambushed you. I sneered, not loosening my grip an inch. Beats squatting in a hole taking potshots at people. Footsteps came rushing in from all around, and yellow flashlight beams swung onto the two of us, so bright I couldn't keep my eyes open. Director Chow and Officer Li were out front, several rifles trained on Ma Mingshan there in the snow. Freeze. Hands behind your back. Everybody lower your guns. He's not going anywhere. Don't let one go off. My face had gone practically green. The black muzzles slowly dipped down. With guns pointed at me, my back went numb. I didn't dare make a single sudden move. Director Chow strode up, shone his flashlight, and confirmed it was Ma Mingshan. He let out a breath. Cuff him. 2 burly volunteer patrolmen moved in, grabbed his arms, pinned his legs, and hauled Ma Mingshan, still kicking like a rabid dog, up out of the snow. Click. The cold cuffs locked around his wrists. His hat was gone, his hair a wild mess, his face covered in snow, his voice cracked from screaming. Cheng-Yi, you cheated, you bastard. I don't accept this. I don't give a damn whether you accept it. I grinned, slung the captured Type 56 over my back, and brushed the snow off myself. Smack. A hand cracked against the back of my head. I flared up instantly and spun around, only to find Director Chow glaring at me with a face like thunder. Half my anger fizzled out on the spot. Director Chow, what did I do? He pointed at the rifle on my back, half laughing with exasperation. You little punk, that's evidence. What are you doing slinging it over your shoulder? You think it's your personal trophy? Force of habit, force of habit. I quickly handed the gun over, and Officer Lee took it, logged it, and put it away. Director Chow gave a snort, then turned and said gravely, Take him away. Keep a close eye on him. The rest of you, come with me to Cripple Wong's place. We're going to dig out his accomplice. It was only later that I found out. When that gunshot echoed into Cripple Wong's room, he was... Flowers had bloomed in his heart. He limped back and forth across the room, humming a tuneless bit of some folk opera. Done deal. Ma Mingshan had a Type 56 carbine and a point-blank shot. What chance did that punk Cheng-Yi have? The more he thought about it, the sweeter it felt, as if he could already see me lying dead in the snow. All that pent-up rage he'd been sitting on finally had somewhere to go. As for the fallout, he'd already figured it out. Just deny everything. Insist he knew nothing. Claim he'd never even met Ma Mingshan. No witnesses, no proof. Then he'd play dumb, act crazy, throw a fit. Who could ever pin it on him? Our group hauled the wailing, sobbing Ma Mingshan along, boots crunching through the snow as we headed for the west end of the village. When we reached the gate of Lame Wang's yard, Lu Yufan was just heading out. She looked up and froze dead in her tracks. A crowd of police officers and civil defense volunteers came marching up, Chief Chow at the front, with Zhao Weiguo and me among them, guns in hand. What's going on here? She stood there, stunned. Lame Wang heard the commotion and limped out after her, still cursing. What's taking you so damn long, woman? He didn't finish. The moment he saw the scene at the gate, his smugness died on the spot. His eyes bulged like they might pop out of his skull, his knees buckled, and he scrambled to grab the doorframe just to keep from collapsing. Every drop of color drained from his face. Chengyi wasn't dead. Ma Mingshan had failed. And now he'd been caught red-handed, the whole operation blown wide open. Chief Chow's face was black as the bottom of a pot. He took a step forward, his voice cold as the winter wind. Lame Wang, you're suspected of conspiring with Ma Mingshan in an armed ambush and premeditated murder. You're coming with us. I didn't do anything. Chief Chow, don't go framing an innocent man. He craned his neck stubbornly. I don't know any Ma Mingshan. That's Chengyi spitting lies. I crossed my arms and let out a cold laugh, stepping forward, my eyes boring straight into his. Don't know him? He already spilled everything. You lured me out with that chicken and mushroom stew. You told Ma Mingshan the way, had him crouch behind the woodpile and wait for me. And now you want to play dumb. His face went from green to white and back again. His lips trembled, but for the longest time he couldn't get out a single complete sentence. Beside him, Lu Yufan was already scared out of her wits, shaking all over. Tears came pouring down her face, but she didn't dare make a sound. Chief Chow couldn't be bothered with any more of it. He waved his hand. What are you standing around for? Take him away. Two civil defense volunteers stepped up and seized him, one on each side. His lame leg kicked wildly in the snow as he howled with everything he had. I'm innocent. Ma Mingshan forced me into it. This isn't on me. Nobody paid his blubbering any mind. Then two more volunteers moved to grab the terrified, dumbstruck Lu Yufan. I rushed over and put myself between them, shielding her. Chief Chow, leave her out of it. She was definitely kept in the dark. Chief Chow turned to look at me, his brow furrowing slightly. You sure about that? She's the one who called you over for dinner. I looked back at the woman, her face ghostly pale, unable to get out a single word. She knew perfectly well she'd been nothing but a pawn from start to finish. I swear, I'm just a woman, I didn't know a thing. It was all that no-good cripple Wang's scheme. Hearing this, Wang the cripple's eyes went red as he roared. Chengyi, she's my wife. None of your damn business. You stay away from her. Shut it. Officer Li shoved him hard enough to send him stumbling, cutting off the rest of his words. Chief Chow mulled it over for a moment, glancing at Lu Yufan, who could barely stand, then at me, standing firm and resolute. Finally, he waved his hand. Fine, leave her be. Let your neighborhood watch deputy captain keep an eye on her himself. Deputy captain? The two watch members looked utterly baffled. Chief Chow clapped me on the shoulder, raised an eyebrow, and said with a straight face, Chengyi, you're vouching for her. You'd better keep a close watch tonight and bring her to the station tomorrow to give her statement. If she runs, you're the one taking the stand. What a good man. I immediately straightened up. Don't worry, Chief. She's not going anywhere. I'll bring her in myself first thing tomorrow morning. Zhao Weiguo coughed beside me and shot me a sly wink. Not bad, kid. You owe me a drink for this. The group hauled the wailing Wang the cripple away and turned to leave. Zhao Weiguo barked a few times at the gawking villagers, who sheepishly shuffled back into their homes to finish their dinner. It was supper time after all. The wind and snow still howled outside. The pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms in the house still gave off its aroma, but the mood had turned dead stiff. Lu Yufan went weak all over. Unable to hold herself up, she slid down the doorframe and plopped straight into the snow, covering her face and sobbing. Teardrops hit the snow and froze into tiny beads of ice. I crouched down, looking at her, tearful as a pear blossom in the rain, and teased, What? Can't bear to part with your cripple. She laid her ice-cold, trembling hand on mine, and I yanked her up. She sobbed for a long while before finally forcing out a few words. Chengyi, I really didn't know that damned man was doing something so wicked and cruel. If I'd known, I'd never have called you over here, not even if it killed me. I believe you. I helped her inside. On the Kong table sat the steaming chicken stew with mushrooms, a plate of crisp pickled radish strips, and two big cornmeal flat cakes off to the side. The bowls and chopsticks had been used. I settled her down on the edge of the Kong. My stomach had been growling for a while, so I didn't stand on ceremony. I turned around, dug out a clean bowl and pair of chopsticks, ladled her a serving, and pushed it over. Eat up, don't let it go to waste. A whole table of food. It'd be a shame to spoil it. Her eyes were still red. She looked at the steaming dishes, then at me, digging in like nobody else was there, her expression too complicated for words. In this lifetime, she'd been ruined but good by Wong the Cripple. Yet this deadly setup, of all things, had made her see clearly who the real villain was and who the honest man was. Some debts settle themselves given enough time. Some people you can't truly see until there's a knife at your throat. I chewed big bites of the flat cake. With the fragrant chicken to go with it, the meal was downright delicious. Caught my guy, and got to enjoy some chicken stewed with mushrooms too. I glanced at her across the table, then shot a look at the moonlight outside the window. Seemed like, maybe, there was still a big feast waiting for me. Lu Yufin sat off to the side, watching me eat with such gusto that her frayed nerves slowly loosened up. She sipped the chicken broth in small mouthfuls, the warmth flowing down her throat, finally thawing out her frozen body. By the end of the meal, most of the awkwardness in the room had melted away. I pushed my bowl and chopsticks aside, wiped my mouth, and grinned at her. So, sis, where do you figure I'm sleeping tonight? Huh? Her hand jerked, nearly dropping the soup bowl, and her face flushed crimson. Her eyes darted away in a panic. You're not going home to sleep? I leaned back against the wall. Officer Chow said it himself. You're under my guarantee, so tonight I've got to keep an eye on you. If you run off, I'm the one hauled into court. And out here in the pitch dark, if I leave and you do something desperate in the middle of the night, where am I supposed to go looking for you? I won't run. You can just go home. I'll lock up tight. No can do. I put on a stern face on purpose, though my tone carried a smile. It's the boss's orders. How could I dare disobey? She lowered her head, nibbling at her flatbread in tiny bites, the tips of her ears burning red. For the longest time, she couldn't squeeze out a single word. I scanned the Kong. It was all stuff that lame Wong had slept on. Filthy. I cleared my throat and spun a solemn line of nonsense. The feng shui in this place is bad. There's an evil spirit. Once we're done eating, come home and sleep at my place. Clatter. The flatbread dropped onto the table. She stared at me with a pair of big, watery eyes. I said nothing, just winked at her. She pressed her lips together, flustered and hesitant. I stood up and brushed off the dust. Quit dragging your feet. Pack up and lock the door. I don't want to spend another second in this dump. She bit her lower lip and finally nodded, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. Then, okay. I laughed out loud. Some feelings are like this. A person clearly wants something, but insists on waiting for the other side to speak up first. Once isn't enough. It takes 2 times, 3 times. You have to lay the steps right down at their feet before they'll follow them down. It's not being difficult. It's wanting the reassurance of being cared about. I didn't call her out on it. I grabbed the padded cotton coat from the edge of the Kong and draped it over her shoulders. Put it on. The wind's strong out there. That out-of-nowhere line sent a rush of warmth through her heart. She wrapped the coat tight and obediently got up to follow me. The next day, I didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky and the Kong was empty. In the end, it was still just me, carrying the whole thing on my own. Oh hell. The second I sat up, that lungful of frustration I'd choked back the night before hadn't faded one bit, even after a full night's sleep. Rotten luck. The night before, I'd barely led Lu Yufin a few steps out the courtyard gate when 3 figures came swaying straight toward us. Lame Wong's older brother, his sister-in-law, and his old mother. The moment we came face to face, his older brother went off like a bear with its fur on fire, jabbing a finger at my nose, cursing me out, saying I'd ruined his little brother, that I was trying to lure away his sister-in-law and drag the family name through the mud. Spit damn near flew in my face. His sister-in-law was yanking Lu Yufin back by the arm, muttering curses the whole time. I was just about to flash my badge as deputy captain of the neighborhood watch and explain that Director Chow had assigned me to keep the witness in custody. Then his old mother plopped right down in the snow, slapping her thighs and wailing like it was a funeral, crying that I'd torn a perfectly good family apart. Anyway, didn't get to eat the meat, but I sure came away stinking of it. Family name? If you cared so much about the family name, maybe you should have lent Cripple Wong a hand back when it mattered. Cursing under my breath, I pulled on my black cotton coat, tugged my dog fur hat down till it covered half my forehead, and ducked into the outer room. Angry or not, there was still work to do. Today I had to take Lu Yufan down to the station to give her statement. The iron pot on the stove was still warm. I lifted the steamer lid. Inside was a layer of frozen, sticky bean buns. Auntie Luo had brought them over a few days back, made with real yellow glutinous millet flour, golden as could be, frozen hard as rocks. This stuff is a lifeline through winter in the northeast forest country. You soak the yellow millet till it swells, grind it into flour, let it ferment overnight on a hot Kong, and it comes out with a faint grainy fragrance and a touch of tartness. You boil red beans down to mush, sweeten them with nothing but the beans' own sweetness, roll them into a paste for the filling, wrap it in the sticky millet dough, and steam it hard over a roaring wood fire. When it's done, it'll stretch into strings. Whatever you can't finish, you set out on the windowsill. At 30 below, it freezes solid overnight and keeps just fine clear through to spring. I ladled in some water, set the steamer on top, and dropped in 3 buns. The flames crackled and licked at the bottom of the pot. Steam billowed up, and the cold corner of the room turned toasty warm. The smell of millet mixed with sweet bean paste crept up my nose. Nothing sets your mouth watering quite like it. I lifted the lid, and the sticky bean buns glistened, soft and glossy, their skins practically shining. I grabbed one, so hot I had to toss it hand to hand, blew on it a couple times, and stuffed it in my mouth. The skin was chewy with that little bit of fermented tang, better the more you chewed. The bean paste inside was smooth and fine, sweet, but not cloying, sliding down warm and easy, chasing off the empty belly chill all at once. 1 bite each, 3 buns down. My stomach was warm and full, and the strength came back into my whole body. Most of last night's swallowed down anger had melted away too. The last one down the hatch, I wiped the millet flour off my hands on the front of my coat and headed for Lu Yufan's place without looking back. When I got there, I gave a shout. The door creaked open, and she came scurrying out. Catching sight of me outside the gate, she paused mid-step, the tips of her ears flushing red again, her eyes darting away. Over at the Songling Town Police Station, everybody was wearing a smile today. After a whole night of interrogation, the suspect had confessed to everything. The chain of evidence was airtight, and the kidnapping case was cracked wide open. Now that's a job well done. I brought Lu Yufan inside and headed straight for Director Chow's office. His door was half open. I glanced in. Besides him, there was someone else standing there, dressed in a woman in police uniform. It was that same Officer Wu who'd slapped a premeditated murder charge on me last time without so much as hearing me out. 30-something, decent looking, but her brain seemed to have a screw loose. Right now she was arguing with Chief Chow about something, her expression dead serious, her tone sharp. Chief Chow looked exasperated. When he caught sight of me out of the corner of his eye, it was like grabbing onto a lifeline. He immediately waved me over. "Chengyi, get over here, perfect timing." Officer Wu whipped around, her eyes locking straight onto me, her brow furrowing even deeper. I pushed the door open and walked in, Lu Yufan trailing behind me. Little Wu, why don't you take Lu Yufan to get her statement? I've got something to discuss with Chengyi." Officer Wu's face darkened instantly. She shot me a look, then let it settle on Lu Yufan, clearly displeased, but she still kept a straight face and agreed. "Fine, come with me." Lu Yufan instinctively edged half a step toward me, looking up at me with a flicker of panic in her eyes. I gave her a reassuring look, and only then did she reluctantly follow along. On her way out, Officer Wu turned back to glare at me one more time before pulling the door shut. The room went quiet all at once. Finally got that little diva out of here. Chief Chow let out a long breath, leaning back into his chair and rubbing his temples. I plopped down and caught the pack of Zonghuas he tossed me, still more than half full. I pulled one out, lit it, and stuffed the rest into my pocket. The whole move was so smooth it left Chief Chow slack-jawed. These days Zonghwas were hot commodities. You couldn't get them even with cash and ration coupons. The supply co-op didn't stock them at all. You son of a, at least leave me one. I curled my lip. Chief Chow, you telling me you don't have a carton or two stashed in that drawer? You little punk. He was so choked up he glared at me, then yanked open the drawer and pulled out most of a carton of Zonghwas. Just as he was about to slide out a pack. A blur of motion. I lunged across the desk, hand quick as lightning, and swept the whole carton into my arms. One glance told me there were still 8 packs left. Grinning, I tossed the half-empty pack from my pocket back to him. Chief Chow, have a smoke. He caught the half pack, pointed at me speechless for a long moment, and finally spat out, "Oh, smoke your damn granny's leg." I shoved the carton into my padded jacket, my grin turning even more shameless, and leaned back in the chair, immediately changing the subject. Chief Chow, does that Wu woman have some kind of grudge against me? Always giving me the stink eye, acting like I owed her rice and paid her back with chaff. Chief Chow couldn't help but laugh at me and lit up a cigarette. Grudge is too strong a word. She's just rigid. Transferred down from the district bureau, head full of rules and regulations. Plus, after what happened last time, she's got you pegged, decided you're no law-abiding citizen. I rolled my eyes. I was practically a model citizen now, and I still wasn't law-abiding? Those 2 little punks from last night. They all confessed. Lu Yufan really didn't know anything. Wang the Gimp had tricked her into inviting me to dinner. As soon as her statement was taken, she'd be free to go. Chief Chow was putting in a request for me to be deputy captain of the neighborhood watch, and he swore up and down it was pretty much a done deal. No official position, just $56 a month, half of what a regular worker made. I didn't care about the money. What mattered was that with this title, I'd have more clout. If something ever came up, I could step in without getting slapped with a disturbing the peace charge. I'd officially landed on the side of justice. See, rules aren't usually there to protect the weak. They're there to give the people standing behind them some backbone. And now, at least, I had a foot in the door. I walked Lu Yufan out of the station, coaxed her into the bathhouse, bought her a ticket, and even covered the fee for a scrub down. Watching her hug her arms and disappear into the women's section, I headed into the men's side with my blood running hot. No mixed bathing. 1 star. After my scrub, I made a loop through the co-op store, picked up some daily necessities, and finally moseyed back to Wudo Village. On the road, she was bundled up in her old cotton coat, her face flushed red from the cold, stealing glances at me now and then before quickly ducking her head, like a young wife who'd done something wrong. We'd barely reached the edge of the village when a few old-timers squatting against a wall soaking up the sun spotted us and immediately started ribbing us with big grins. Well, Wang the Gimp's out of the picture, so now you two can shack up together. Chengyi, heard you're deputy captain of the neighborhood watch now? Moving up in the world. That stuff rolled right off me, but Lu Yufan turned beet red in an instant. She dropped her head in a panic, twisted her hips, and bolted off in a flash. Son of a, I was going to bring her home. I glared daggers at those old men, fire practically shooting out of my eyes. Nothing better to do than run your mouths? You scared her off. Which one of you's going to make it up to me? The whole bunch of them roared with laughter, slapping their thighs. Chengyi, what's the rush? The monk can run, but the temple can't. She's still right here in Wudo Village, ain't she? Yeah, sneak on over after dark tonight. Knock on the door, and you're all set. Set my ass. I grabbed a clod of dirt by my foot and made like I was going to chuck it. The men shrank their necks and dodged, grinning like idiots. I didn't actually throw it. I cursed under my breath and lowered my hand, feeling nothing but frustration. My sister-in-law, all washed up clean and pretty, and just like that she'd run off. On my dime, no less. Not bothering with those layabouts anymore, I hung my head and headed over to Old Man Yang's place. I hadn't been up the mountain in a few days, and my hands were itching. I wanted to see if he'd go hunting with me. The business with Lu Yufan could wait. Wang the Gimp was locked up, the obstacle was gone, so it was all just a matter of time. When I got to Old Man Yang's and mentioned going into the mountains, he shook his head like a rattle drum, saying he was getting on in years, his legs weren't up to it, and he couldn't handle traipsing up there every couple of days. Ran off into the mountains. There was no way I'd agree to that. 50, 60 years old. That's prime time to go out and make something of yourself. and here he was, wanting to be a lazy bum. After a stern talking to, old man Yang saw the error of his ways and gave in. The next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, with a gray mist still hanging outside the window, I was already out the door with my gun and knife. Blackie seemed to know we were heading into the mountains. He kept crowding up against me, tail wagging like crazy, terrified I'd leave him behind. I crunched over the thin frost, my steps light and quick, heading straight for old man Yang's place. 2 men and 3 dogs plunged into the vast, snowy forest. The crust of snow creaked with every step. Blackie was the most worked up, charging out front. Yang's 2 dogs flanked us on either side, noses pressed to the snow, huffing and sniffing. The woods were so quiet I could hear my own breathing. The frost coating the trees glittered under the sun. Yang led me first to check the dozen-plus snares he'd set. Some had already been triggered, but the prey was gone. He didn't get startled or upset, just quietly reset them. On some, even the hemp rope had been chewed clean through. He pulled fresh rope from his shoulder bag and unhurriedly swapped it out. I took it all in, committing it to memory. This was real skill. Where to set a snare, how tight to make it, how to hide it. By the 11th snare, I finally got to see some game. A plump snow hare, hind leg caught in the loop, already frozen stiff in the snow. Its fur was glossy, and it rang hollow when you tapped it. Yang cheerfully untied it and gave it a heft. He said a snow hare with an intact pelt like this could fetch $7 or $8 apiece. The meat was edible too, but since it hadn't been bled in time, the blood had pooled in the flesh, giving it a strong, gamey stink. We'd have to blanch it a few extra times back home. The snares after that yielded nothing. The empty ones stayed empty, the snow-buried ones stayed buried. Not so much as a stray tuft of fur brushed against them. Yang went about resetting them at the same leisurely pace, as skilled as if he were tending his own vegetable garden. Only after all 17 snares were done did the actual hunt officially begin. Yang walked out front, his steps light and steady, sticking to the sunny, wind-sheltered spots, and every so often raising a hand to signal me to slow down. The animals up here are sharp. Make too much noise, and they'll hear you coming from a mile off. The sun climbed higher, and the snow's surface began to thaw, turning sticky underfoot and clinging to our soles. Gone was that crisp crunching. That was also why the snow, deep as it was, didn't swallow your feet. Melting by day and freezing by night, over and over, had packed the top layer rock solid. The whole morning went by. The few shallow paw prints we came across had been blown over and buried by the snow, all traces lost. The 3 dogs darted here and there through the trees, their energy slowly draining away. I had plenty of stamina, but the lack of game was driving me nuts, and I couldn't help cursing. Son of a bitch, you promised Robux you could club and fish you could scoop up with a ladle. Bundled up in his big padded coat, Yang shot me a glance. Green as they come, not a lick of patience. You think hunting up in the mountains is like picking vegetables from your own garden. Grab whatever you want, whenever you want. Impatience is the mark of a rookie. A common mistake. What a real hunter learns first isn't how to shoot, it's how to wait. Before the words even settled, Blackie stopped dead up ahead, ears pricked, body low, a growl rumbling in his throat. The other 2 dogs froze too, tails stiff as boards. Old Yang shut his mouth at once, perking up. He swept his hand out, giving the signal to track. The 3 dogs crept forward at a slow trot. The Oregon hound's broad paws pressed into the snow, almost soundless. I grinned to myself and hurried after them. Not far along, we came across a long string of fresh hoof prints. Roe deer, Old Yang said, recognizing them at a glance. Huh, and quite a few, a whole herd. You old fart, keep it down. After that it was easy. We just followed the tracks. 10 minutes or so later, in a sparse stand of birch, there were shapes moving in the shadows. The gray-brown coats didn't stand out much against the snow, but those bobbing white rumps were dead giveaways. Round faces, squinty eyes, ridiculously cute. Oh, sweet mercy. I crouched behind a bush, my voice barely a whisper, my eyes lighting up. I squinted and counted, 7 or 8 of them, big and small. The buck in the lead sported a pair of short antlers and looked good and fat. They were gnawing on bark, their big ears swiveling around, heads jerking up warily now and then. The spot was a sheltered little slope, catching the sun just right, prime real estate. So what's the plan? Old Yang licked his lips. They're far off. One shot spooks him, and they're gone without a trace. I scan the terrain. Yang, you take the 3 dogs and circle around from the right through the hazel brush. Keep it quiet. You shoot first and drive him down toward me, into that hollow. I'll be tucked behind the rocks at the edge of it. When they get close, I'll open up. Think it'll work? What if you spook the herd and they don't run this way? Worth a shot. With 3 dogs herding him, we should be fine. Beats the alternative of us both creeping up and just blasting away. Those goofy road deer have serious explosive power. One scare and they'll bound 15, 20 feet in a single stride. Even the dogs can't catch them. We're both running bolt-action rifles, and it takes 2 or 3 seconds to cycle the bolt after a shot. The odds of getting off a second one are slim. Driving them into a trap is by far the best play. Old Yang wasted no more words. He called the 3 dogs and hunched low, circling off to the right. I pulled back the bolt to check my rounds, grabbed a fistful of snow and scrubbed my face to sharpen up, then swung around toward the hollow in the opposite direction. I moved with extreme care, terrified of spooking the herd. Reaching the hollow, I hid behind a big rock, poking my head out and leveling the rifle. The herd was over 100 meters off. The forest was so still I could hear my own heartbeat. The deer were still grazing lazily, completely oblivious. 2 or 3 minutes later, from the hazel brush on the right came. Bang! One deer's head burst in a spray of blood, and it toppled sideways into the snow. So accurate. The gunshot was the command. All 3 dogs shot out at once, lunging at the roe deer herd, their barking instantly ripping through the forest silence. The herd spooked. The white fur on their rumps flared out into the shape of a heart. It was their survival trick. The burst of white both confused predators and warned the others. Danger's coming. But that trick was useless against humans. The big buck kicked off and cleared a dozen meters in a single bound. Incredible spring in those legs. Panicked and blind to direction, it charged straight toward the hollow where I lay in ambush, a short yip squeezing out of its throat. The scattered herd followed their leader down the gentle slope, kicking up sprays of snow. Perfect. I held my breath, easing the muzzle sideways until it locked onto the big buck out front. Bang! Old Yang's second shot went wide. Didn't touch a hair on the herd. The distance closed fast. 50 paces, 40. The instant before they hit the hollow and cut toward the other slope, I squeezed the trigger. Bang! The Mosinagant's report cracked through the valley, sharp as ice splitting. The lead buck stumbled, its front legs buckled, and it pitched face first into the snow, still struggling to get back up. Click-clack. I ejected the shell and chambered a round in one smooth motion. I barely aimed the second shot, pure instinct, swinging it toward another fat doe in the herd. Bang! The doe took it in the flank, ran a dozen more steps, then dropped head first. Her forelegs kicked a few times, then went still. The herd scattered completely, the rest of them bolting around like headless flies. By the time I worked the bolt again, those idiots had vanished into the thick woods, leaving nothing but a mess of hoofprints and a haze of snow still hanging in the air. 2 of them. I sprang up from behind the rock, growling low with excitement. Blackie and the other 2 dogs wanted to keep chasing. Get back here. One shout brought them to heel. Old Yang jogged over. The buck was at least 70 or 80 pounds. The doe went 40 or 50. Their gray-brown winter coats were thick, warm to the touch. I'll gut him and bleed him out so the meat doesn't spoil. You're quick on your feet. Follow the tracks another few hundred meters and try your luck, Old Yang said, pulling the knife from his belt. One clean stroke, and blood splashed across the white snow, glaring against it. Think I can still catch up? 9 times out of 10. His hands never stopped. Dumb roe deer run a few hundred meters, figure they're safe, then stop to graze and get their strength back. I grinned, rubbed my hands, red and stiff with cold, and tucked the rifle tighter against my chest. All right then, Blackie with me. I left the other 2 dogs to watch the old man's back. Blackie's tail shot up, his ears stood like 2 blades, and huffing out white breath, he plunged into the woods along the tracks. Snow. The snow was trampled to slush, every step sinking unevenly. I lightened my footsteps until all I could hear was my own heavy breathing, the crunch of snow underfoot, and Blackie's low huffing as his nose swept the ground. Sure enough, we hadn't gone far, maybe a few hundred meters, when Blackie suddenly froze, dropped low, and a deep growl rumbled up from his throat. I stopped instantly, held my breath, and gave his head a pat. He went silent at once. Man and dog, we crept forward, crouched low. A few steps more. There they were, all right. 3 or 4 roe deer huddled in a stand of oak sheltered from the wind, still spooked, gnawing at the bark and lifting their heads now and then to prick their ears and listen. That same old dumb streak hadn't changed a bit, just barely escaped death. And here they were like nothing had happened, thinking of nothing but stuffing their bellies. I brought up the rifle, dropped flat into the snow, and inched forward on my belly, using the thick trunks for cover. My body was enhanced, my eyesight sharp as hell, but I hadn't spent nearly enough time with a gun, so my aim was passable at best. With a rifle, the closer you are, the steadier the shot. And I had to aim for the head if I could. An intact hide fetched a better price. I crawled to within 50 paces and didn't dare go closer. Tucked behind a big tree, I drew in a deep breath of freezing air and braced the rifle. The front sight locked dead onto the head of the biggest one. The instant my finger tightened, the deer seemed to sense something. Its head shot up, and it stared straight at me. Our eyes met. Without hesitation, I squeezed the trigger. Crack! The shot exploded through the silent forest, and snow came sifting down from the branches. The deer didn't even grunt. Its head lolled, a spray of crimson burst out, and it toppled stiff into a snowbank, legs twitching. Whoa! The remaining 2 or 3 were scared out of their wits, the white fur on their tails flaring as they bolted like mad into the depths of the woods. In the blink of an eye, only a few gray shapes flickered among the trees. Blackie had already shot off in pursuit. Don't chase him. I pushed myself up out of the snow, brushing off the frost. Off the mark by a good 50 paces from the start. No point chasing. A dumb roe deer can hit better than 60 kilometers an hour in a burst. A dog going all out barely clears 50. If you ask what a dog's good for, stamina. But this time, that wouldn't cut it. Before long, I had the deer dressed and cleaned. I slung the guts over a nearby branch. That's the rule up in the mountains. Don't take it all for yourself. Leave an offering for the mountain god. If you're going to make a living off the land, you've got to leave a share for heaven and earth. The old-timers had passed that down more generations than anyone could count. I grabbed a handful of clean snow and scrubbed the blood off my hands and off the knife, then pulled my gloves back on. Only then did my frozen fingers start to come back to life. I grabbed the 2 hind legs, swung the carcass up over my shoulder, and settled it into place. The blood had already frozen, so it didn't dirty my clothes. Let's go, Blackie. Blackie, nose still smeared with blood, trotted happily along behind me. I had to hand it to old Joe. The man trained a hell of a smart dog. The snow crunched underfoot. The mountain forest was so quiet that all I could hear was the wind and my own ragged breathing. Back at the hollow, old Yang had already dressed the first 3. He was crouched down, smoking. He looked up and clicked his tongue in approval. Well, I'll be damned. You actually bagged another one. Not bad at all. I dropped the carcass onto the snow and wiped the frost off my face. Dumb roe deer. Didn't run far before it just stopped, like nothing had happened. Served it right to get shot. Old Yang eyed the pristine hide and nodded. Your aim's passable. Damn right it is. Now came the hardest part, hauling the game home. 4 roe deer, gutted, came to around 200 pounds altogether. I'm strong enough to carry them alone, but the village was a long way off, and it'd be a real slog. So I just cut a few branches of the right thickness, lashed them side by side with hemp rope, and in no time I had a crude but sturdy sled. The snow was slick anyway, dragging beat carrying by a mile. I tossed all 4 deer on top and gave the rope loop a tug to test the weight. There we go. Nice and steady. I pulled it along easily on my own. The sled glided smoothly over the snow with only a faint swish, swish. Old Yang ambled behind with his rifle slung over his shoulder, eyeing the 4 plump deer on the sled, a grin fixed on his face the whole way. This one haul today beats what an ordinary hunter gets in several trips. He puffed out a cloud of white breath. You, kid, you're not just strong, your shooting keeps getting sharper too. From here on out, this mountain will never let you go hungry. Haha, damn right. I tugged the rope loop, my steps rock steady. This much weight was nothing to my enhanced body. The sun sank in the west, leaving only a last streak of orange on the horizon. The forest went completely dark, and the cold wind howled. The sled's drag marks stretched all the way into the village. It was right around dinner time. Chimneys smoked from every house, and the air carried the smell of cornmeal and pickled cabbage. The moment I entered the village, the folks who'd stepped out to fetch firewood or dump slop spotted me. "Oh my God, is that a roe deer? Would you look at that?" The sled's loaded full. A few half-grown boys dropped whatever they were holding and swarmed over, eyes glued to the sled, practically drooling. I smiled but said nothing. Old Yang waved a hand from behind. "Just got lucky, stumbled onto a herd of roe deer. Right place, right time." When we got to Old Yang's place, the old lady opened the door, all smiles. I dragged the sled into the yard and barred the gate behind me. All 4 frozen stiff deer went straight into the warm inner room. They had to thaw slowly before they could be skinned. An intact roe deer hide sells for 30 or 40 yuan apiece. Too bad only 2 were whole. The other 2 had been shot in the neck and belly, so they wouldn't fetch much. Once tanned and patched up, though, they'd still work as bedding. Old Yang said that since I'd taken up the mountain patrol trade, a winter roe deer hide or 2 was a given. The stuff's warm as hell, and from now on, spending the night in the mountains? Dig yourself a hole in the snow, wrap up in a roe deer hide, and no cold snap can freeze you to death. Since that's the case, I'd keep the 2 damaged ones for myself. The old lady set the dishes on the low table on the Kong, then hauled over a jug of loose liquor, smiling as she waved me up onto the heated bed. "Food's been ready a while, just waiting on you too." On the table sat a steaming pot of pickled cabbage stewed with wild boar, along with a plate of pickled radish. On a cold day like this, it really got the appetite going. Old Man Yang plopped down on the edge of the Kong, poured 2 bowls of liquor, and slid one over to me. "Here, take a sip to chase off the chill." I took the bowl, clinked it against his, and knocked it back. It warmed me all the way from my throat down to my belly, and most of the cold drained right out of me. Full of food and drink, I was in good spirits today, down the better part of half a pound, and politely turned down the old lady's offer to stay the night. By the light of the moon, I headed home carrying a roe deer leg, my feet feeling light. The snow was soft and spongy, and the white puffs of my breath were torn apart by the cold wind the moment they appeared. As I passed the little store, the wooden door creaked open from the inside. It was the pretty widow, Jiang Mei. A half-worn floral cotton jacket, cinched neat at the waist. No matter how thick she bundled up in this frozen weather, it couldn't hide that slender waist. Standing there in the doorway, her figure was still a sight to behold. She looked up and saw me, froze for a second, then broke into a cheerful grin and stretched out her open palm toward me. I knew what she meant, but I decided to play dumb. With a little smirk, I pulled off my mitten and, turning my hand over, grabbed hold of the small hand she'd held out. Soft and warm. A whole different world from the cold air out in the snow. This time she didn't slap my hand away like she had before. Instead, her eyes crinkled into a smile as she slowly drew her hand back, her fingertips giving a light little curl against my palm. "You dirty scoundrel," I was asking for a cigarette. A tingling sensation shot up from my palm, and the liquor rushed straight to my head. And that flirty little lilt in her voice, too. This woman, was she teasing me? I pushed down the flutter in my chest, pulled out a chunghwa, and handed her one. Well, smoking chunghwas now, are you?" I didn't answer. I fished out the kerosene lighter I'd bought that morning at the co-op for 350. Click. The flame shot up, its dim yellow glow lighting both our faces. I raised my hand to cup the flame and leaned in toward her lips, the rough pad of my finger brushing accidentally against their softness. Jiang Mei took a light drag, and the tip of the cigarette glowed a faint red. She exhaled a thin wisp of white smoke, her eyes curving into a smile, that flirty voice so soft you could practically wring water from it. "You dirty scoundrel," tossing that roe deer leg right on the ground like that. I lit one for myself too, snapped the lighter shut and tucked it back in my pocket, my gaze falling on her slender knuckles holding the cigarette, my voice rough with the afterbuzz of the liquor. "If I hadn't tossed it down, how would I light your cigarette, Sis Mei?" That line left Jiang Mei's cheeks burning, her eyes flickering with a hint of playful reproach. She gave a light kick at the snow by her feet, sending up a spray of powder. "So what you're saying is, lighting my cigarette matters more than. Since when did roebuck legs get so precious?" Emboldened by the liquor, I stepped in closer. almost pressing right up to her face, the smoke mixing with the smell of booze as I breathed it out at her. You bet they did. Her heart skipped. The cigarette wobbled between her fingers as she reached out and gave my chest a light shove. Puffed, smooth-talking devil. God knows which woman taught you that. I seized the chance and caught the hand she'd pushed me with, my palm pressed against the soft back of hers, and grinned. Nobody taught me. Every word's the honest truth. She tugged a couple of times, but couldn't pull free, her face turning even redder. Quit messing with me. Let go. It won't look right if somebody sees. Her words said no, but her body didn't really pull back. She just stood there in front of me, half leaning, half yielding. Moonlight fell on the hair at her temples, and when the night wind blew, a faint scent of soapberry mixed with tobacco drifted over, especially seductive in the snowy night. Sis May, once the card game breaks up, come to my place. My dog can do a backflip. Blackie, sprawled bored in the snow nearby, seemed to understand. His ears shot straight up and he stared at us dead on. Since when could I do a backflip? Jiang Mei burst out laughing, most of that earlier bashfulness melting away as she rolled her eyes at me in mock reproach. You're just standing here spinning tails, trying to pull one over on me. So are you coming or not? Coming, my foot. Well, wasted expression. I bent down and picked up the frozen stiff roebuck leg, deliberately letting my face fall into a sulk to play up my disappointment, then turned and walked off. The moment Blackie saw his master leaving, he scrambled up out of the snow, shook off the powder clinging to him, and trotted eagerly after me. I'd barely taken 2 steps when her voice floated up behind me. Hey, wait a second. My steps froze. I turned around. In the moonlight, Jiang Mei stood there timidly, that half-smoked cigarette still between her fingers, biting her lip in hesitation. But then she opened her mouth, and I nearly cursed out loud. That roebuck leg of yours. Can you finish it all by yourself at home? Don't let it go bad. Want sis to help you salt it down? I couldn't believe my ears. This was winter in the greater Xin'an Mountains, a natural deep freezer at 20, 30 below. Go bad. How? Seeing my deflated look, Jiang Mei couldn't hold it in anymore, her eyes crinkling as she laughed, barely able to keep hold of the cigarette. What's the matter? Can't bear to part with it? Take it, take it. It's yours. Furious, I flung the roebuck leg down at her feet, spun around, and marched off fast. Blackie followed in a daze, still glancing back at the leg on the ground every couple of steps, reluctant to leave it behind. Behind me, she laughed until her shoulders shook. A single win or loss meant nothing. But I made a mental note. The hardest thing to guard against in this world was never the wild beasts in the mountains. It was the people with scheming hidden behind a smile. Early the next morning, I had Zhao Weigua's horse hitched up to the sledge again. I thanked Annie Luo and was about to lead the horse away when Zhao Weigua came bursting out of the house in his old cotton jacket, shoes barely on his feet, hollering at me. You little punk, I might as well just give you the horse. Who comes around wearing out my horse every couple of days like you do? Zhao Wenjing came out too and gave me a little smile, her way of saying hello. I wasn't annoyed. I just grinned, pulled an unopened pack of Chunghwa cigarettes out of my pocket, and tossed it over with a big wave of my hand. Uncle Zhao, still got a problem? Zhao Weigua fumbled to catch it, and the moment he saw it was a fresh, unopened pack of Chunghwa, his eyes went wide as saucers. All that bluster vanished into thin air. He held the pack like a treasure, waving his hands over and over. No problem, no problem. Use the horse whenever you want. But I heard last night, you and Old Yang brought back for roe deer. Uncle Zhao, I really do like you better when you're all fierce and stubborn. Standing off to the side, Zhao Wenjing couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling at my nonsense. Then she glanced at her old man's money-grubbing expression and gave him a little shove, as if scolding him for having no backbone. I laughed, swung myself up onto the sled, and gave the reins a snap. Wenjing, Auntie Luo, I'll bring you back some roe deer meat. The horse's hooves crushed through the snow, and the sled glided steadily toward Old Yang's place. Blackie ran alongside, bounding with joy, tail held high in the air. Old Yang already had the roe deer meat, and 2 whole hides ready to go. Raw hides sell well. Tanning a hide is a tedious business that takes the better part of 2 weeks. Even if you've got the skill, you can't match a professional factory's tools and materials, so a home-tanned hide always comes up short. And if you botch the tanning, you have to knock down the price anyway. All that effort for nothing. I walked into the yard, tossed everything onto the sled in a few quick motions, spread a pile of dry hay evenly over it, and weighed it down with a few chunks of firewood. That way nobody could see the meat under the hay. Keeping a low profile never hurts. Just as I was about to leave, the old woman poked her head out from the kitchen. "Hey, wild boy, don't rush off. I've got roe deer bone soup simmering on the stove. Have a bowl before you hit the road. Warm yourself up." In a greater Shingon winter, who could ever turn down a bowl of hot soup before heading out? I clapped my hands together, went inside, downed a bowl of hot soup, and only then drove the sled toward town. Roe deer meat sells for more than wild boar, but it still can't beat plain slaughtered pork. Fat Wong, pale and soft-looking, offered 1 yuan 80 per catty. When it came time to weigh it, I pulled out my hunting knife and cleanly cut off 2 big slabs of good meat, about 10 some catties each, and wrapped them in oil paper. One slab was for Zhao Weigua, to shut that yappy mouth of his. The other I kept for myself. Thinking back to that roe deer leg Jiang May had sweet-talked away from me the night before, I couldn't help but smirk. That woman, a genuine honey trap. Once all 4 roe deer were weighed, they came to just 143 catties. Fat Wong rounded it up, 258 yuan. I let out a sigh inside. Frustrating, still not as good as a single wild boar. The roe deer really are small. A full-grown one's only 70 or 80 pounds, about the size of Blackie. Ones topping 90 are rare, and over 100? Almost unheard of. Old Man Yang had been hunting for decades and never once bagged one over 100 pounds. Pound for pound, they really couldn't hold a candle to a wild boar. At least the 2 intact roe deer hides fetched 80, and that snow hare pelt added another $8. I counted the money again. 258 for the meat, 80 for the hides, 8 for the hair, 346 total, a solid wad clenched in my fist. That finally settled the knot in my chest. I said goodbye to Fatty Wong and wandered up and down the street a couple times. The co-op, the farm equipment station, the repair shop. You could take it all in at a glance. There really wasn't anything to do for fun. In my past life, my phone never left my hand and I was online around the clock. Now, suddenly idle, I felt restless all over. After mulling it over, I ducked into the town bathhouse. A good soak in the hot water washed away the cold and the whole gamey stink of the hunt. I was so comfortable I couldn't help groaning. In these times, aside from soaking in the bath, drinking tea, and shooting the breeze, there really wasn't much to do for kicks. The one exception was hunting up in the mountains. Now that got the blood pumping. Tracking through the snowy woods, holding your breath as you took aim, the crack of the rifle and the prey dropping. That raw, thrilling rush beat everything else. No wonder the rich folks in my past life all loved to hunt. Back in the village, I handed Auntie Luo a 10-pound chunk of roe deer meat. Her smile grew even wider, and she warmly invited me over for dinner that night, saying she'd make roe deer dumplings. Roe deer meat may not taste as good as plain pork, Auntie Luo said, waving a hand. But chop it into filling, throw in minced garlic, scallions, and ginger, mix in all kinds of seasonings, and the flavor shoots right up. That little gamey tang actually makes it even better. It was still early, but I was already looking forward to those dumplings. I swung by Old Man Yang's place to check in and gave him $200. 346 should have split to 173 each. But along the way I'd given away plenty of meat, and I'd kept both hides for my own use. All told, giving him 200 mint I'd come out ahead, pocketing 146. A single day's take beat someone else's monthly wages and then some. But I still wasn't quite satisfied. Hunting could keep me fed and clothed, sure, but getting rich off it was nearly impossible. Looks like I'd have to figure out some kind of business. Carrying the leftover roe deer meat, I headed out for home with the dog trotting alongside. I hadn't gone far when Lu Yufin, that woman, suddenly popped into my head. I kicked at the snow underfoot, then turned on my heel and made a beeline for her place. When I got to the little courtyard, I glanced around. Nobody there. Bracing one hand on the low wall, I pushed off with my feet and hopped right over, easy as could be. Blackie took a running start too, scrambled up over the wall, and landed without a sound. A 5-foot wall was nothing for the two of us. One man and one dog, we crept quietly into the yard. Inside, Lu Yufin was half reclining on the Kong, dressed in a snug set of long johns, knitting a sweater. The door creaked open. Her hand jerked, and a knitting needle clattered onto the Kong. Oh, when she saw it was me, her eyes instantly softened, unable to hide the flutter in her heart. I glanced over what she was wearing, and my eyes lit up. The Kong mat and bedding had all been replaced with new ones, too. I reached back and clicked the door shut, blocking Blackie out. The dog wasn't happy about it. He pawed at the crack in the door, whimpering, claws scratching lightly against the wood. With just the two of us in the room, the air grew thick in an instant. Lu Yufin's face was so hot it could have caught fire, her watery eyes fixed straight on me. She didn't reach for the blanket to cover up. Instead, she straightened her chest, pursed her lips, lifted her chin, and met my gaze. Neither of us said a word, as if whoever spoke first would shatter the moment. I walked to the edge of the Kong, but stopped, letting my eyes roam over her. She gritted her teeth and slowly rose to her knees, inching toward me. Her gaze was so heavy it could have pulled into threads, her voice trembling. "It's warm in here. Let me help you take off your jacket." That single line made even my seasoned old heart skip a beat. I forced down the urge and asked a real mood killer of a question. "Sis, when was the last time Wong the cripple touched you?" After he got hurt. He couldn't anymore. The doctor said his femoral head was dislocated, pressing right on the Before dark, I walked out of the inner room with a grin, leading a sulking dog out through the backyard. That warm current had surged up in me just now, nourishing my body and strengthening my fighting power a few notches more. She'd been hard enough to hold her own against before, and now that I'd raised the stakes, she surrendered on the spot, dropping her guard entirely. I headed straight for Zhao Weigua's place. Now that things were settled with Sis, it was time to go eat some dumplings. "You little punk, what are you grinning about?" Zhao Weigua eyed the corners of my mouth that just wouldn't stop curling up, thoroughly annoyed. I rubbed my nose, the smile in my eyes impossible to hide, but spun a lie anyway. "Grinning about what? Just made a little money today, and thinking about Auntie's roe deer dumplings puts me in a good mood." He curled his lip, clearly not buying it. "Good mood? Looks to me like somebody stole your soul clean away. You've been off ever since you got back." The words had barely left his mouth when Auntie Luo carried a big plate of roe deer dumplings over to the Kong table. "Soul this, soul that. Honey, pour Qingyi a drink." The dumplings were steaming hot, plump and round, their aroma drifting straight up my nose. Zhao Weigua grunted, but picked up the flask anyway and filled my cup to the brim. "The way you're smiling, I know you're up to no good." Aunt Luo turned around and brought over a few more hearty dishes. Fried pork cracklings with sauerkraut, crispy, crunchy cracklings paired with the tangy, refreshing sauerkraut, absolutely perfect with a drink. A pot of potatoes stewed with green beans, the mealy potatoes coated in savory oil, cooked soft and tender through. And a small plate of cold tossed blackwood ear mushrooms, rich with the fragrance of vinegar and garlic, cutting the grease and refreshing the palate. The whole family of 4, plus me, 5 people crammed cross-legged around the Kong table, arm to arm, lively as could be. I picked up a piping hot dumpling and bit into it. The savory burst shot straight to the top of my head. Then I chased it with a mouthful of crisp, crunchy sauerkraut, so satisfied I squinted my eyes. Aunt Luo hadn't been kidding. These roe deer dumplings were out of this world. She kept piling them into my bowl. "Eat up. Hunting's hard work. There's plenty." Blackie lay stretched out below the edge of the Kong, his tail sweeping gently across the floor, watching eagerly, hoping someone would toss him a scrap of meat. Zhao Wenjing, though, was a dog lover, and she sneaked him a couple of dumplings. Blackie snatched them up, shrank off to the side, and gnawed away with his head down, tail wagging even harder. When he finished, he lifted his head and gave her a soft little whine. Zhao Weigua shot his daughter a glance and put on a fake stern face. "What kind of household is this, feeding dumplings to the dog?" Zhao Wenjing stuck out her tongue and ducked behind Aunt Luo, secretly grinning at Blackie. The Kong was so hot it practically scorched my backside. The liquor warmed my belly, and my mouth was full of the fragrance of roe deer and sauerkraut. I ate until my forehead broke out in sweat, feeling utterly content inside. This was the most comfortable meal I'd had since crossing over. Crammed onto the warm Kong, with people fussing over me, urging me to eat, packing my mouth full bite after bite. Or maybe it was just that good things put a spring in your step. The vow I'd made when I first crossed over. Today I'd more than fulfilled it. The thought alone made my whole body feel lighter. Before I knew it, Zhao Weiguo had gotten me drunk. The dumplings were down to the bottom of the plate. The little liquor cup had been emptied several times over, and I just went limp against the Kong, my eyelids too heavy to lift. I was still mumbling under my breath. Uncle, Auntie, these dumplings so good, next time I'll bring. Before I could finish, my head lolled to one side, and I fell asleep leaning against the edge of the Kong, my breathing quickly turning heavy. Zhao Wenjing crouched at the edge of the Kong, curiously poking my arm. When I didn't stir, the corner of her mouth curled up, and she broke off another little piece of dumpling skin and tossed it to Blackie, who was standing guard beside her. The next day, just as the sky was beginning to gray with dawn, Aunt Luo was busy cooking, and the Kong grew hotter and hotter. It was that heat that baked me awake. The moment I opened my eyes, my temples were throbbing, like something was trying to pound its way out. Zhao Weiguo and his younger son, Zhao Wenjun, were still asleep on the Kong, their snores rising and falling, one deep and one soft. I propped myself up and sat, my throat parched, and cursed under my breath. What the hell kind of liquor was that? I had to pee bad. The instant I stepped down onto the cold floor, I sobered up a bit. I rustled around and got myself dressed. It was still dim outside, with just a sliver of pale white breaking along the horizon. The early morning in the greater Xin'an Mountains was bone-chillingly cold. In the yard, snow had piled up. Thin snow crunched under my feet. Coming out of the outhouse, my whole body loosened up, and even my hangover headache eased a little. Back in the outer room, Auntie Luo set the basin of hot water on the stove, lifted the lid off the pot, and steam came billowing out. There's porridge keeping warm in the pot, and some dumplings left over too. Finish washing up and eat something quick. Warm yourself up. Zhao Wenjing was up early as well, crouched by the stove door feeding and kindling, her pretty face flushed rosy in the firelight. Hearing the noise, she glanced back, gave me a shy little smile with pursed lips, then quickly turned away again, pretending to focus on the fire. I answered, bent down and splashed some hot water on my face, and finally felt fully alive again. Blackie had somehow snuck up to my feet, his tail sweeping around my pant legs in circles, snuffling through his nose. Auntie Luo, why are you cooking so early? School started, that's why. That little rascal Wenjun's got to get to class. Only then did it hit me that school had already been in session for a good while. Zhao Wenjing had just finished high school and hadn't made it into college, and I had no idea what the old couple had planned for her. Wenjing, now that you're done with school, what are your plans going forward? I asked casually. Just then Zhao Weiguo came out from the inner room with a padded jacket thrown over his shoulders, sat down on the edge of the Kong, and let out a sigh. A girl doesn't need all that schooling. It won't put food on the table. She can't find work, so for now she'll stay home and help her ma feed the pigs and cook. In a couple years we'll find her a steady fellow to marry, and that'll be that. The stick of kindling in Zhao Wenjing's hand froze. Her lips pouted slightly, but she didn't dare talk back. She just lowered her head and jabbed at the fire in the stove, the flames tinging her eyes red. A young girl's heart. How could she be content spending her whole life trapped in this mountain hollow feeding pigs? After he finished, Zhao Weiguo clapped me on the shoulder. You're a deputy captain of the neighborhood watch now. If any easy openings come up at the station down the road, keep my girl in mind. Of course, I said, thumping my chest with a resounding smack. Whatever Wenjing wants to do, Big Brother here will figure something out for you. Zhao Wenjing's hand paused as she poked at the fire, her face redder than the flames in the stove. She snuck a glance up at me, her voice as thin as a mosquito's whine. I don't really know either. I just want to find something to do. I don't want to be stuck at home all the time. Auntie Luo came over with a bowl of porridge to smooth things over. This child sets her sights high. A while back, she was even talking about wanting to be a sales clerk at the co-op in town. Too bad the spots are so tight. It had never come around to the likes of us. A sales clerk. Something stirred in my mind. These days, a co-op sales clerk was a cushy job, out of the wind and rain, dealing with ration coupons and dry goods all day long. It really did suit a girl like Wenjing, decent-looking and steady in temperament. Only I knew perfectly well in my heart. The market economy had already cracked the door open. The co-ops wouldn't stay in their glory days for many more years, and down the road, she'd have to find another way out all the same. But I didn't let on about any of that. Zhao Weiguo was still sighing. It's a respectable job. Plenty of folks would break their necks fighting for it and still not get it. No power, no connections, don't even think about it. Zhao Wenjing's fingers tightened around the firewood, and the little spark in her eyes dimmed. She murmured, I was just thinking out loud. I can't swing the sales clerk position. I shook my head, then thought it over. But once I head to the station, I'll feel out Director Chow. Wenjing can read and write, and she's a hard worker. Slotting her into a temporary gig shouldn't be a problem. Start there, and we'll deal with making it permanent down the road. Good kid. Hearing you say that, I can rest easy now. Zhao Wenjing sat by the stove door, her cheeks flushed red, and said softly, Thank you, Chungyi. I waved my hand, telling her not to mention it. After breakfast, I scalded some cornmeal to feed the dog, then took Blackie over to Old Man Yang's place, hoping to drag him into the mountains to stretch his old bones. But this time the old man flat out refused to budge. Even his wife spoke up and told me not to push him, saying those old bones of his couldn't take the strain. I had no choice but to leave, disappointed. Blackie, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit put out. The moment we cleared the gate, he took off romping, stamping a trail of messy little paw prints across the snow. Every few steps he'd glance back at me, tongue lolling, tail wagging. Miss out on Butcher Zhang, and I'd still have to eat pork with the hair on? I wandered back home, grabbed my Mosin Nagant, threw on my canvas satchel, and stuffed a few tools inside. One man, one dog, one rifle. Off into the forest we went. Blackie ran up ahead, pausing now and then to wait for me, his paw prints trailing in fine little rows across the snow. We crossed the frozen river, stepped onto the thick snow on the far bank, and before long plunged headlong into the vast, snowy woods. Everything went silent in an instant. Nothing but the whistle of wind slipping through the pine boughs and the muffled crunch of feet sinking into the snow. Sunlight, sliced into fragments by the layered tangle of branches scattered across the snow. I slung the rifle over my shoulder, my fingers brushing every so often against the bullets and hunting knife in my satchel. Without realizing it, I was on edge. Blackie had slipped into hunting mode too, his nose practically pressed to the snow as he sniffed around, ears swiveling constantly to catch every faint stir in the woods. Suddenly, he froze in front of a thicket. His tail gave a slight wag as he lowered his body, crept forward 2 steps, and looked back at me. Was there prey in the brush? The next second, a snowshoe hare bolted out from the thicket. The thing was lightning quick. One kick of its hind legs sent it leaping far across the snow. Its coat was pure white, blending right into the snow. Crouched still, it was damn near impossible to spot with the naked eye. The critters up in these mountains are all masters of camouflage. Ain't that the truth? Blackie let out a low bark and shot after it, all 4 paws clawing through the snow as he chased the hare, dodging left and right. I quickened my pace to keep up. The thing ran blind with panic, its white body now vanishing into a snowdrift, now bursting out again, making my head spin just watching. Blackie stayed hot on its tail, white breath puffing from his nose, paws. Blackie kicked up sprays of snow, closing in fast, about to clamp down on his prey. But the mountain hare panicked. It made a sharp turn and bolted down a steep slope, hoping to use the terrain to shake off the dog. I stopped in my tracks. Reading the lay of the land from a distance, I immediately shouted, Blackie, get back here. The snow on those deep mountain slopes was loose and treacherous. One wrong step, and you'd slide a long way down. Getting hurt over a rabbit just wasn't worth it. Blackie skidded to a reluctant halt, barked a few times at the fleeing hare, then let his tail droop and trotted back, sulky, nuzzling the back of my hand. Feeling sorry for himself, no less, I bent down and rubbed his head, running my fingers through the thick fur behind his ears to soothe him. Old Man Yang had told me, don't let a hunting dog chase after small game like hares and pheasants too often. Otherwise, he'll be fixated on that stuff every time he goes into the mountains, and when a real big game animal comes along, he'll have lost his focus. Made sense. The footsteps of man and dog melded back into the vast white forest as we pushed deeper in. The old-growth woods grew quieter the farther we went. Aside from the wind through the pines and the sound of snow, there was hardly a living thing to be heard. Blackie kept his nose to the snow, sniffing this way and that, ears swiveling again and again, But apart from a few scattered tracks from chickadees and pheasants, he didn't turn up anything worthwhile. The sun slowly climbed to its peak, hanging over the bare treetops. It looked bright enough, but gave off no warmth. When the wind blew, the cold still bit at your face. Blackie had long since lost his morning drive. His tongue hung out, and he panted hard, walking a couple of steps before stopping to rest. Now and then he'd lift a paw against the cold, tail drooping, head hanging low. I brushed the loose snow off a fallen log and plopped down, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. Blackie ambled over, whimpered a couple of times, and rested his head on my foot. I blew out a puff of smoke and looked around, feeling empty inside. From the crack of dawn until noon, we'd combed through every gully and ridge, and apart from spooking one hair, we hadn't seen so much as a strand of fur. The mountain sure wasn't showing us any favors today. I was stewing in it when something caught the corner of my eye. A few clusters of bright red little berries hanging in a thicket not far off. Mountain crab apples. The stuff holds up to the cold, staying on the branches all winter, hard as rocks, with a sweet and sour taste. I got up and walked over, grabbed a thin branch, and gave it a gentle shake. The frozen little red berries came pattering down, rolling into the snow, a startling red. I picked up a few clusters, rubbed the snow off on my cotton coat, and popped one into my mouth. Ice cold, sweet and tart, with the fresh scent of wild fruit. It took the edge off my weariness in an instant. I shook down some more and tossed them in front of Blackie. He perked right up, rooting his nose through the snow, crunching the berries down, his tail finally giving a couple of light wags. Never leave empty-handed. I ate as I stuffed my pockets, and once I'd stripped that crabapple bush nearly bare, I let out a shout. Home. Man and dog headed back in the general direction, the snow still crunching under our feet. Only now without the tension of the way out, replaced by the emptiness of coming home with nothing. The old forest was eerily quiet, even the birdsong thin and scattered. The sun dipped westward. Up ahead lay a more open stretch of woods along the mountainside. Suddenly, Blackie jerked to a stop, snout snuffling hard at the ground. His listless look vanished in an instant. Ears shot straight up, tail stiff as a wire. Something clicked in me. I softened my steps and eased over. There on the snow was a whole string of fresh claw prints, Y-shaped, packed tight, not a single edge smoothed over by the wind or snow. Clearly, whatever made them had passed by just moments ago. Pheasants. I crouched down for a closer look. The tracks were fine and dense, one string after another stretching off into the low brush. Judging by the number, there had to be more than just one or two. A low growl rumbled in Blackie's throat, his body already leaning forward on instinct, itching to move. My eyes lit up. Couldn't bag any big game, but bagging a flock of pheasants wouldn't make the trip a total waste. Late as it was, I'd take whatever I could get. Let's go, nice and quiet. I dropped low, rifle ready, and fell in behind Blackie, treading over the snow almost without a sound. Man and dog followed the tracks, working our way little by little into the thick red willow brush. We'd barely gotten a few steps closer when Blackie froze and flattened himself into the snow. I held my breath and slowly parted the dead branches in front of me. The next moment, I just stood there, stunned. On a sunlit patch of open snow ahead was a whole flock of pheasants, dark and golden, a huge cluster of them, all bunched together, scratching at the snow for grass seeds and frozen berries. The cocks had bright, vivid plumage and long, trailing tails. The hens, a dull gray, tucked away in the middle. A rough count put it at 30 or 40 at least, all crowded together clucking and chattering, as lively as a market day. Had I stumbled right into a pheasant roost? My eyes went wide. Old Man Young always said that the pheasants of the greater Shingon range love to gather once winter sets in. The colder it gets, the bigger the flocks. A dozen at the fewest, up to 100 at most, and when they take flight, they blot out the sky. Today I was seeing it with my own eyes. The pheasants up in these mountains, the cocks with their dazzling feathers and long trailing plumes, the hens in mottled gray, are born to hide. They ride out the winter in the old forest, their broad, thick feet keeping them from sinking into the snow. The colder it gets, the deeper they burrow into the sunlit, sheltered brush and mountain hollows, huddling for warmth and keeping watch for one another. Pheasants are sharp. One rustle, and the whole flock explodes into flight. Only in the early afternoon, when the sun is warmest and the snow's surface softest, do they dare relax enough to scratch for grass seeds, frozen berries, and roots to fill their bellies. At night, they dig a shallow hollow in the snow and bury themselves in it, leaving only their nostrils out to breathe, warm enough to survive even 30 or 40 below. Right now, this flock was eating away, fully absorbed, a few of the cocks. Every now and then it lifted its head and looked around, never noticing me and Blackie hidden behind the brush. Blackie lay flat in the snow, his whole body taut, a low growl locked in his throat, waiting for nothing but my signal. I slowly raised my rifle and held my breath. Still a little too far. I'd have to creep closer. I kept low, nudging the snow aside with my toes, inching forward bit by bit, doing my best not to snap any dead twigs. A few steps, then a pause, my eyes fixed on those roosters glancing this way and that. Blackie crawled forward too, hugging the surface of the snow, his eyes nailed to the flock. Creeping and stopping, creeping and stopping. I closed the gap to 40 or 50 paces. I could make out the pheasant's claws scratching at the snow, could even see the ring of glossy, glittering feathers around a rooster's neck. I braced the stock firmly into the pocket of my shoulder, the front sight settling slowly onto one plump, round, well-fattened rooster. A full-power 7.62 millimeters round on a pheasant that weighed 2 or 3 pounds. That was like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. That slug would rip the bird to shreds, wouldn't leave a whole body behind. I thought it over and raised the sight a touch, shifting my aim to the head. Hit the body and it'd be blown apart. Carry it home and you wouldn't even get a decent meal off it. Only a headshot would keep the whole bird intact, no waste. But a pheasant's head is such a tiny thing, about the size of a walnut. Landing a shot on it from 40 or 50 paces out was no small feat. Anyone else would have taken the easy shot at the body long ago. But you go into the mountains to hunt for meat, not to lay waste to it. Something that hurts others and does me no good, I won't do it. If I missed, so be it. I drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly, my shoulders perfectly still, my breathing slowed to a crawl. My gaze locked onto the front sight. The crosshairs held steady on that little head. The wind died down. The woods went so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. My fingers squeezed gently. Bang! The gunshot tore through the forest. The bullet did veer off. It missed that rooster. But the flock was packed too tight, and by sheer dumb luck the screaming slug caught a rooster right behind it square in the neck. That pheasant didn't so much as make a sound. Its neck was shredded to pieces by the high speed, spinning round, head parting from body, and it tumbled into a hollow in the snow. The whole flock exploded all at once. WCHR. The thunder of wings beating against snow and air merged into one roar, colorful feathers scattering wildly across the sky. Dozens of pheasants shrieked as they burst skyward, so panicked they couldn't tell which way to go, some slamming into the branches of the brush, others fleeing frantically low along the snow, the whole scene a chaotic mess. Blackie had been holding back to the very limit. The instant the shot rang out, he shot off like an arrow loosed from the string, his forepaws kicking up sprays of snow as he charged straight at the pheasants flying low and scrambling in every direction. I smoothly worked the bolt and ejected the casing. A scalding hot shell leapt out and seared a little pit into the snow, then quickly chambered another round. I wouldn't fire a second shot, just to let. There are always rounds in the gun. I hurried over and crouched down to inspect the rooster I'd shot. Its head was blown clean off, the neck a bloody pulp, but the body was intact, heavy enough that one hand couldn't quite hold it, the feathers bright, the bird plump and well-fed. Just a gruesome sight, all told. I glanced over at Blackie, who had already pinned down a hen that had tumbled into a snowbank. He clamped it in his jaws, wagged his tail, and came trotting back all pleased with himself, eager for praise. I took the pheasant, still alive, flapping and struggling, plenty of fight left in it. I hefted it, a little over 2 pounds. No wonder old Joe thumped his chest bragging about how steady this dog was at running down game, how he had a real knack for bringing back live catches. Any other stray would have torn straight into it, drawn blood. Only Blackie had been trained to know the difference, which ones to kill and which ones to bring back still breathing. I wondered how old Joe's leg was healing up. I drew the knife from my belt and quickly gutted both birds, tossing all the innards to Blackie in one heap. One sniff and he pounced, wolfing them down. A few gulps and the warm guts were gone clean, his tail wagging happily. I stripped away the offal, rubbed the birds clean with a couple handfuls of snow, and hung them from the cord loop at my waist. In this frozen, snowbound country they'd keep no matter how long, and it lightened the load besides. The sun had sunk to the treetops, staining the snow a dusky yellow. Dawdle any longer, and I'd be walking the mountain trails in the dark. The hall was pretty sorry, honestly. The rooster 3 pounds, the hen 2, and once you took out the innards there wasn't much left. Enough for one pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms, and that was about it. Still, if I took it to sell, it'd fetch $6 or $7, more than a worker made in a whole day. But hunting was wild money, risky money. Out in the wind and sun, having to trek deep into the mountains and gamble your neck. Nothing like other folks' iron rice bowl, guaranteed pay through drought or flood. I carried the 2 pheasants back toward the village, but my steps didn't head for home. I circled around and made my way to Lu Yufin's place, man and dog quietly slipping over the back wall into her yard. Lu Yufin was in the outer room, tending the fire and cooking. The flames from the stove lit her cheeks a flushed red, a stray lock of hair clinging to her temple, making her look especially gentle. Hearing movement in the backyard, she paused with the iron poker mid-stir and was just about to rise when she saw me duck in with Blackie. Our eyes met. She startled first, her cheeks flaring crimson, and hurriedly set the poker down by the stove. She didn't dare let her gaze rest on me, just kept her eyes lowered in a flustered way, no doubt remembering what had happened yesterday afternoon. I'd meant to wait until after dinner to say anything, but seeing her like that, bashful, dewy-eyed, at a complete loss, stoked the fire in my chest all at once. The stove blazed warm, and it was just the 2 of us in the room, the very air turning thick and sweet. She'd barely lifted her head to say something when my arm had already curled gently around her waist. Her body went half limp in an instant, a soft cry escaping. The words were right on her lips, but she bit down and swallowed them back. Her hands instinctively pressed against my chest, though she never really pushed. I unstrapped the pheasant from my waist, tossed it onto the cutting board, and with one easy motion scooped her up and headed for the back room. Don't. There's still roe deer stewing in the pot. Her voice was soft and trembling. Forget the roe deer meat. I'm having you first. I grinned and carried her into the room. Bang. The door shut. Heisey could only claw at the crack, whining in protest. Before long, the dog heard the north wind rattling the windows, and it cocked its head, ears perked, utterly clueless. A long while later, Lu Yufin finally came out in her long underwear, filled half a basin with hot water, and carried it back in. Heisey tried to follow, but the door closed mercilessly again. The roe deer bubbled and steamed in the pot, the rich aroma of meat mingling with the scent of scallion and ginger, filling the whole house. She ladled out a bowlful and brought it in, the flush still lingering on her cheeks, her hair slightly mussed, her steps light and quiet. This time she let Heisey in before shutting the door. I sat at the Kong table wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. She set the bowl of meat on the table, the white steam veiling the shyness in her eyes, though those eyes couldn't help stealing glances at me. Changyi, you've gotten thinner, but even more. Her voice was faint, and she couldn't find the word for a while. More rugged. I laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Her eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Seen enough? If you have, hurry up and grab the chopsticks and bowls, or you want me to eat with my hands. Oh, I'm on it. Her face went hot, but she wasn't the least bit annoyed. If anything, there was a sweetness in her heart. Faced with my whole manner, she didn't find it improper at all. Instead, she felt that this take charge, bossy air carried a kind of manliness that made her feel secure. She eagerly brought the bowls and chopsticks, and even poured me a couple ounces of grain liquor. I took the cup, my fingertips accidentally brushing her hand. A shiver ran through her, and she stood even more meekly to the side, hands lowered, her gaze soft as she watched me, tending to me with her whole heart. I tapped the rim of the bowl with my chopsticks. What are you standing there for? Sit down and eat. Only then did she settle onto the edge of the Kong. I picked up a piece of roe deer, dipped it thick in soybean paste, and shoved it into my mouth. The fat mixed with the savory paste, chewy and fragrant. Looking at this woman, gentle as a lamb. I couldn't help sighing inside. What a lousy life I'd lived last time around. Work all day, then chores at home, and on top of that I had to provide emotional support. Holidays and New Year's, I had to dutifully hand over gifts. Forget once, and it meant I didn't care about her. And then I'd have to go through the trouble of smoothing things over. In the end, after pouring out my whole heart, I got a good solid pair of horns slapped on my head instead. A person's whole life. Your sincerity was never meant to be a chip to win someone's favor. The lower you bow into the dust to please them, the less anyone takes you seriously. Thinking of that, a wave of disgust washed over me. I lifted the cup, tilted my head back, and drained it in one gulp. The spicy sorghum liquor burned down my throat, dragging all those miserable memories down with it. I looked over at Lu Yufin again, head down, picking at her food in small bites, sneaking glances up at me now and then, a fawning little smile on her lips. Compared to that spoiled, willful woman from my last life who expected me to cater to her every whim, this was night and day. I picked up a piece of roe deer meat and passed it over. Eat. Quit staring at me. Oh, right. Seeing my cup was empty, she hurried to fill it back up. Once I'd eaten and drunk my fill, I finally grabbed a couple pieces of the venison and tossed them to Blackie, who'd been watching with pleading eyes. The dog snapped them up with a happy yelp, gulped them down in a few bites, and wagged his tail like crazy. This was something old man Yang had taught me. A hunter should treat his hound well, but there had to be rules. The dog eats after the master. That way it learns who's boss. Lu Yufin was clearing the dishes when she saw me all dressed and ready. She couldn't help asking, "You're heading out again?" "Yep. You've been drinking, so be careful." Pleasantly buzzed, I just nodded without explaining and pushed the door open. A blast of cold wind hit me in the face, and Blackie scrambled to follow. Man and dog slipped out through the backyard again. Behind me, Lu Yufin washed dishes in the outer room, staring at the 2 wild pheasants I'd left behind, lost in thought, her mind a tangled mess. By the light of the moon, I deliberately wandered over to the little general store. There were still people inside playing cards. You could hear them hollering and carrying on right through the window. I scanned back and forth a couple of times, but didn't run into Jiang Mei stepping out for some fresh air. A little disappointed, I had no intention of going in, so I headed straight home. Sometime that night, a light snow fell. The next day, I slept until I woke up on my own, threw together a simple meal, then grabbed the broom to clear the snow from the yard. Halfway through sweeping, Zhao Wenjing came striding over on those long legs of hers, standing tall and graceful outside the yard wall, calling out with a smile, "Brother Chengyi." "Hey, what's up?" I was a little surprised. "I want to go to the market. My mom told me to come ask if you're going. If you are, I'll tag along." It took me a good while to catch on. This wasn't about the market at all. She had that job on her mind. I leaned on my broom and laughed. "The market? Sure. As it happens, I need to pick up a few things at the supply co-op myself." Her eyes lit up, the corners of her mouth curling up before she could stop them. "Really? Then let me go tell my mom. I'll be right back." Before she'd even finished, she'd already spun around and taken off, those long legs carrying her along briskly, leaving a trail of shallow footprints in the snow. I watched her back and shook my head. Since I'd agreed, I ought to go find Director Chow and put in a word for her. I gave up on the sweeping, went inside to get ready, and even stuffed in a clean pair of boxers. Heading into town, I want to scrub off the grime at the bathhouse. The moment I stepped out, Blackie was crouched at the door watching me with those pleading eyes, whimpering and whining. That cracked me up. I gave his head an exasperated smack. "Stay put at home like a good boy. Stay put, guard the house. Otherwise I'll break your legs." It seemed to understand. Its tail drooped, and it whimpered as it nuzzled against my pant leg, looking reluctant to see me go. Zhao Wenjing was dressed sharp today. When she planted those 2 long legs in the snow, she really stood out. The 2 of us walked into town side by side, the packed snow crunching underfoot as we chatted on and off. Before long, we reached the police station. I was practically a regular at the station by now. After all, I'd done them a big favor, and I was a member of the neighborhood watch, which made me one of their own. Even the staff who didn't stop to say hello would flash me a smile. Zhao Wenjing walked beside me, clearly sensing how much weight I carried around here. She looked both envious and impressed. Any ordinary villager would have kept their head down and hugged the wall walking into a police station. No way they could stride through as boldly as I did, with everyone showing me a little respect. We had a clear path straight to Chief Chow's office door. I raised my hand and knocked. "Come in." Chief Chow looked up and saw it was me. His face immediately relaxed, and he gestured to the chair across from him. "Well, if it isn't a rare guest, what brings you here today?" "Got a little something to ask a favor for, Chief." I stepped aside to reveal Zhao Wenjing. "Go on, this is the wise and mighty Chief Chow. Say hello." She quickly stepped forward, all proper manners. "Hello, Chief Chow." "Hello. You're Zhao Weigua's daughter." Chief Chow gave her a once-over. She answered softly, a little stiff. Chief Chow nodded, everything crystal clear in his mind, and looked at me with a smile. "All right, out with it. What is it?" "This here's my kid's sister. She's got an education and she's a solid, reliable girl. As her big brother, I'm hoping to land her a sales clerk job at the supply and marketing co-op. You think you could pull some strings, Chief?" "Don't worry, the expenses are on me." The second Chief Chow heard the words supply and marketing co-op. He lost his composure. Zhao Wenjing looked even more bewildered. "Weren't we asking for a temporary job at the police station? How did that suddenly jump to a sales clerk position?" Chief Chow shot up out of his chair and let loose. "You little punk, you think I'm the mayor? Like I've got say over the Commerce Bureau's business too?" I ducked my head at the shouting, but I wasn't the least bit rattled. I sidled up to him with a chuckle. Now, Chief, take it easy. It's just that you've got such wide connections. I heard the director over at the co-op is a sworn brother of yours." "Sworn brother or not, it's still no." He puffed up, eyes bulging, jabbing his finger at me. "That's a legitimate state-owned position. There's a whole line of cadre's kids waiting for a spot, and you've got the nerve to just shove someone in there? You don't even have a permanent post yourself, and you've got the gall to ask." I still didn't flinch. "Fine, the co-op's out of your hands. But the police station, surely that you've got control over." His brow arched. "What kind of scheme are you cooking up now?" I leaned in closer, my smile the picture of sincerity. "Here's the thing, the co-op. The co-op job's way out of our league. We won't trouble you with that. But your station here, don't you need a typist or something?" Zhao Wenjing sat there listening, completely baffled. How'd we go from the supply co-op to a typist all of a sudden? Chief Chow stared at me for a few seconds, then let out an exasperated laugh. "So you've been setting me up this whole time, huh? Open with some outrageous demand, then back off to something reasonable, so I'd feel too bad to say no. That's the game? Come on. Chief, do I look like that kind of guy?" He pointed at me, speechless for a long moment. "You little punk, quit playing me for a fool. You think a typist spot at the station is just yours to hand out. There's got to be an opening. Whether there's an opening or not. Isn't that just one word from you, Chief?" Chief Chow glanced at Zhao Wenjing, who stood off to the side looking flustered. He mulled it over, then finally caved. "Fine. For the way you put your neck on the line for the station last time. Clerical typist, temporary position, $38 a month, one lunch included." Zhao Wenjing's eyes lit up instantly. She bowed quickly in thanks. "Thank you, Chief Chow. Thank you, Chengyi." But I frowned. Factory workers pulled in 90, 100 a month, and this typist gig was only 38? Still, seeing how thrilled she looked, not the least bit put off by the low pay, I swallowed the words on the tip of my tongue. Instead, I pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Chief Chow. "Chief, I owe you big time. In my next life I'll come back as your ox, your horse. Come back as your grandma's leg." Chief Chow glared at the cigarette, getting even more worked up. Once we stepped out of the station, the cold wind hit, and Zhao Wenjing finally snapped out of it, thanking me over and over. "Chengyi, I really can't thank you enough today. If it weren't for you, I never would have dreamed I could work at a police station in my whole life. A temp job, less than half the average wage. Was it really that precious?" I honestly couldn't wrap my head around it, but I kept it to myself and just waved it off. "It's nothing, as long as you're happy with it." She smiled, her eyes crinkling, looking especially radiant against the snow. How could I not be happy? No wind, no rain, and a free meal on top of it. $38 just handed to me. Plenty of people would kill for a spot like this. I let out a quiet sigh. Turns out what's a godsend to one person doesn't even register to another. The scale in a person's heart never really measures how much money's involved. It measures whether it's within their reach. Life for ordinary folks in these times was truly hard. Come on, let me treat you to the bathhouse for a good scrub. Zhao Wenjing froze, her face flushing bright red. She fidgeted. But I didn't. I didn't bring a change of clothes. So what? It's not like you have to change. In the end, she followed along behind me to the bathhouse anyway. 2 streets over stood a drab brick building, a sun-faded blue cloth curtain hanging over the doorway, flapping in the wind. The bathhouse door creaked. I pushed aside the curtain and stepped in. A wave of hot, damp steam mixed with the smell of soap, and sweat hit me full in the face, sharp enough to sting my nose. I bought the tickets. Men to the left, women to the right. Take your time, Jing. I'll be out in about an hour. Whoever finishes first waits right here. I tossed out the reminder and headed straight for the men's pool. Zhao Wenjing, face flushed and head lowered, shuffled toward the women's side in tiny steps. For all her years, this was the first time she'd ever come to a bathhouse with a man. The men's pool was thick with steam, a few bare-chested guys soaking in the water. When I walked in stark naked, my lean, powerful build, smooth muscle without an ounce of fat, stood out sharply in the rising heat. The difference was night and day. The men in the bathhouse took one look at me, and every one of them turned beet red, looking like they wanted to dunk their heads underwater and drown. Over on the women's side, Zhao Wenjing huddled in a corner, soaking timidly. The women around her chatted and laughed freely, but she kept her ears pricked, faintly listening for any sound from the men's side next door. An hour later, the wooden door creaked open. I walked out wrapped in my army coat, my face flushed red from the hot water, breath puffing out white, striding along with a spring in my step. Zhao Wenjing had been waiting for me in the corner. Damp strands still clung to her temples, her cheeks rosy. Seeing me come out, she quickly stepped forward and called softly, "Chengyi." "Yeah, let's head home." I gave her a glance. After her bath, the girl's features looked even prettier. Outside the bathhouse, a cold wind carrying flecks of snow blew right through us, and most of that warmth vanished in an instant. I yanked my collar up and breathed out a puff of white. Zhao Wenjing followed behind me, stepping into the footprints I'd left in the snow, the ground crunching beneath her feet. She kept her head down the whole way, but couldn't resist sneaking glances at my back. Once we reached the village, we each went to our own home. The moment Zhao Wenjing stepped inside, Auntie Zhao came right up to her, eyes bright. "So how'd the job thing go, sweetheart?" Zhao Weiguo pricked up his ears too. Zhao Wenjing couldn't keep the corners of her mouth from turning up, her voice soft and sweet. "My, worked out." Chief Chow agreed. "He's letting me work at the station as a typist. It's temporary, 38 yuan a month, and they even cover 1 lunch a day." It really worked out? A typist at the police station, no less? Good heavens, that's a respectable job. Auntie Zhao slapped her thigh and shot to her feet, her voice trembling. Zhao Weiguo let out a sigh of relief too, and cracked a rare smile. That Chengyi kid really does have a few tricks up his sleeve. Zhao Wenjing laid out the whole story of how I'd landed the job in Chief Chow's office, spelling out every detail, from boldly asking for the sales clerk position, to cleverly backing down and settling for the typist job, to how Chief Chow went from bristling and glaring to finally nodding and giving in. The old couple listened, stunned. He froze for a moment, then finally snapped out of it. "That little rascal, sly as a fox." Zhao Weiguo laughed and cursed. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. "Almost forgot. That girl he rescued last time called the station this morning, inviting him over to her place for dinner today." He fished a scrap of paper with an address on it out of his pocket and handed it to Zhao Wenjing. "Sweetheart, do me a favor and run this over to that boy." Zhao Wenjing took the crumpled note, her fingertips tightening ever so slightly. The crooked, scrawled handwriting made it clear at a glance. It was telling me to go to that girl's thank you dinner. Something turned bitter in her chest, but she still answered obediently. "Okay, I'll go right now." She folded the note, tucked it into her pocket, and plunged into the icy wind, instinctively pulling her coat tighter around her. Around noon, I arrived at the Songling town train station and bought a ticket to the county seat, 1 yuan 50. The train pulled in slowly, whistle blowing, its iron body wrapped in cold air, looking especially harsh and unforgiving in the snowy weather. I boarded with the flow of the crowd. Forget about a seat. Having a spot to stand was lucky enough. The car was packed to the brim, the stench of sweat, smoke, and stinky socks all mixed together, thick enough to make your head spin. I'm tall, so standing in the aisle, I towered a head above everyone else, able to reach the overhead luggage rack with ease. I didn't mind. I leaned against a handrail, wrapped in my army coat, and closed my eyes to rest. In my ears was the clatter of wheels grinding over the rails, mixed with the raucous laughter of the villagers chatting at the top of their lungs. As we neared the county seat, the train slowed and the car started buzzing. People grabbed their bags and shoved toward the door. I was in no hurry, just slid a little closer to the exit, looking loose and relaxed. And right when the crowd was in total chaos, a guy in a shabby cotton jacket used the crush to brush up against me, his fingers darting quick toward the inner pocket of my coat. The instant his fingertips touched the fabric, I clamped down on his wrist. I gripped so hard his face turned purple on the spot, teeth bared, grimacing, unable to move an inch. A body blessed by 4 warm currents had more than enough to handle a little stunt like this. "Buddy, you've got some long fingers there," I sneered, tightening my grip a few more notches. The guy trembled all over from the pain, cold sweat pouring down, yet he still had the nerve to argue. "Ow, ow, ow. Let go. It's so crowded, I bumped into you by accident." Was that really necessary? By accident. You managed to reach straight into my inner pocket. That's one hell of an accurate accident. I applied a little more pressure, and the tears nearly squeezed out of his eyes. The passengers around us caught on right away and started chattering. Another pickpocket. Serves him right, trying to steal from a strapping young guy like that. Hearing the accusations, the guy's face flushed red, then went pale, but with his wrist about to be snapped in two, he really couldn't put up much of a front. "I really didn't steal anything." "Let go, don't. Then I'll call for help." "Oh yeah? Go ahead. Let's see who comes." I put a little more force into my grip. His whole body hunched over. He hissed through his teeth, sucking in air, and finally couldn't take it anymore. His face crumpled as he begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, man, I really am. I never should have come after you. Please, just cut me some slack and let me go." I gave him a cold look. "You people, how many ordinary folks do you rob on a single train ride? You think I won't drag every last one of you down to the police station?" A few shady figures lurking in the corner of the car slowly started closing in on me. Just then, the train came to a smooth stop. The doors slid open with a clang, and 2 uniformed transit cops pushed their way through the crowd. One look at the chaos in the aisle told them all they needed to know. "What's going on here? What do you think you're doing?" The second the guy saw the cops, his legs went weak. He waved his hands frantically. "Officers, it wasn't me. He's got it all wrong. We just bumped into each other in the crowd. That's all." "Got it wrong." I sneered. "Your buddies are still crouched in the corner. Want me to point them out one by one?" The moment I said it, the few guys who'd been peeking out from the corner instantly shrank back, pretending to fuss with their luggage. The cops had been around the block. One look at this guy and the reaction of the crowd told them he was a repeat offender. One of them stepped forward and twisted his arm behind his back. "All right, quit the act. You're coming with us." I handed the guy over to the cops and didn't linger. Pulling my army coat tight, I got off the train. The moment I stepped out of the station, I felt a few pairs of hostile eyes fix onto my back. "So it's not over yet, huh?" I didn't need to turn around to know. It was the rest of the crew that hadn't gotten caught back on the train, following me out. The county train station was a mixed bag of characters, and the alleys ran every which way. These guys were clearly looking to get their revenge somewhere out of sight. Fine by me. Honestly, I knew I was strong now, but I had no idea just how strong. I'd never actually thrown down yet. So I kept walking, deliberately turning toward a quiet alley entrance. Sure enough, the second I rounded the corner, 5 plainly dressed men closed in and blocked the way out. An older man sized me up, his voice raspy. "Kid, you've got some skills. You interested in running with us? I'll make sure you eat and drink like a king." Me, a guy from another world, and you're asking me to run with you? I was about to open my mouth and let him have it when another figure walked into the alley. It was the pickpocket the cops had just hauled away. Tui. He spat a thick wad of phlegm on the ground and shot me a vicious glare, then hurried over to the older man's side, bowing low as he called out respectfully, "Boss Sue." My heart sank, and my eyes went cold. No wonder these guys were so brazen. They had someone backing them. "Come to your senses?" Seeing my expression change, Boss Sue figured I was scared. the corner of his mouth curled up. In this line of work, the more friends, more roads. Stick with me, and I'll make sure you eat well and live large. The ones who get called boss around here all earned it, old-timers with real skills. But so what? The king of beggars is still a beggar, and a lowlife who gets called boss is still a lowlife. I wasn't the least bit scared. Instead, I let out a scornful laugh. If you're gonna do something, do it. Cut the crap. Stick with you? For what? You're a pickpocket, and somehow you've got a superiority complex about it. That hit him right where it hurt. Fine, fine, fine. Boss Sue laughed, choked with rage, 3 fines in a row, his eyes so dark they could drip venom. You ungrateful piece of trash. Give you an inch, and you throw it back in my face. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. He shot a glance to either side. 2 burly men lunged with a roar, one going for my arms, the other for my waist. Their moves were fast and dirty, the work of guys who'd been brawling their whole lives. My eyes went cold. Instead of backing off, I pushed forward. Before they could close in, I exploded off my feet, surged in, and drove my fist straight into one man's chest. Thud. After the muffled impact, the guy howled, slammed into the wall, and slid down, clutching his chest, unable to catch his breath. In a flash, the other one was already on me, his fist, big as a clay pot, winding up and swinging at my face. Massive force behind it. But to my eyes, it was slow. I tilted my head slightly, and the punch grazed past my cheek. Before he could pull it back, I snapped my elbow up and drove it hard into the soft spot under his armpit. Ag. His arm went numb, and most of the power drained out of it. I seized the momentum, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it downward, then hooked my foot lightly behind his. Thud. His hulking body flipped straight onto the ground. I stomped down on his wrist and pressed, just a little. Ah, let go. It's breaking, it's breaking. His shrill begging was gut-wrenching, not a trace of the ferocity left from a moment ago. Pathetic. I lifted my foot, and the guy rolled around frantically, cradling his wrist. In the blink of an eye, both frontline thugs were down and out. Turns out I'm this strong now. My blood was pumping. The corner of my mouth curled up, and I looked at the 4 still standing with a half-smile, casually crooking my finger. Come on. Keep it coming. Boss Sue's face went purple with rage, his whole body trembling. He'd run this train station for years. When had anyone ever humiliated him like this? Pull your blades, he screamed, his face scrunched up like a purple eggplant. The 3 behind him whipped out their knives from their waistbands with a couple of quick motions, weighed them in their hands, faces twisted with menace. Looking at those gleaming blades, my throat bobbed as I swallowed hard. 1 man against 4 knives. Even I felt a twinge of fear. Blades don't have eyes. Take 1 real stab, and someone dies. No matter how good your skills are, going barehanded against knife-wielding thugs makes winning a long shot. Then I won't fight barehanded. Without a word, I pulled the blade from my waist. Think it over, boys. A knife doesn't have eyes. You put a hole in someone, people die. I kept my voice low, my gaze sweeping across the 4 of them, feigning calm. If they knew when to quit, I had no interest in blowing this up. I was confident in my skills, but it's not the odds you worry about. It's the 1 in a million shot. 1 wrong slice, and I'd be done for. I was a transmigrator. Why the hell should I risk my life over a bunch of small-time punks? But they weren't following my script. To them, my warning read as a coward begging for mercy. Sue spun the shiv in his hand, the slabs of fat on his face twitching as he sneered. Weren't you all big and tough a second ago? Now you're chickening out? Too late for that. The scrawny weasel of a thug beside him joined in, jabbing his blade toward me. Sue, quit wasting your breath on him. Stick him a couple times, and he'll fall in line. The guy the railway cop had let go was even more direct. Gripping his shiv, he stepped forward and snarled. Kneel down, kowtow, and hand over every last bill, or don't blame us for playing rough. That little flicker of hope in my chest went stone cold. I'd offered them a way out, played it nice, and these pieces of trash wanted to stomp me into the ground. The hand gripping the blade went white at the knuckles. My eyes turned to ice, degree by degree. That flash of fear, of getting cut, of things going wrong, burned away in a rush of anger. Was I really going to fold in front of a pack of street garbage? Me, a transmigrator with a golden finger, getting pushed around by these sorry sons of bitches? A vicious grin curled at the corner of my mouth, and the hand holding the knife went rock steady. Kowtow? Hand over cash? You're not worth the effort. Su was pushed over the edge. He screamed at the top of his lungs. This is the last straw. Brothers, stick him in the legs, cripple him. The four of them fanned out and closed in. For blades glinted with cold light, sealing off my escape inch by inch. I set my feet apart, dropped my center of gravity, and held the blade level in front of me. My eyes locked dead onto the four of them. They hadn't completely lost their minds. The order was just to hit the legs. But nick a major artery, and that's a body just the same. Back in my past life, in high school, two of my classmates got into a real brawl. One drove a knife into the other's thigh, and just his luck, it caught the artery. Someone called 911 right there, but the guy didn't make it. A knife blade doesn't care who's right or wrong. It only cares how deep it goes. I'll teach you to run your damn mouth. The guy lunged first, driving his shiv straight at my inner thigh. I slid my foot and threw my body sideways in an instant. The edge scraped past my pant leg, dragging a gust of cold air with it. Riding the momentum, I whipped a roundhouse kick into his waist. Arg! He flew off at an angle like he'd been hit by a sledgehammer, slammed into the wall with a thud, and slid down along its base, clutching his side and wheezing, unable to get up for a long while. The weasel. The knife tip was already at the back of my knee. I snapped my wrist around, and my dagger slammed dead on against the blade's spine. Clang. A crisp ring. The knife tip veered off and buried itself in a nearby dirt pile. Before he could pull it back, I grabbed his wrist with a reverse grip, yanked him forward, and drove my knee hard into his gut. Ah. Skinny Monkey folded up like a shrimp, eyes rolling white, and passed out from the pain. His blade hit the ground with a clang. Too slow. Every one of them was too slow. In that instant, I finally understood just how absurd this body, enhanced by that warm current, really was. Strength, reflexes, explosiveness, speed. I completely steamrolled these petty thugs. My dagger hadn't even drawn blood. Bodies sprawled every which way across the alley, groans rising one after another. Master Su, so cocky just moments ago, had gone pale. That last scrawny lackey cowered behind him like a spooked quail. I gave my dagger a light toss and let a mocking smirk tug at the corner of my mouth. That's all you've got. Stung into a rage, Master Su shot a glance at his brothers who couldn't get up, then whirled around and barked at his lackey. What the hell are you standing there for? Come on, both of us. He flashed a knife flourish he clearly thought looked impressive and charged at me in quick strides, eyes vicious enough to swallow me whole. The lackey steeled himself and followed. The blade shot toward my face, then dropped straight for my waist. I twisted my body aside, dodging the edge. One hand flashed out like lightning to seize his wrist, but Master Su suddenly jerked his wrist back, just barely slipping free. Interesting. The old crook actually had some skill. He turned the thrust into a slash, the blade sweeping sideways at my forearm. Fast and cunning. I raised my wrist, and my dagger chopped down onto the edge of his blade by a hair. Clang. Sparks flew. A tremendous force rebounded up through his blade. His hand went numb at the base of the thumb, and the hand gripping the knife trembled. I stepped in close and drove an elbow straight at his chest. Master Su flailed his arm up in a panicked block, while his other knife hand twisted at the same time, the tip aiming for the small of my back. Defense and attack in one move, vicious and crafty. My eyelid twitched. Bang. But he'd underestimated my strength. Elbow and arm collided hard. His entire arm went numb, the bone feeling like it might split, and his block shattered in an instant. My elbow lost none of its momentum, crashing heavily into his chest. His whole body flew backward and slammed into the wall. A dull thud, and the snow piled on the wall's top came sifting down. Master Su clutched his chest, a sweet coppery taste in his throat, barely able to catch his breath. His sneaky move had missed clean. When one hit from me lands like that, what have you got to block it with? I spat on the ground and turned to look at the scrawny little lackey who'd backed off a few steps. A flicker of confusion crossed my eyes. He'd had a perfect opening to strike just now. In those few seconds when I was going head-to-head with Master Su, he'd been right behind me and off to the side. All he had to do was land one stab, but he'd coasted through the whole thing, never once making a move. I'd never trained in martial arts, never learned a single fighting technique. It was all raw strength. speed, and reflexes. If this flunky had been hiding his real skills, things could have gotten dicey. Before I could say a word, Boss Sue, leaning against the wall, started cursing his flunky out. "You spineless piece of shit. I've been feeding you for nothing." Heh, still running his mouth. I stepped up and gave him a big slap across the face. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap exploded through the alley. Sue's head snapped to the side. His dogskin cap went flying. Half his face swelled up, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his cursing cut off dead. The guy was completely stunned. It took him a good while to snap out of it. When he looked at me, there wasn't a shred of arrogance left. I bent down, picked up the dogskin cap, and casually tossed it right into his face, saying cheerfully, "So, Boss Sue, you still want to shank me?" He stared at me, gritting his teeth, saying nothing. What could he say? Talk tough? If he acted up again, I'd slap the other half of his face until it matched. Beg for mercy? His buddies were all watching. Where would he put his pride? He froze there, his face going red then white, the corner of his mouth twitching for ages, but he couldn't spit out a single word. "What's the matter, Boss Sue? Cack out your tongue." Watching him look like he was straining to take a shit, I mocked him cheerfully. "Kick him while they're down." Sue completely lost face. Clutching his swollen cheek, he squeezed out through his teeth. "Today I lost, fair and square. Whatever you want, just tell me straight." That actually stumped me. What should I do? I had no experience with this. In my past life, I was just an ordinary guy. This was my first time in this life beating a whole pack of petty thugs into submission. Beat him to death or cripple him. During the big anti-crime crackdown, that'd be like running straight into a firing squad. Take his money? I didn't care for chump change from this loser. Let him go? That'd be letting these punks off way too easy after they'd just try to cut me up. Seeing me stay silent for so long, Sue assumed I was figuring out how to deal with him, and his legs went weak with fear. I gave a dry cough, forced myself to keep my composure, glared at him fiercely, and waved that still bloodless blade back and forth in front of him. What do I want? You figure it out yourself. Since I didn't know what to do, I just threw the question back at him. If I didn't like his answer, I'd just beat him again. Sue's heart clenched, his mind racing, terrified that one slow move would earn him another beating. I shouted at the skinny monkey playing dead on the ground. "Monkey, quit playing dead. Get the money out of the bag." The skinny monkey scrambled up with a start, trembling as he dug through the cloth bag, then held out a neatly rolled wad of cash with both hands, his hands shaking. Sue snatched it and respectfully held it out to me, wearing a smile uglier than a grimace. "That's 2,000 yuan, lifted from some official's bag. Consider it my apology to you, little brother." How's that? I didn't even lift an eyelid. 2,000 yuan. In 1985, that was worth 2 or 3 years' wages for an ordinary worker. Is it really an official's money? Sue nodded frantically, his swollen face trembling. The pain was sharp, but he couldn't spare it a thought. Realer than real gold. Lifted it straight out of some official's bag. The guy noticed, but didn't dare make a peep. Guilty conscience, guaranteed. I took the stack of bills. Crisp, neatly bundled. Definitely not the kind of savings some ordinary working stiff would put together. Heh, official money. The best kind. Not a shred of guilt taking this. I tucked it into my pocket. All right, I'll take it. With that, I turned and walked off without looking back, slipping my blade away as I went. Clean and simple. I hadn't been out of the alley long when I suddenly spun around. The scrawny little figure jumped, gave a full-body shudder, and froze in place. It was the one who'd been tailing old Sue. Looked about 14 or 15, dressed in rags, face smeared with grime. "What are you following me for? Trying to steal the money back?" "And no, it's not that, mister. I wasn't trying to steal anything." "Huh? You're a girl." The voice was soft and thin, laced with a sob, tender and trembling. No way a man could make a sound like that. Only then did I take a real look. Narrow shoulders, a pointed little chin, the brim of the cap pulled down low, no Adam's apple at the throat, and a pair of eyes dark and bright. Caught out, she buried her head even lower. She bit her chapped lips, worked up her courage, and shot a quick glance up at me. "They're not good people. I don't want to steal. I don't want to stay with them anymore." "You're strong, mister. You can take them. I want to come with you. I can work, wash clothes, cook, anything. I won't be any trouble, I swear." Her eyes rimmed red, but she fought hard to keep the tears from falling. Just then old Sue came chasing after us, flashing me an apologetic smile. Sorry for the trouble. This girl's my niece. Doesn't know any better, being a girl and all. I'll take her off your hands right now. He reached for her hand as he spoke. The girl stood there dazed at first, but the instant he was about to touch her, she flinched violently, darted behind me, and clutched a fistful of my clothes, her voice choked with tears. He's lying. I'm not his niece. I won't go with him. I don't want to steal. Old Sue's outstretched hand froze in midair. The fake smile couldn't hold and collapsed. He put on the airs of an elder. Inzi, stop making a scene. Come home with me. No. Old Sue gritted his teeth and moved to grab her by force. I stepped forward, my tall frame shielding her completely. I don't care what she is to you. Since she doesn't want to go with you, and you're trying to force her, then it's my business now. Brother, I've raised her for years. Taking her with me is only right. Old Sue was all bark and no bite. He didn't actually dare come at me. No choice, really. All 5 of them together couldn't beat me. I couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. One word came out of my mouth. Scram. His face went dark in an instant, watching me shield Inzi behind me like a mother hen guarding her chick, grinding his teeth, but in the end he didn't dare come any closer. Fine, you win. I don't want the girl anymore. Consider it 2 years of feeding her for nothing. He shot Inzi a vicious glare, then turned and walked away. It wasn't until his footsteps had completely faded that Inzi finally let out a breath. She still clung tightly to the hem of my shirt, her small body trembling. She lifted her dust-covered little face, eyes brimming with tears that she stubbornly refused to let fall, and said softly, Big brother, thank you. I glanced at that little hand gripping my shirt, refusing to let go. I didn't shake it off, just said flatly, Let go. He's gone. Inzi timidly released her grip, but still stood half a step behind me, head lowered, toes scuffing at the ground. Big brother, I really can work. Washing clothes, cooking, cleaning house. I can do it all. Could you please not send me away? I rolled my eyes. Go back to your mom and dad. Her body jolted violently, and the tears finally spilled over, dropping onto her filthy collar. She sniffled, her voice choked. I don't have a mom or dad. I climbed over the wall and ran away from the orphanage. I begged for food the whole way. Then Mr. Sue picked me up, and I've been with him ever since. The words came out in broken fragments, her thin little body curling into a ball. You came from an orphanage? The leg I'd just started to step forward with froze right there. Inzi nodded quickly, afraid I wouldn't believe her, and added through her sobs. There was never enough to eat, and they were always yelling at me. I couldn't take it anymore, so I climbed over the wall and ran. Those words were like a needle, driving straight into my heart. In my past life, I grew up scraping by in an orphanage. Those days, I'll never forget them as long as I live. The same hunger, the same cold and abuse, the same bullying from the bigger kids, the same endless days with no light at the end. The place was run down, drafty in winter, leaking in summer, with over 100 kids crammed onto one big communal bunk. The blankets were old, the clothes patched over and over. The older kids formed cliques, snatching food and blankets, throwing punches whenever something didn't go their way. Back then I was thin and small, with no one to protect me. A bruised and swollen face was just part of everyday life. The caretakers couldn't be bothered to deal with us, and when they were in a bad mood, they'd make us stand as punishment or go without meals. Anyone who made a fuss got locked in the dark closet. The sight of this trembling, sobbing girl in front of me was almost exactly the me from back then, the one who huddled in the corner, ignored by everyone. My chest suddenly clenched. The impatience that had been in my eyes softened in an instant. I was silent for a few seconds, my throat bobbing once. When I spoke, the gruffness from before was gone, replaced instead by a trace of bitterness I hadn't even noticed myself. All right, stop crying. From now on, you're with me. As long as I've got food, you won't go hungry. Inzi froze, tears still hanging on her lashes, but she forgot to cry all at once. She sniffled her red nose and nodded hard, her voice soft and hoarse, yet strangely steadfast. I'll do as I'm told. I'll work hard. I swear I won't hold you back, big brother. I said nothing more, just turned and started walking, but my steps were noticeably slower than before, an obvious sign that I was waiting for her to catch up. Ainsley quickly wiped away her tears and hurried after me with small, quick steps, staying close behind like a little blade of grass that had finally found something to lean on. Following the crumpled note, I headed deeper into the county town. The county town of the 1980s had narrow streets lined mostly with single-story red brick houses. The occasional two-story building stood out like a sore thumb. Along the roadside, small stalls sold frozen pears and roasted sunflower seeds, and bicycle bells jingled here and there. Every so often a green Jeep rolled past, drawing more than a few curious glances from passers-by. Ainsley kept right behind me, not letting her small steps fall even half a pace behind, quiet as could be. After turning down 2 streets, the address matched. It was a 2-story red brick house with a tall courtyard wall and a grand blue-painted sheet metal gate. Out front was a wide-open space big enough to drive a car into, and a few clusters of holly grew along the base of the wall. One look told you this was no ordinary household. This was Sue Inger's home. Her family ran a furniture factory with several hundred workers, so it all added up. I raised my hand and knocked twice on the iron gate. Anyone home? A moment later, the courtyard gate creaked open. It was Sue Inger. She wore a light blue turtleneck sweater, her hair neatly combed, still as pretty as ever. When she saw it was me at the door, her eyes lit up. "Chung-yi, you finally made it." Her gaze instinctively drifted behind me, and when she spotted Ainsley shrinking off to the side, covered head to toe in dirt, she paused, slightly taken aback. "And this is?" "A little girl I picked up on the road. Ainsley, say hello to Sister Sue." "Hello, Sister Sue." Sue Inger looked at the girl's tattered, threadbare clothes, the smudges of dirt still on her face, and the tear streaks that hadn't yet dried, and her heart softened. She smiled warmly. "Ah, what a good girl." She stepped aside and gestured for us to come in. "It's windy out there. Come in and sit down." I led Ainsley into the courtyard. The ground beneath our feet was smooth concrete, and in one corner sat neat stacks of fine, tight-grained lumber. A gleaming women's bicycle was parked off to the side. Everything spoke of comfort and means. The moment we stepped into the main room, a wave of warmth mixed with the rich scent of pine washed over us. The heated floor was burning warm, a whole different world from the biting cold outside. Ainsley instinctively edged toward the warmth, but she didn't dare stray far, sticking close to my side. The room was furnished with a complete set of finely crafted solid wood furniture, a bright, tall wardrobe, and a broad, square 8 Immortals table. On a cabinet against the wall stood a color television. There weren't more than a handful in the entire county town, and it stood out all the more, easily counting as one of the most respectable furnishings in this little place. Beaming, Sue Inger picked up a thermos and poured hot water into 2 white porcelain mugs. She handed one to me and gently pressing it into Ainsley's hands, I said, "Warm your hands up first." Ainsley cupped the warm ceramic mug and murmured a quiet thank you. Sue Inger shyly stepped up to me and instinctively reached out to help me off with my heavy military overcoat. I paused for a moment, but didn't refuse, leaning down slightly to let her. Her heart gave a little flutter as she slowly slipped the cold-tinged coat off me, carrying it over to hang carefully on the wooden coat rack. Just then, Aunt Sheen came down from the second floor. Catching sight of the scene, she shook her head helplessly. She wore a fitted sweater with dark gray slacks, her hair pinned up, giving off the poised, gracious air of a homemaker. The moment she spotted me, her face lit up with warmth. "Chung-yi, you finally made it. Inger's been talking about you all morning." "Aunt Sheen, you look as young as ever," I said, laying on the flattery like always. The corners of her mouth curled up. Then her gaze shifted to Ainsley, and seeing the child in worn, shabby clothes, she didn't show the slightest trace of distaste. "And who's this?" I ran through the whole story from earlier, spilling it all out in one breath. Poor thing, such a little one, suffering so much. After hearing it, Aunt Sheen looked at Ainsley with eyes gone soft as butter, quickly bringing over a plate of frozen pears and a dish of fruit candies. She turned to Sue Inger and said, "Sweetheart, there's still plenty of time. Take the little girl over to the state-run department store and buy her a few warm outfits." Sue Inger's eyes brightened. "Mom, you always think of everything." She walked over to Ainsley, her voice gentle. "Come on, let big sister get you a new padded coat and some new cotton shoes." Ainsley shrank back in fright, ducking behind me, her little hand clutching the hem of my coat, shaking her head like a rattle drum. No, that's okay. I'm not cold. You don't need to spend money. I patted the back of her hand. It's fine, go on. As I spoke, I reached for my wallet, but Aunt Jean clamped her hand down on mine, refusing to let me pay no matter what. Then she turned and hurried Sue Inger along. Take the child and go, pick out something in bright colors. Get her thick-soled felt-lined leather shoes so her feet don't freeze. And while you're at it, grab her a bar of soap and a couple of towels so she can get a good wash when you're back. Sue Inger answered with a nod and led Ainsley quietly out the door. The room fell silent all at once, leaving only the toasty warmth of the heated floor and the pine wood scent filling the air. Aunt Jean topped off my hot water and teased with a smile. You know, you act tough on the outside, but you've got the softest heart. Last time it was my Inger, and now it's this little girl. I took a sip of hot water and just smiled faintly, offering no explanation. I could hardly tell her. Looking at this girl was like looking at myself back then. Seeing that I didn't want to say more, her eyes filled with even more approval instead. She peeled a fruit candy and held it out to me. These days, kind-hearted people like you are hard to come by. We sat on the soft couch, chatting on and off. Before long, the sound of a car engine cutting off drifted in from beyond the courtyard gate. Aunt Jean's eyes lit up. Your uncle's home. Su Changha came inside and immediately launched into another round of warm, chatty pleasantries directed at me, his savior. There was nothing I could do but go along with it. As the sky darkened, Su Inger came back loaded down with bags, leading the little girl by the hand, and took her straight off for a bath. I felt a twinge of envy. Having a heated floor system installed really was something. The whole house stayed warm. You didn't freeze your backside taking a dump, and you could bathe at home every single day. I started wondering whether I ought to tear down my own place and rebuild it. A brick house, radiant floor heating, a master bedroom with its own bathroom. No more hauling out the chamber pot every morning. But even counting the 2,000 I'd collected today, I only had about 3,000 to my name. Going through with all that clearly wasn't going to be enough. Su Changha held out a cigarette. What are you spacing out about? Once the two kids finish washing up, we'll eat. I took the cigarette and tucked it between my fingers, in no hurry to light it, and said mildly, nothing really. Just thinking how comfortable this house of yours is to live in. He leaned back against the sofa and let out a hearty laugh, a genuine touch of pride in his voice. You bet. Back in the day, I went out of my way to hire an old master craftsman to lay that heated floor. Winters in here are no hardship at all. When you young folks settle down someday, you've got to build for comfort. He slapped his thigh. If you've got that in mind, your uncle cover all the lumber and the workmen. A brick house with a bathroom, a big heated floor laid underneath. Now that's what I call living. I appreciate the offer, uncle, but my savings are nowhere near enough right now. I'll save up little by little first. The words had barely left my mouth when Su Inger walked out, her hair still damp, her cheeks flushed pink. Behind her came Ainsley, changed into clean clothes, her little face fair and rosy now, timidly pressing herself against the doorframe. No longer the pitiful, grubby little thing from before. Only that uneven, choppy short hair still stood out a bit. Dinner's ready. Aunt Jean came out carrying a big steaming basin of food, the aroma exploding through the room in an instant. The table was packed. Right in the center was pickled cabbage stewed with white pork and glass noodles, the broth bubbling, the pork belly stewed until it glistened, tender and soft. There was a big bowl of chicken stewed with hazel mushrooms, the meat fresh and tender, rich with mushroom flavor. Shredded potatoes fried in lard, a cold-dressed radish salad, golden crispy cornmeal griddle cakes, plus a steamer of soft, fluffy white flour buns. Su Changha waved his big hand. Come on, come on. Tonight our whole family's going to have a good, hot meal. I settled Ainsley down beside me, first picking out a piece of white pork for her, rich but not greasy, then ladling a spoonful of chicken broth over her rice. The little girl cradled her bowl, taking small bite after small bite, tears welling up in her eyes but stubbornly held back. In all her young life, this was the first time she'd sat in a room this warm, eating a mouthful of hot food this delicious. Su Inger sat across from me, her gaze drifting toward me again and again without her meaning it to, a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Aunt Jean kept. Su Changha piled food into my bowl, then popped open a bottle of liquor. He wanted to have a good drink with me. A few rounds in, and the conversation started flowing. I chatted with him about everything under the sun, from the boom that township enterprises were about to ride, to how timber and building materials were bound to be in short supply down the road, then on to how every household would be buying new furniture and building new homes. I kept it plain spoken, yet every word rang true, like I'd seen it all with my own eyes. Where things were headed over the next few decades, it was all already laid out in my head. Even Aunt Jean and Sue Inger, who couldn't care less about this stuff, listened with real interest. Sue Inger sat there quietly, barely touching her chopsticks, her eyes fixed on my face the whole time. Listening to me talk with such ease and certainty, the girl's cheeks flushed faintly warm, yet she couldn't bring herself to look away. Uncle, a furniture factory is just small potatoes. It's booming now, and it'll stay lively for a while, but in the end, I took a bite of pickled cabbage and said slowly, in the end, there's a ceiling. The future belongs to the internet and real estate. The what internet? Real estate. Su Changha looked completely lost. Those words sound brand new. First time I've ever heard them. In a single lifetime, being able to see 3 feet ahead is already rare. Being able to see the road 10 years out, that's not skill anymore. That's destiny. I drank myself blackout again, but the next morning when I climbed off the soft bed, my head didn't even hurt. I opened my eyes to the clean ceiling of the Su family's guest room, the bedding beneath me plush and thick. When I stepped down, the floor was warm underfoot. My whole body felt at ease. Washed up, had breakfast. But no matter how nice the place was, it wasn't my own home, so I said I should get going. Su Changha said things were quiet at the factory and insisted on driving me himself. No need to cram onto a slow green train. That suited me just fine. I put up a token protest or two, then agreed. The crowd pulled out of the Su family compound, and Su Inger suddenly started clamoring to come along. Su Changha had no choice but to hit the brakes and let his daughter into the car. The car cruised steadily over the snowy road, tires crunching softly through the packed snow. Just past the county line, watching Su Changha drive, my own hands started to itch. I hesitated, then spoke up. Uncle, let me take over for a bit. Give yourself a break. You know how to drive? Guaranteed. Su Changha paused, a look of surprise on his face. But he was a straightforward guy, and he pulled over and braked right then and there. All right, give it a shot. Just don't drive your uncle into a ditch. Set your mind completely at ease. Seeing how utterly nonchalant I looked, Su Chang's mouth twitched, like he was already regretting agreeing. We switched spots, and I settled into the driver's seat. Su Changha was just about to offer some pointers when he saw me adjust the seat, buckle my seatbelt, shift into gear, and release the handbrake, all in one smooth motion. I worked the wheels steady, precise, and light, and the car pulled smoothly back onto the snowy road, steadier than when he'd been driving. The words on the tip of his tongue went right back down, and he held. He couldn't stop clicking his tongue. Damn, is there anything you can't do? I pretended to think it over, keeping a straight face. Well, I guess I can't give birth. The hell with you. Su Changha cursed with a laugh. In the back seat, Su Inger pressed her lips together and giggled quietly, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on my profile. Ainzi clung to the back of the seat and whispered, Big Brother's amazing. A little over an hour later, the car pulled to a smooth stop right outside my little courtyard. Su Inger carried the clothes she'd bought for Ainzi the day before into the house, and only then did she suddenly remember the thing she'd been fretting about most. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at me, her voice soft. So you moved back into your own place. You're not doubling up with anyone anymore. Yep. At that, her eyes lit up even brighter, and the corners of her mouth turned up before she could stop them. She lowered her head to tidy the cloth bundle, her voice gentle. That's good. Living on your own. Nice and peaceful. Once she'd said it, even she didn't know why, but her cheeks went hot. Outside the courtyard, Su Changha tapped the horn to hurry her along. Su Inger scrambled to her feet, walked to the door, then stopped, turning back to look at me. Her voice was small but clear. Then, I'll head back now. I'll come find you to hang out in a few days. Yep, take it easy on the road. I walked her to the door and watched until the car turned the corner and disappeared before heading back inside. The stove was still burning, and the inner room was warm. Heizi's belly was stuffed full, and he darted around excitedly at my feet. I'd left the house in Zhao Wenjing's care, and I'd clearly picked the right person. The girl was just like her name, quiet, gentle, and thorough. Looking at Inzi sitting obediently on the edge of the Kong, I felt a headache coming on. I'd shaken them down for 2,000 yuan, but then, on a whim, I'd brought back an extra mouth to feed. Still, it was fine. One more little girl was something I could afford to take care of. Inzi, come on. Let's go get the West room set up for you. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly got to her feet and followed behind me. Heizi wagged his tail and trotted eagerly after us toward the West room. After a good bit of work, I took her to see Zhao Weigua. I still needed his help getting her registered on the household books. I picked the afternoon on purpose so I could mooch a meal while I was at it. The girl's original name was Jiangyin. She'd gotten separated from her mother at 5 or 6, and some kind soul had taken her to the police station. She'd only just started forming memories back then, still hazy about everything, and the clues she could give were limited, so her parents were never found. Later, she was transferred to the orphanage. The next day, before the sky had fully brightened, Jiangyin slipped off the Kong, tiptoeing so as not to wake me, and got busy in the outer room. Truth was, I'd been awake for a while, lying on the Kong listening to the sounds, and something warm stirred in my chest. This girl. Yesterday she'd heard me say I was going up the mountain this morning, and she'd actually taken it to heart. 14, 15 years old, an age when she should have been running around, laughing and playing. Instead, she'd already tasted the full range of how coldly and warmly people can treat you, learned to read faces, and gotten used to living carefully. As for whether she was actually 14 or 15, even she couldn't say for sure, and I had no way of pinning it down. She'd cooked a pot of thick, sticky cornmeal porridge with a ring of golden, crispy corn cakes. She'd picked out the 2 most perfect ones, wrapped them up in a clean cloth, hoping I'd have something to snack on when I headed into the mountains. We had refined grains at home, but she didn't dare touch them. I threw on my coat and stepped outside. Jiangyin jumped, her little hands clutching the corners of the cloth bundle. She looked up timidly. "Big brother, you're awake. The porridge is ready. I packed the cakes for you." I took the bundle and ruffled her hair. "Silly girl. From now on, if you want the white flour or rice we've got at home, just eat it. Don't hold back." She froze, her big eyes blinking, like she couldn't quite believe it. Back at the orphanage, you were lucky if the cornmeal filled your belly. Refined grains whenever you wanted were beyond imagining. Later, when she ended up with old Sue, things got a little better, but the rules piled up. Days were spent learning a trade, and then she had to go out and steal. Pull it off, and you were fine. Get caught, and there'd be a beating and cursing for sure. Come back, and you'd be made to stand out in the snow, going hungry a meal or 2. That was getting off easy. In that little courtyard, there were 7 or 8 kids about her age, every one of them a little pawn old Sue used to run his scams, stealing, swindling, whatever it took. Yesterday, it just so happened that only old Sue had taken her out. And that's when they ran into me, someone who could actually take old Sue down. That's the only reason she managed to climb out of that hellhole. Thinking about it, her nose stung, and she quickly ducked her head and secretly wiped her eyes with her sleeve. I saw it, but I didn't say anything more. Whether a person's life is hard or not often has less to do with whether their belly's full and more to do with whether anyone treats them like a human being. I gulped down the hot porridge, tucked the cakes into my coat, grabbed my burden rifle, and checked the rounds once over. The barrel gleamed, wiped down with bare grease. Wouldn't stick even in weather 40 below. Blackie was already crouched at the door, pawing at it anxiously, his tail whipping back and forth like a little whip. "Help yourself to whatever's in the house. If you get bored, go play with Sister Wenjing." I tossed out the words and stepped out the door. Blackie shot out ahead with a howl. Once we got into the mountains, it was that same dead silence. White snow blanketed everything, pine branches sagging under thick clumps of it. The wind swept through the treetops with a low, moaning sound. You could barely even hear a bird call. Blackie kept his nose to the ground, ears twitching now and then, on high alert. Suddenly he stopped dead, sniffing hard, his tail snapping straight, a low whine rumbling in his throat. Luck's this good today? A find barely an hour into the mountains." I bent down and patted his head, then swept my hand forward, signaling him to track it. Blackie instantly dropped low, nose almost pressed to the snow, and darted off to the front left. I hurried after him. Before long, a gunshot cracked through the woods up ahead. I stopped short, my face darkening. Damn it. Somebody beat me to the game.